In a small town on the outskirts of New Jersey, a boy named Daniel Rivera grew up. Daniel's parents worked tirelessly but could barely make ends meet. Despite financial difficulties, Daniel was always a curious and smart child. From an early age, he showed extraordinary ingenuity and dexterity, which often led him to various adventures. Daniel was the youngest of three children and was often neglected by his older brothers. He was not popular at school, but he was distinguished by good grades and an ability to solve complex problems. However, behind the mask of a diligent student was a boy who was fond of films about heists and adventures. One day, when Daniel was only 12, he accidentally came across an old comic book forgotten on a shelf in the local library. This comic was about a hero who brilliantly pulled off daring heists while remaining elusive. This comic made a lasting impression on Daniel, awakening in him dreams of a life full of adrenaline and risk. As a teenager, Daniel began to develop an interest in technology. He disassembled and reassembled old devices, trying to understand their operation. Over time, his skills became more sophisticated, and he began to apply his knowledge to riskier ventures. Stealing small items from local stores became a form of training for him. He didn't just steal. He carefully planned his every action, thinking through everything down to the smallest detail. Daniel didn't just want to be a criminal. He wanted to be the best of the best. He was inspired by stories of great robberies and cunning criminals. Each time he committed another theft, his skills and self-confidence only grew. He was not caught, and this added to his excitement. By the age of 18, he already knew that he was ready for something more. After leaving his hometown, Daniel moved to New York, a city of opportunity and temptation. Here he became part of the criminal underworld, first running small errands for local crime lords and then beginning to plan his own heists. In New York, Daniel quickly got used to it. His intelligence and natural caution helped him avoid trouble and earn trust among criminals. He studied the city, its streets and shops, observing how the security systems worked. Each new discovery brought him closer to his goal, to become an unsurpassed heist master. Daniel's first big business was with a small jewelry store in Manhattan. He carefully studied the store's operating hours, employee habits, and the location of surveillance cameras. Using his technical skills, he managed to hack the security system and disable the alarm for a few minutes. This was enough to carry out a lightning-fast robbery and escape with the loot. The success of this business brought Daniel not only money, but also a reputation. In the criminal circles of New York, they started talking about him as a young but very promising thief. Daniel continued to work alone, trusting no one and carefully concealing his identity. Every time he went on a case, he changed his appearance. He used wigs, disguises, and even fake documents. Over time, his appetites grew. He began planning robberies of larger, more secure targets. One of these was an upscale boutique on Fifth Avenue. This store was known for its exclusive products and high security. For this robbery, Daniel developed a complex plan that included not only hacking electronic systems, but also diversionary maneuvers. The robbery went perfectly. Daniel managed to break into the store, bypass all security systems, and take out more than $1 million worth of jewelry. After this case, he became a real legend among criminals. He was called Shadow for his ability to disappear without a trace. The New York police were at a loss, without a single lead that could lead to the capture of the daring thief. Each new robbery by Daniel became more and more sophisticated. He used technology and his knowledge of electronics to bypass the latest security systems. His elusiveness made owners of expensive stores tremble at the thought of a possible attack. Daniel enjoyed his life, believing that he was invincible. However, as his fame grew, so did the risks. The New York underworld was beginning to envy his success, and rivals began to appear on the horizon, wanting to overthrow the Shadow from his throne. Rumors about Daniel's incredible successes spread not only among criminals, but also among law enforcement agencies. The best detectives in New York began to investigate, trying to find at least some traces or errors that could lead them to the mysterious thief. Daniel, realizing that the pressure from the police was increasing, began to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. One day, having learned that the police were close to uncovering his methods, he decided to disappear from the radar for a while and go into the shadows. He changed his place of residence and got a regular job in order to divert suspicion from his person. Daniel used this time to develop new, even more complex methods of robbery. He improved his skills, studied the latest technologies, and found weaknesses in security systems. After some time, Daniel decided to return to his business. His next target was one of the most famous and guarded jewelry stores on Madison Avenue. This store was famous not only for its goods, but also for its impenetrable security systems. Preparations for this robbery took several months. Daniel collected information about every aspect of the store, including the security guard schedules, the location of the cameras, and even the materials used to make the walls and doors. On the night of the robbery, Daniel acted as confidently and silently as always. He used the latest technology to bypass security systems and get inside. However, despite all his preparation, an unexpected surprise awaited him. There were additional security measures hidden in the store that Daniel was unaware of. This made his task much more difficult, but he did not back down. Showing all his ingenuity, he managed to cope with new obstacles and carry out the jewelry. The robbery was successfully completed, but it cost Daniel a lot of nerves. He realized that his methods were becoming outdated, and new technologies were beginning to be used against him. After this robbery, he decided to find a partner who would help him cope with new challenges. He was looking for a man who would share his passion for robbery and would be just as smart and careful. After much searching, he found Julia, a young and talented hacker with incredible cybersecurity skills. Julia was not only his partner, but also became his friend whom he could trust. Now, Daniel and Julia started working together. They developed new plans and improved their methods. Each new robbery became even more daring and complex. Their duo was invincible, and they continued to terrify the owners of expensive stores. Working together with Julia brought new opportunities and ideas to Daniel. Her cybersecurity abilities allowed them to hack into systems that previously seemed insurmountable. They developed an alarm system that allowed them to disable security devices remotely, leaving store owners in complete uncertainty. One day, preparing for one of the most ambitious robberies, Daniel and Julia chose as their target an elite boutique on Rockefeller Plaza. The boutique was famous for its unique jewelry, each of which cost a fortune. The pair began developing a detailed plan that included not only physical penetration, but also virtual penetration through the store's security systems and databases. The plan was simple in its genius. Julia used her skills to create false alarms, diverting the guards to the opposite side of town. This gave Daniel time to break into the store using fake IDs and access keys made by Julia. They also developed a sophisticated system to bypass security cameras by temporarily switching them to pre-recorded footage of empty rooms. At night, when the plan was put into action, everything went smoothly. Daniel and Julia worked together like a well-tuned machine. Daniel made his way inside the store, and following a well-thought-out route, disabled all remaining security systems. He filled the bag with jewelry, and by the time the guards realized what had happened, the couple had already disappeared without a trace. This robbery became their most successful case. The production exceeded all their expectations, and they became richer by several $1 million. However, this brought them even more attention from the police and competitors. Daniel knew that now they had to be even more careful not to fall into a trap. They decided to lay low for a while and carefully plan their further actions. Daniel and Julia moved to a new, safer location where they began working on new technologies and tactics. They knew that their next step would have to be even more daring and unpredictable in order to maintain a leading position in the criminal world. Despite the constant tension and risk, their partnership grew stronger. Daniel and Julia became not only colleagues, but also true friends. Together, they developed new plans, discussed strategy, and shared their dreams. Each new robbery became not only a test for them, but also an adventure in which they enjoyed every moment. They soon began to think about expanding their operations beyond New York. The world was full of rich stores and jewelry boutiques waiting to be robbed. Daniel and Julia planned to travel abroad and try their hand at other countries where their methods would be just as effective. Their plan for international activities began to take shape. Daniel and Julia decided to travel to Europe, where major cities such as Paris and London had some of the most luxurious and secure stores in the world. To do this, they needed to carefully prepare and acquire the necessary connections. Their first goal was Paris, the city of light and luxury. Daniel and Julia flew there under false names and began exploring local boutiques. They spent several weeks studying the opening hours, security routes, and security systems of the most expensive stores on the Champs-Élysées. The couple decided that their first target would be a famous jewelry house, famous for its exclusive jewelry. Preparation for this robbery took much more time and effort than all previous ones. Daniel and Julia realized that European security systems were different from those they had encountered in America. But this only fueled their interest and ambitions. Julia developed a complex scheme to hack digital locks and alarms, while Daniel thought through all possible escape routes and infiltration routes. Finally, the day of the robbery arrived. Daniel, dressed in a courier uniform, entered the building through the service entrance. At this time, Julia, sitting in a safe place, hacked into security systems, turning off cameras and alarms. Everything was going according to plan until one of the security guards accidentally noticed something strange in the operation of the video surveillance system. He raised the alarm and the store was instantly filled with security guards. But Daniel and Julia were ready for such a development of events. Daniel managed to hide in a secret vault, and Julia activated diversion programs that triggered false alarms throughout the city. This gave them time to develop a new escape plan. When the situation calmed down a little, Daniel took advantage of the moment to get out of the storage room with the loot and leave the building through a secret tunnel. They met at a pre-agreed location and quickly left Paris, leaving the police in confusion. This robbery was a real test for them, but also proof that their skills and cooperation can overcome any obstacles. Now that they have successfully tested their strength in Europe, new horizons have opened up before them. Daniel and Julia decided that their next destination would be London. They knew that no less interesting and complex tasks awaited them there. However, they were ready for new challenges. With each new robbery, their fame grew, and their methods became more sophisticated. The world of luxury and risk continued to beckon to them, promising new adventures and incredible rewards. After a successful heist in Paris, Daniel and Julia traveled to London. They carefully prepared for the move, providing themselves with new false documents and completely changing their appearance. A new challenge awaited them in London, a city with a powerful security system and a developed video surveillance network. At first, they behaved very carefully, studying the city and its features. They understood that London differs from New York and Paris not only in architecture, but also in the level of security. Daniel and Julia spent several weeks exploring the shops on Bond Street, where the most expensive boutiques and jewelry houses were located. They paid special attention to the legendary jewelry house Harrods, which was famous for its exclusive jewelry and impenetrable security systems. Julia, using her hacking skills, managed to penetrate the Harrods database and collect all the necessary information about security systems, opening hours, and security routes. They developed a plan that included several stages: disabling external cameras, hacking the alarm system, and entering the main hall with jewelry. On the night of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Daniel entered the building through the roof using climbing equipment. Julia, from a safe distance, hacked systems and controlled cameras. Once Daniel was inside, he quickly and silently began collecting the jewelry, following a pre-planned route. However, suddenly, the alarm went off. This was due to an unexpected security update that they were unaware of. The whole plan was in jeopardy and Daniel had to improvise. He managed to escape through one of the emergency exits while Julia distracted the guards, hacking into the city's power supply and causing a temporary blackout for several blocks. They met at a pre-agreed location, where they discussed what had happened and realized that their methods needed improvement. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, the robbery was successful and they received an impressive amount of loot. But the incident taught them that even the best-laid plans can run into unexpected difficulties. After London, Daniel and Julia decided to temporarily go into the shadows to analyze their mistakes and prepare for the next steps. They traveled to a small town in southern Spain where they began developing new technologies and strategies for future heists. Daniel became even more careful and thoughtful, and Julia focused on creating new programs for hacking security systems. Their next robbery was planned in Madrid, where one of the most guarded banks in Europe was located. Daniel and Julia knew this challenge would be their most challenging yet most rewarding undertaking. As time passed, they became more and more experienced and confident in their abilities, ready for any challenge that the world of criminal mastery could throw at them. In Madrid, Daniel and Julia spent several months carefully studying all aspects of the security of the chosen bank. This bank was famous for its high-security technologies and impenetrable safes. For a successful robbery, they needed to think through every step down to the smallest detail. Daniel and Julia hatched a plan that involved hacking into the bank's computer systems, creating a diversion, and breaking into the main vault. Julia began by exploring the banking network, finding vulnerabilities and creating fake accounts to access the system. She also developed a special virus that was supposed to disable all surveillance cameras and alarms during the robbery. At the same time, Daniel worked on the physical part of the plan. He studied security routes, employee work schedules, and the location of all motion sensors. They rented an apartment near the bank, where they stored all the necessary equipment and materials for hacking. The day of the robbery arrived. Daniel and Julia were extremely focused and confident in their abilities. On the night of the operation, Julia, while in her apartment, activated the virus and began to control the bank system. Daniel, using forged documents, entered the bank under the guise of a technician called to fix a non-existent problem. Once Daniel was inside, he followed a pre-planned route, avoiding all the sensors and cameras that Julia had disabled. He reached the main vault and began to hack into a complex electronic lock, which, according to their calculations, should have been disabled for the duration of the virus. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly the security system rebooted, activating backup protocols. The bank began to panic and the guards rushed to the vault. Julia quickly realized what had happened and activated the second phase of the virus, causing false alarms in other parts of the city. This distracted some of the guards, but Daniel still had to act quickly. He managed to open the vault and take the jewelry and money, but his escape route was blocked. Using his skills and ingenuity, Daniel managed to escape through the ventilation system, walking across the rooftops of nearby buildings and avoiding the guards. Julia coordinated his actions, providing information in real time. Finally, they met at a pre-agreed place and disappeared with the loot. The robbery in Madrid became their most daring and successful case. They got a huge haul and proved to themselves that they can handle any challenge. However, this robbery attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies. Daniel and Julia realized that they needed to temporarily stop their activities and lay low. They went to South America, where they decided to relax and carefully consider their next steps. Their time in Madrid taught them a lot. They became even more careful and inventive. Realizing that their methods must constantly improve, Daniel and Julia began to develop new technologies and strategies for future heists. New adventures and new challenges awaited them, but they were ready for them. The world of crime remained exciting and full of opportunities for them, and Daniel and Julia were not going to stop there. While in South America, Daniel and Julia chose Brazil as their temporary base. With its beauty and chaotic atmosphere, Rio de Janeiro has become the perfect place to get lost and explore new things at the same time. Here, they continued to develop their skills and look for ways to improve their methods. Several months passed, and Daniel and Julia began planning their next big heist. Their attention was drawn to a famous jewelry store in the city center, famous for its expensive and rare jewelry. The store was protected by one of the most advanced security systems in South America, making it an ideal target for their next test. They spent weeks studying work schedules, guard routes, and the store's security systems. Julia found a weak spot in the store's network security that they could exploit to access the cameras and alarms. They developed a complex plan that included using drones to create a distraction and create false alarms in different parts of the city. On the night of the robbery, everything was ready. Daniel and Julia started by flying drones, creating chaos and distracting the police and security. Julia hacked the store's security systems, disabling the cameras and alarms long enough to gain entry. Daniel, using a laser cutter, carefully penetrated the roof of the building, avoiding motion sensors. When Daniel reached the main treasure room, he quickly collected the most valuable items. However, their plan again encountered unexpected problems. Suddenly, a new security system they didn't know about was activated. The store was instantly filled with security, and Daniel had to improvise. He used smoke grenades and laser traps to slow down the guards and managed to escape through the ventilation shafts. Julia, being in a safe place, coordinated his actions and distracted the attention of the guards by hacking into city control systems. They met at a pre-agreed place and escaped with the loot, once again proving their elusiveness and skill. A robbery in Rio de Janeiro brought even more attention to their activities. International law enforcement agencies are hunting a mysterious couple known for their daring, high-tech robberies. Daniel and Julia knew they needed to be even more careful and thoughtful. They decided to temporarily cease their activities and move to Asia, where they began to explore new targets and improve their technology. In Hong Kong, they found new opportunities for growth and development by studying local security systems and developing new hacking techniques. New adventures and challenges awaited them, but Daniel and Julia were ready for them. The world of crime remained exciting and full of opportunities for them, and they were not going to stop there. In Hong Kong, Daniel and Julia find themselves in a world where high technology and tradition are closely intertwined. This city became an ideal place for them to hide, and at the same time, a new field for research. They rented a luxurious penthouse overlooking Victoria Harbor from where they could plan their operations without attracting too much attention. They soon discovered that Hong Kong was home to one of the richest collections of jewelry in the world, owned by a major tycoon named Wong Li. His collection was known not only for its value, but also for its uniqueness. It was kept in a private gallery, protected by the latest security systems developed by the best security specialists. Daniel and Julia began carefully planning the robbery. They knew that this time they would have to face levels of defense that they had never encountered before. Julia began studying gallery cybersecurity, and Daniel began studying physical security. They decided to use their old drone trick, but this time improved their software and added network hacking capabilities. The preparation took several months. They embedded their programs into the gallery's security system and also created several false objects to distract attention. On the night of the robbery, using fake IDs and drones, they began the operation. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed the unusual behavior of the drones. The alarm was raised and Daniel and Julia had to act quickly. Daniel made his way inside the gallery, using his skills and advanced gadgets to bypass the security systems. At this time, Julia distracted the attention of the guards, hacking the city's control systems and creating chaos on the streets. When Daniel reached the main collection hall, he began collecting the most valuable exhibits. However, a system that they had not foreseen was suddenly activated, laser traps that began to work automatically. Daniel had to show all his dexterity and ingenuity to avoid traps and get out of the building. They met on the roof of a nearby building where a helicopter, rented under false names, was waiting for them. At the last moment, when the guards were already close, they managed to take off and disappear into the night sky. The robbery was successful, but Daniel and Julia knew they were on the verge of exposure. Now they are being pursued not only by local authorities, but also by international agencies trying to catch the elusive couple. After the robbery in Hong Kong, they decided to go even deeper into the shadows. Their next target was Dubai, a city known for its wealthy residents and incredible levels of security. In Dubai, they began exploring new techniques, including using artificial intelligence and machine learning to hack systems. New challenges and adventures awaited them, but they were ready for them. The world of crime continued to beckon to them, promising new challenges and incredible rewards. In Dubai, a city of luxury and incredible technology, Daniel and Julia faced a whole new level of security. Here, among the skyscrapers and modern architectural marvels, they planned their next big heist. Their target was a legendary jewelry store in the heart of the city, known for its exclusive collection of rare jewelry. Daniel and Julia began by studying the city's infrastructure, security, and video surveillance systems. They knew that Dubai had one of the most sophisticated security systems in the world, so they decided to use their most advanced technologies and approaches. Julia began hacking networks and analyzing data, while Daniel developed an infiltration and evacuation strategy. Their plan included several stages. First, they decided to use a network of underground tunnels that were part of the city's old engineering structures. These tunnels led directly to the building where the jewelry store was located. Secondly, they developed a unique algorithm that made it possible to hack video surveillance systems and replace them with images recorded in advance. On the night of the robbery, Daniel and Julia set about executing the plan. Daniel, dressed in a maintenance uniform, entered the building through an underground tunnel that they had prepared in advance. At this time, Julia, being in a secluded place, hacked into security systems and turned off the alarm. They used the latest technology, including drones and unmanned vehicles, to distract guards and create false alarms. Once Daniel was inside the store, he quickly and carefully began collecting the jewelry. Everything was going according to plan until a new security system based on biometric scanning was activated. It turned out that the jewelry store updated their security system just days before the robbery, and this information was not available in their original data. Daniel had to improvise. He used a special device developed by Julia to break the biometric lock. It took longer than they expected, and the guards began to approach. Julia, seeing the situation, created a fake message about a fire in one of the neighboring buildings to distract attention and give Daniel more time. Finally, Daniel managed to open the lock and collect the most valuable jewelry. They escaped the building through the same underground tunnel they used to enter. The robbery was successful, but very tense. Daniel and Julia realized that their methods needed constant updating and improvement. After a successful robbery in Dubai, they decided to hide and relax for a while. They went to a small island in the Caribbean, where they were able to enjoy peace and tranquility, and also analyze their mistakes and achievements. On the island, they began to develop new devices and technologies that would help them in the future. Their next target was Singapore, a city known for its high technology and advanced security systems. Daniel and Julia knew that new challenges awaited them here, but they were ready for them. The world of crime continued to beckon them, promising new adventures and incredible rewards. In Singapore, Daniel and Julia find themselves in a city where technology and security have reached their zenith. Here, among the state-of-the-art skyscrapers and perfectly laid-out streets, they began plotting their next big heist. Their target was a famous jewelry store located in one of the most prestigious areas of the city. They began by carefully examining the store's security system, which included biometric scanners, thermal imaging cameras, and sophisticated artificial intelligence algorithms that analyze behavior. Julia used her skills to find vulnerabilities in the store's networks and infiltrate their systems, while Daniel did physical reconnaissance, analyzing guard locations and patrol routes. Their plan included using the latest technology and hacking techniques they had developed in the Caribbean. Daniel and Julia were confident in their abilities, but they did not take into account one important factor. In Singapore, there was a special group for combating high-tech crimes, which had been monitoring their activities for a long time. On the night of the robbery, everything started according to plan. Daniel entered the building through the ventilation system, and Julia hacked the security systems, creating false alarms and diverting the attention of the guards. They used drones and unmanned vehicles to monitor the situation outside and inside the building. However, as soon as Daniel approached the main treasure vault, the security system suddenly rebooted. Julia tried to regain control, but it turned out that the Special Crime Control Group was ready for their methods and introduced their own countermeasures. As a result, Daniel was trapped and Julia lost contact with him. Security and the special team began to approach the vault, and Daniel had very little time left. He used all his skills and ingenuity to bypass the extra security measures and open the vault. However, as he began to collect the jewelry, the vault door suddenly locked, trapping him inside. Julia, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decided to take extreme measures. She hacked into the city's power supply network and caused a temporary power outage in the area where the store was located. This gave Daniel some time to get out of the vault and find an escape route. But the special group was already on his trail. Daniel had to use his parkour and stealth skills to avoid capture. He left the building through the service entrance and, hiding in the shadows, went to the meeting place with Julia. They quickly left Singapore, leaving behind a trail of rubble and unsolved mysteries. This failure became an important lesson for them. Daniel and Julia realized they needed to be even more careful and thoughtful. They decided to go underground for a while and reconsider their methods. Their time in Singapore taught them a lot, and they were determined to use this experience for future success. Hiding on one of the sparsely populated islands of Indonesia, Daniel and Julia began to develop new strategies and technologies. They knew the next challenge would be even more difficult, but they were ready for it. The world of crime continued to beckon them, promising new adventures and incredible rewards. Singapore left its mark on Daniel and Julia, forcing them to rethink their approaches and strategies. This time, they decided to change tactics and act with more caution and cunning. Indonesia gave them the opportunity to hide and carefully consider their next move. They chose a small island, lost among many others, for their base. Here, away from prying eyes, they began to develop new technologies and methods that were supposed to ensure their success in the future. Julia focused on creating more sophisticated and powerful hacking programs, while Daniel trained in new methods of infiltration and camouflage. Their next destination was Hong Kong. The city, known for its density and technological advancements, provided an ideal environment for complex operations. Daniel and Julia started by renting a small apartment overlooking the city, from where they could observe their next target, the famous Dragon's Pearl jewelry store. This time they decided to act more carefully. Daniel took on the role of a regular worker, taking a temporary job at the store. This allowed him to study the internal processes and location of security systems from the inside. Julia, for her part, penetrated the store's digital infrastructure, collecting all the necessary information and preparing the systems for hacking. Every evening they met in their apartment, exchanging information received and adjusting the plan. They decided that this time they would use not only technology, but also the human factor. Daniel befriended several of the store's employees, extracting useful details from them and lulling them into a false sense of security. Finally, the day of the robbery arrived. Julia hacked the alarm system, disabling the cameras and creating the illusion that everything was fine. Daniel, taking advantage of his position, entered the vault and began collecting the most valuable jewelry. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, one of the employees he trusted noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. The situation became critical. Daniel was trapped and the guards were heading towards him. Julia, watching what was happening through the cameras, realized that she needed to act quickly. She activated a backup plan, calling a fake fire alarm in a nearby building, which distracted the guards and allowed Daniel to escape from the vault. They met on the roof of the building from which they were planning to escape. Daniel was on edge, but Julia remained calm and confident. Together, they went down the fire escape and disappeared into the alleys of Hong Kong, leaving the police and security guards at a loss. This operation showed them that they can overcome any challenge if they work together and rely on their skills and ingenuity. Daniel and Julia decided that they would stop their activities for a while and travel to Japan, where they would continue their research and development. Hong Kong became for them not just another city, but an important lesson that taught them to be even more careful and prudent. The world of crime remained full of opportunity, and Daniel and Julia were ready to take on any challenge it presented to them. Daniel and Julia, after a successful operation in Hong Kong and a well-deserved holiday in Japan, turned their attention to Europe. High on their list of priority targets was Ukraine, a country with a rich history and culture, but also a developing economy and high levels of corruption. This could work to their advantage. Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, became their next destination. The city, with its magnificent architecture and modern shopping malls, provided them with plenty of targets to rob. Their attention was attracted by the elite jewelry store Zolotaya Korona, located in the heart of the city on Kreshchatyk. The store was famous for its exclusive jewelry and antiques. To prepare, they rented an apartment in the center of Kyiv, from where they could observe the store and its surroundings. Daniel began doing reconnaissance, visiting the store under the guise of a wealthy client and studying all the security details. He found out that the store was guarded not only by modern technology, but also by a private security company with a good reputation. Julia, meanwhile, was penetrating the store's digital infrastructure. She hacked into their systems, studied the guards' work schedules, and collected information about all employees. She also implemented several of her programs to create false alarms and distractions. Their plan was complex and multi-stage. First, they decided to exploit a vulnerability in the area's power supply to cause a temporary blackout. Secondly, they developed an infiltration scheme using underground communications left over from Soviet times. The night of the robbery has arrived. Daniel and Julia were extremely focused. Julia activated her programs, causing false alarms in several nearby buildings and cutting off power in the area of the store. Daniel, dressed in a black jumpsuit, made his way through underground communications and ended up in the basement of the store. Everything was going according to plan until a backup security system they didn't know about was activated. The store was instantly filled with security guards, and the alarm began to work offline. Daniel was trapped, but Julia was not at a loss. She quickly hacked into the backup system and caused another series of false alarms, giving Daniel a few minutes to complete the operation. He collected the most valuable jewelry and antiques, but the exit was blocked by guards. Julia activated the drones, which began to create chaos outside, diverting the attention of the guards. Daniel used this moment to climb out the window onto the roof of a nearby building. They met in a pre-prepared car and quickly left the crime scene. The Kiev robbery did not go as smoothly as planned, but they still achieved their goal. Daniel and Julia realized that Ukraine presented them with a new level of challenges and opportunities. After that, they decided to lay low for a while in one of the small cities in western Ukraine in order to analyze what happened and prepare for new operations. Their next step was full of unknowns, but they were ready for new challenges and adventures that could await them in the world of crime. After a successful but tense heist in Kyiv, Daniel and Julia decided to move to the south of Ukraine, to the port city of Odessa. Odessa, with its rich cultural traditions and vibrant atmosphere, seemed like the perfect place for our next venture. The city was known for its historic buildings, luxury shops, and hidden wealth, making it an attractive target for the next heist. They chose as their target the famous jewelry store Black Sea Star, located in the historical center of the city, not far from the Potemkin Stairs. This store was famous for its exclusive jewelry and expensive watches. Their main task was to enter the store and take out the most valuable things without attracting attention. To begin with, they rented an apartment overlooking Deribasovskaya Street, from where they could observe the store and its surroundings. Daniel began visiting the store, posing as a wealthy foreigner interested in unique jewelry to study the security systems and camera locations. He learned that the store was guarded by a private security company and had a sophisticated alarm system. Julia, in turn, began hacking into the store's digital infrastructure, gaining access to their internal systems and studying weaknesses. She discovered that the alarm system had a vulnerability that allowed it to be disabled for a short period of time without attracting attention. Their plan included several stages. First, Julia had to hack the alarm system and disable the security cameras. Secondly, Daniel had to enter the store through the back door, which they had prepared in advance, and collect all the valuable items. Thirdly, they had to escape without leaving a trace. The night of the robbery was full of tension. Julia activated her programs and disabled the store's security systems. Daniel, dressed in a black jumpsuit, entered through the back door and began collecting jewelry and expensive watches. Everything was going according to plan until an unexpected failure occurred in the system. One of the guards accidentally discovered that the cameras were not working and raised the alarm. The situation became critical. Julia quickly hacked into the city's lighting system, causing a temporary blackout in the area around the store. This gave Daniel a few minutes to complete the operation and escape through the underground communications that they had explored in advance. They met at a pre-agreed location and quickly left the city center, heading towards the port. Daniel and Julia knew that they might have more problems in Odessa due to the activity of local criminal groups and the police, so they decided to leave the city as soon as possible. They used a pre-prepared ship to leave Odessa and hide on the open sea. The operation taught them an important lesson, showing them that even the best-laid plans can run into unexpected problems. They decided to go to Romania, where they planned to hide and prepare for new challenges. Daniel and Julia were determined to continue their criminal adventures, despite all the difficulties that might come their way. The world of crime remained exciting and full of possibilities, and they had no intention of stopping there. Daniel and Julia, having disappeared into the open sea after a daring robbery in Odessa, headed to the shores of Romania. Their route took them through the Black Sea, and they hoped that sailing would help them avoid the attention of both Ukrainian and Romanian authorities. Arriving in Romania, they found refuge in a small coastal town known for its labyrinthine ancient streets and safety for fugitives. The Romanian coastal town became their temporary base. Here they rented a modest house on the outskirts where they could calmly review their past operations and prepare for new challenges. The Odessa operation had taught them a lot, and they decided that their next steps would need to be more thoughtful and sophisticated. They chose a famous jewelry house in Bucharest as their next target. It was one of the most guarded and prestigious stores in Romania, famous for its unique jewelry and antiques. Daniel and Julia began their preparation by carefully studying the store, its security and security systems. Daniel again used his method of infiltrating under the guise of a client. He visited the store several times, pretending to be a wealthy collector interested in antique jewelry. This allowed him to study the location of the cells, the work schedule of employees and security guards. Julia, meanwhile, hacked their security systems, gaining access to building plans and security patrol schedules. They developed a complex plan involving distractions and the use of false documents. First of all, they decided to create a false alarm in another area of the city in order to distract part of the guards. Then, using fake passes, Daniel had to infiltrate the building and collect the most valuable items while Julia controlled the security systems and cameras. The day of the operation arrived. Julia triggered a false alarm, causing chaos in another part of the city. The police and part of the security were distracted, which gave them the necessary time. Daniel, using fake passes, entered the building and began collecting jewelry. Everything went according to plan until one of the employees noticed the fake documents and raised the alarm. The situation got out of control again. Julia quickly hacked into the building's control system, blocking the exits and disabling the alarm. This gave Daniel a few extra minutes to complete the operation. He collected the most valuable things and headed to the exit, where Julia was already waiting for him in a car. They managed to escape before the police and security arrived. The robbery in Bucharest was successful, but tensions grew. Daniel and Julia realized that with each new case they were attracting more and more attention from international law enforcement agencies. After the robbery, they decided to leave Romania and head to Central Europe. Their next destination was Budapest, a city with a rich history and many luxury shops. They knew that a new level of challenges and opportunities awaited them here, but they were ready for them. In Budapest, they began by exploring the city and choosing their next target. Daniel and Julia were determined to continue their criminal adventures, despite all the difficulties and dangers that might come their way. The world of crime remained exciting and full of possibilities, and they had no intention of stopping there. Daniel and Julia arrived in Budapest under cover of darkness, choosing a small apartment in a quiet area of the city for their hideout. The ancient streets and majestic buildings provided them with the opportunity to remain invisible and explore the surroundings at the same time. Budapest became for them a new field for research and preparation for the next case. They chose as their target the famous jewelry store St. Stephen's Crown, located in the city center, near the Danube. This store was known for its exclusive jewelry and antiques, as well as high security measures. Daniel and Julia began by carefully reviewing the store's security systems and security schedules. Daniel again used his usual tactics. He began visiting the store under the guise of a wealthy collector interested in unique jewelry. This allowed him to study the internal layout of the building, the location of cameras and guards. Julia, meanwhile, hacked into the store's security systems, gaining access to their internal data and building plans. Their plan included several key steps. First, they decided to use diversionary maneuvers to divert the attention of security and police. Secondly, Daniel had to enter the building through the back door, which they had prepared in advance, and collect all the valuable items. Third, Julia monitored the alarm system and cameras to ensure safe exit. The night of the robbery was full of tension. Julia activated her programs, causing false alarms in different parts of the city. The police and security were distracted, giving Daniel the time he needed. He entered the building through the back door and began collecting jewelry and antiques. Everything went according to plan until an additional security system, which they did not know about, went off. The situation became critical. Julia quickly hacked into the city's control system, causing a temporary power outage in the area around the store. This gave Daniel a few minutes to complete the operation and escape through a prepared exit. They met at a pre-agreed location and quickly left the city center. After a successful robbery in Budapest, they decided to temporarily hide in Austria. In the Vienna woods, in a small house, they found refuge where they could calmly analyze their past actions and prepare for new challenges. The operation in Budapest showed them that their methods needed constant updating and improvement. They decided that their next step would be Vienna, a city rich in history and culture. Daniel and Julia knew that new challenges and opportunities awaited them in Vienna, but they were ready for them. The world of crime continued to beckon them, promising new adventures and incredible rewards. In Vienna, among the majestic palaces and rich museums, Daniel and Julia decided to carry out the most daring and dangerous robbery of their criminal career. Their goal was the legendary Kunstkamera Museum, known for its priceless collections of jewelry, works of art, and rare artifacts. This museum was guarded by one of the most advanced security systems in the world, making their plan even riskier, but also potentially more lucrative. They spent months preparing. Daniel and Julia studied every detail of the museum, from the location of the cameras to the routes of the guards. Julia hacked into the museum's internal management systems, gaining access to building plans and security schedules. They knew that any mistake could cost them not only their freedom, but also their lives. Their plan was thought out in detail and included several stages. First, they decided to use a diversion by causing a false alarm in another part of the city. Secondly, Julia hacked the museum's management system, temporarily disabling the cameras and alarms. Thirdly, Daniel entered the building through the ventilation shaft, which they had prepared in advance, and collected the most valuable exhibits. The night of the robbery arrived. Julia, being in a safe place, activated her programs and caused a false alarm in another area of Vienna. The police and part of the security were distracted, which gave them the necessary time. Daniel, dressed in a black jumpsuit and equipped with the latest gadgets, entered the building through the ventilation shaft and began his journey to the main hall with the jewels. Everything was going according to plan until a backup security system they didn't know about went off. Autonomous laser traps and motion sensors began operating in the museum. Daniel had to show all his dexterity and ingenuity to avoid traps and get to the goal. Julia, seeing what was happening through the cameras, tried to hack into the backup system to help Daniel. After tense minutes that seemed like an eternity, Daniel finally reached the main hall. He quickly collected the most valuable items, including rare jewelry and works of art. However, the exit was blocked by security, who began to return after a false alarm. Julia activated the drones, which began to create chaos outside, diverting the attention of the guards. Daniel used this moment to climb out through the ventilation shaft and meet Julia at a pre-agreed location. They managed to leave Vienna without leaving a trace and disappeared into the suburbs, where they had prepared a safe shelter in advance. Their production turned out to be one of the largest in history. They stole jewelry and works of art worth approximately 200 million euros. This robbery was a real triumph for Daniel and Julia, proving their skill and ingenuity. However, they understood that now they would be hunted not only by the police, but also by international organizations involved in the protection of cultural heritage. They decided to hide and lie low for a while to analyze their actions and prepare for new challenges. Their next adventure promised to be no less exciting and dangerous, but they were ready for it. The world of crime remained full of opportunity and risk, and Daniel and Julia were not going to stop there. After a daring robbery in Vienna, Daniel and Julia hid in one of the small village houses on the outskirts of Austria. They carefully thought out their route of retreat and change of shelters in order to confuse their tracks and avoid persecution. Realizing that their actions had attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies, they decided to lay low for a while and develop new precautions. International police and cultural heritage agencies were determined to find the elusive couple. They began a large-scale investigation, using all available technology and resources. In every major city in Europe, additional patrols were installed and security measures were strengthened in museums and shops. However, despite their best efforts, Daniel and Julia remained out of reach. Daniel and Julia were prepared for this turn of events. They used fake documents, changed their appearance, and carefully selected hiding places. Whenever they felt they might be discovered, they quickly changed locations, avoiding staying in one place for too long. They also used sophisticated encryption and anonymization techniques to remain invisible in the digital world. Despite the best efforts of the police, their attempts to find Daniel and Julia were unsuccessful. Each new place where the couple stayed was carefully thought out and prepared. They used abandoned buildings, remote village houses, and even underground hideouts to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Daniel and Julia weren't sitting idle. They continued to develop new technologies and techniques that could help them in future heists. Their next task would be even more daring and complex, but they were confident in their abilities. Time passed, and they began to plan a new robbery. This time, their target was the famous museum in Amsterdam, known for its unique collections and sophisticated security systems. Daniel and Julia knew that this case would be the most difficult and risky they had ever planned, but this only fueled their excitement. They carefully studied the museum, its security systems and patrol routes. Julia hacked into the museum's internal networks, gaining access to building plans and security schedules. Daniel, in turn, studied physical security and planned infiltration and evacuation routes. Their plan included several stages. First, they decided to use diversionary maneuvers to divert the attention of security and police. Secondly, Julia hacked the museum's management system, temporarily disabling the cameras and alarms. Thirdly, Daniel had to enter the building through a secret passage, which they had prepared in advance, and collect the most valuable exhibits. The night of the robbery arrived. Daniel and Julia were extremely focused. Julia activated her programs, causing false alarms in different parts of the city. The police and part of the security were distracted, which gave them the necessary time. Daniel, dressed in a black jumpsuit and equipped with the latest gadgets, entered the building through a secret passage and began his journey to the main hall with the jewels. Everything was going according to plan until a backup security system they didn't know about went off. Autonomous laser traps and motion sensors began operating in the museum. Daniel had to show all his dexterity and ingenuity to avoid traps and get to the goal. Julia, seeing what was happening through the cameras, tried to hack into the backup system to help Daniel. After tense minutes that seemed like an eternity, Daniel finally reached the main hall. He quickly collected the most valuable items, including rare jewelry and works of art. However, the exit was blocked by security, who began to return after a false alarm. Julia activated the drones, which began to create chaos outside, diverting the attention of the guards. Daniel used this moment to sneak out through the secret passage and meet Julia at a pre-agreed location. They managed to leave Amsterdam without leaving any traces and disappeared into the suburbs, where they had prepared a safe shelter in advance. They were able to steal exhibits worth about 300 million euros. This robbery was a real triumph for Daniel and Julia, proving their skill and ingenuity. However, they understood that now they would be hunted not only by the police, but also by international organizations involved in the protection of cultural heritage. After a daring robbery in Amsterdam, Daniel and Julia decided to disappear from view for a while. They took refuge in a small village house on the outskirts of Switzerland, among the snow-capped Alps, where they could calmly discuss their next steps. The Amsterdam robbery brought them a huge amount of money, but also attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies. The police, Interpol, special agents were all hunting them, hoping to catch this elusive couple. But Daniel and Julia were always one step ahead. Switzerland provided them with temporary shelter, but they understood that they could not stay here for long. It was time to think about the next step. This time they chose not just an object, but an entire country. Their new goal was Monaco, a principality known for its luxury, casinos, and richest inhabitants. Monaco is a different matter. Security here is at the highest level, and every square meter of the city is under surveillance. But that didn't stop Daniel and Julia. On the contrary, the more difficult the task, the more they were attracted to it. They began planning a robbery that would be the culmination of their criminal careers. They first explored Monaco remotely. Julia hacked into databases, studying security schedules and security systems for casinos and jewelry stores. Daniel worked on the physical aspects: how to get in, how to get out, how to create a distraction. They decided that attacking one target would not have the desired effect. Their plan included simultaneous robberies of several jewelry stores and casinos. This was meant to create chaos and make the work of the police more difficult. The day of the Great Heist has arrived. Daniel and Julia, dressed as rich tourists, wandered the streets of Monaco, seemingly no different from the rest. At the appointed time, Julia activated diversionary maneuvers, hacking city cameras, causing false alarms, and even causing a small power outage in several blocks. Daniel, using his skills and ingenuity, penetrated stores and casinos, collecting all the most valuable things. Every step was calculated to the smallest detail. They acted quickly and silently, leaving no traces. In the midst of the chaos, with security and police running around the city trying to figure out what was happening, Daniel and Julia were already on their way to their hideout. They chose a discreet exit from the city, on a rented yacht that was waiting for them at the port. Their haul amounted to a staggering 500 million euros. Daniel and Julia have once again proven that they are the best in the business. But with this success came the realization that there was no turning back for them. They were searched all over the world, and any mistake could cost them their freedom. They decided to temporarily hide on an uninhabited island in the Mediterranean Sea. Here, away from the bustle and attention, they could think about their next steps. Every day was full of new plans and ideas. They knew that they could not stop, but they also understood that each new step must be even more thoughtful and careful. The world of crime remained exciting and full of possibilities for them. Daniel and Julia were ready for new challenges, but this time they were going to play by their own rules, leaving no chance for their pursuers. Daniel and Julia lived a life full of criminal adventures and uncharted roads. Their every new business was like a challenge, which they accepted with genuine passion. The criminal world became their home, and adrenaline became their constant companion. After the robbery in Monaco, they realized that their passion for this lifestyle had not faded, but on the contrary, had only intensified. Every time they conceived a new business, their hearts beat faster and their minds worked at full capacity, creating more and more sophisticated plans. Living on an uninhabited island in the Mediterranean provided them with a temporary refuge where they could enjoy solitude while preparing for new challenges. They created a real paradise for themselves, a bungalow among palm trees, the clearest sea, and a complete absence of prying eyes. However, they could not remain in the shadows for long. They were attracted by the vibrant life of big cities, where the most daring robberies could be planned and carried out. Their next goal was Rome, a city with a 1,000-year history and untold riches. In Rome, their attention was attracted by the famous jewelry exhibition, which was to be held in one of the ancient palaces. A collection of rare jewelry brought from all over the world was an ideal target. It was a real challenge, and they were ready to take it on. Daniel and Julia started with a thorough reconnaissance. Daniel infiltrated several private events under the guise of a wealthy collector, while Julia hacked digital security systems and studied the palace plans. They created a detailed map of all the passages and exits and also developed several contingency plans. Finally, the night of the exhibition arrived. Daniel, smartly dressed in a tuxedo, mingled with the crowd while Julia monitored the cameras and security systems from her hideout to ensure the plan went smoothly. At the right moment, Daniel activated smoke bombs, causing panic and diverting the attention of the guards. He quickly collected the most valuable exhibits and, using a secret passage, disappeared from the palace. Once again, luck was on their side. They left Rome with booty valued at 300 million euros. Their reputation in the criminal world grew, and each new success only fueled their excitement. With each new business, their plans became more and more ambitious. They traveled the world, choosing the most guarded and rich sites for their operations. Paris, London, Tokyo, wherever they appeared, they left a trail of destroyed security systems and discouraged guards. Daniel and Julia enjoyed their lives. They enjoyed being on the edge, testing their skills and ingenuity while playing cat and mouse with the police and intelligence agencies. Their criminal career was full of adrenaline and thrill, and they were not going to stop. Every morning they started with new plans and ideas, discussing what new horizons they would have to conquer. For them, the criminal world became not only a way to earn money, but also a way of life that brought them real pleasure and happiness. And so their exciting and adventurous life continued, where every new day was a new challenge, and every new business was another opportunity to prove to themselves and the world that nothing is impossible for those who are ready to take risks and enjoy every minute. They were legends in the criminal world. Daniel and Julia conquered one case after another, leaving a trail of broken security systems and discouraged guards. But the more they enjoyed their life on the edge, the more pressure from international agencies increased on them. Their next destination was Hong Kong, a city that was known for its constant bustle and wealth. Here, they decided to take aim at one of the most guarded buildings, the International Financial Center, where there was a safe with priceless jewelry and documents, the value of which could not be estimated. Hong Kong is a labyrinth of opportunities and obstacles. Every block was under surveillance, and every building had its own security measures. Daniel and Julia knew this would be their hardest task yet, but it only fueled them. They began with careful preparation, renting an apartment overlooking the financial center and beginning to gather information about its security system. Julia immersed herself in the world of digital networks, hacking systems and studying every detail. She discovered that the building was equipped with the latest technology, including biometric scanners and artificial intelligence that analyzed behavior. Daniel, in turn, studied physical security and patrol routes. The plan was complex and multi-level. First, Julia had to create diversions throughout the city to divert the attention of the police and security. Secondly, they decided to use underground communications to enter the building without being noticed. Third, Julia hacked the control system, temporarily disabling the cameras and alarms. The night of the operation arrived. Julia activated her programs, creating chaos in different parts of the city. Police and security rushed around trying to deal with false alarms. Daniel, using underground communications, entered the building and began his journey to the safe. He moved quickly and silently, avoiding laser traps and biometric scanners. When he got to the safe, Julia hacked the system, opening it. Daniel began gathering jewelry and documents, knowing they only had a few minutes before the guards realized what had happened. Suddenly, the security system began to reboot, and the guards received a signal about a break-in. Daniel had to improvise. He activated smoke bombs to create an additional distraction and quickly headed for the exit. Julia coordinated his actions, providing information in real time. They met at a pre-prepared place and fled the crime scene. Their haul was colossal, more than $500 million in jewelry and priceless documents. The Hong Kong robbery was a new triumph for Daniel and Julia, but also the riskiest case of their careers. They understood that now they would be hunted not only by the police, but also by private security agencies working for wealthy clients. They decided to temporarily lay low in one of the quiet villages of New Zealand. Here, among beautiful nature and tranquility, they could analyze their actions and prepare for new challenges. Daniel and Julia knew their journey wouldn't be easy, but they were prepared for anything. Living on the edge became their raison d'être. Every new task, every new challenge brought them pleasure and a sense of accomplishment. They knew that they could not stop, and that many more adventures and risks awaited them. The world of crime remained exciting and full of opportunity for them, and they had no intention of changing their lifestyle. Living on the edge has always been a source of adrenaline and pleasure for Daniel and Julia. But one day, everything changed. Julia began to notice changes in her body, and after several days of doubt decided to take a test. The result was stunning. She was pregnant. This news shocked them both. Daniel and Julia were accustomed to danger, but now they faced a completely new reality. Pregnancy meant that their lives could no longer be the same as before. Responsibility for the child's future jeopardized their criminal careers and forced them to rethink many things. Daniel was confused. He had always been ready for any challenge, but now he was faced with a task for which he was not ready. Julia, despite her love of adrenaline and danger, began to think about the child's future and safety. They knew that their past lifestyle was too risky to raise a child. They decided to temporarily lay low and think about their next steps. Having moved to a small house in Novaya, Zealand, they began to plan how to cope with the new situation. Julia knew she needed to avoid stress and danger, which meant she wouldn't be able to participate in heists like she used to. Daniel took it upon himself to care for Julia, trying to keep her comfortable and safe. However, the thought that their lives would change forever haunted him. He understood that sooner or later their past might catch up with them, and they needed to be prepared for any surprises. Months passed. Julia was enjoying the peace and preparation for the birth of her baby, but Daniel couldn't just sit idly by. He began looking for ways to secure a future for his family without putting them in danger. But old habits and the desire to act did not give him rest. One day, strangers approached their house. Daniel quickly realized that these could be investigators or mercenaries working for those they had robbed. He decided to act quickly. They packed their things and left the house, heading inland. New Zealand provided them with plenty of cover, but they knew they couldn't hide forever. Julia, feeling her due date approaching, knew they needed to find a safe place. They decided to go to Australia, where they hoped to find peace and start a new life. In Sydney, they found a secluded place where they could hide for a while. Daniel got a job in a small workshop, where his skills and ingenuity were put to use in a more peaceful way. Julia prepared for the birth of her child, enjoying rare moments of peace. The birth of their daughter was a turning point in their lives. Little Emily brought light and joy to their existence, but also increased their worries and fears. They knew that their past could return, but now they had a new goal: to protect their family at all costs. Daniel and Julia knew that their criminal careers could not continue as before. They decided they had to find a new path that would allow them to provide security and a future for their daughter without putting her in danger. But giving up the old way of life was not so easy. They began planning how to use their skills and knowledge for legal and safe purposes. Daniel and Julia decided that their new life should be built on the same principles that helped them become the best in their business: resourcefulness, caution, and the pursuit of excellence. Investigators working on Daniel and Julia's case have finally received new information. They learned that the couple had changed their appearance and last names, but their current location remained unknown. This news gave new impetus to the investigation, and agents were able to narrow their search. Meanwhile, Daniel and Julia, now known as Alex and Laura Williams, were enjoying a quiet life in suburban Sydney. Several years have passed. Emily grew up and their life seemed calm and safe. Alex got a job as an electronics repairman and Laura took care of the house and raising her daughter. They managed to integrate into the local community, avoiding unnecessary attention and carefully guarding their secret. However, they always remained on guard, knowing that their past could return at any moment. One day, Alex noticed that their house was being watched. He knew it could be an accident, but his intuition told him otherwise. They decided it was time to move again, without waiting for investigators to get on their trail. Laura prepared everything necessary for a quick departure, and they went into the interior of Australia, to less populated areas. They found shelter in a small town, where they rented a house on the outskirts. This time, they decided to change tactics and try to find a way to legalize their situation. Alex began working remotely, using his programming and cybersecurity skills to provide income for his family without attracting attention. Meanwhile, investigators continued to search for them around the world. They knew that Alex and Laura Williams were just one of many masks, and that the couple could be anywhere. They assembled a team of cybersecurity specialists and began monitoring the internet and databases in search of the slightest traces. Alex, realizing that they could be searched through digital traces, took additional security measures. He created complex algorithms to mask their online activity and used anonymous networks to communicate with the outside world. It gave them time, but they knew it wouldn't last forever. One day, while analyzing their situation, they decided that they needed to find a way to legalize their situation. They began to look for old connections and people they could trust. One of these people was their old friend from the criminal world, who was now leading a legal life. He helped them organize new documents and prepare for legalization. They began the process of obtaining new documents that could withstand any scrutiny. It was a risky undertaking, but they understood that this was their only chance for a normal life. At the same time, they continued to hide and change their places of residence to avoid detection. Emily grew up, and they tried to give her everything she needed for a happy childhood. Despite the constant stress and risk, they found the strength to continue fighting for their family. Every day was a new challenge, but also a new opportunity. Alex and Laura knew that their journey would be long and difficult, but they were ready for anything for the safety and happiness of their daughter. Their criminal past had left its mark, but they believed they could create a new future, free from fear and persecution. The world was full of opportunities, and they were ready to take on any challenge to protect their family and start a new life. It's been several years since Alex and Laura Williams, formerly known as Daniel and Julia, left Australia. Their desire for a normal life, despite their criminal past, led them to a new stage. They managed to legalize their documents and started life with a clean slate. However, rumors of their movements continued to spread among those who tried to find them. Rumors led investigators to China, where legends circulated about a mysterious couple living in luxury with stolen money. They were said to have settled in Shanghai, one of the most dynamic and cosmopolitan cities in the world. Daniel and Julia, now known as Chen and Li Ming, truly enjoyed the life they were able to afford due to their wealth. Their new home was a luxurious penthouse overlooking the Huangpu River in the heart of Shanghai. They led a secretive but comfortable life, enjoying luxury and attention to detail. Chen used his cybersecurity skills to open a successful data protection company that quickly captured the market. Li was involved in philanthropy, investing in various projects and helping local communities. Emily, now grown, attended one of the best international schools, receiving an education that prepared her for a bright future. She didn't know all the details of her parents' past, but she understood that they did everything possible to provide her with a happy and safe life. Investigators continued to look for them, but each time they came across new false leads and false information. Chen and Li Ming were masters of disguise, and their experience in hiding their tracks allowed them to stay one step ahead. Rumors of rich life in China continued to spread, but no investigator could find evidence of their whereabouts. Daniel and Julia enjoyed every minute of their new lives, knowing that their past was behind them. They knew that despite their best efforts, they would always remember their criminal adventures. But now, their main priority was the safety and well-being of their family. Shanghai became their new home, where they could enjoy the fruits of their efforts and take care of their daughter's future. Daniel and Julia proved that, despite all the trials and dangers, they can build a new life full of happiness and success. Second story of the criminal. As a child, Andrew Smith was an ordinary boy living in the suburbs of Chicago. His family was not rich, but his parents always tried to give him the best they could. Andrew was an inquisitive and intelligent child who showed an interest in technology and various mechanisms from an early age. He enjoyed disassembling and assembling toys and later household appliances. When Andrew was 10 years old, his father lost his job and the family found themselves on the brink of poverty. This event became a turning point in the boy's life. He saw how hard his parents had to find ways to survive, and this gave him a feeling of injustice. He decided that he would never allow himself and his loved ones to live in need. As a teenager, Andrew began to test his limits. He learned how to pick locks and security systems using his knowledge of mechanisms. His first victim was a school warehouse, where he stole several computers and sold them on the black market. This successful operation gave him confidence in his abilities and a taste for the adrenaline that accompanies such actions. Andrew quickly learned that the more difficult the goal, the greater the reward. He began planning larger thefts, carefully studying the security systems of the sites. His next targets were large shopping centers and warehouses. However, Andrew did not forget about his roots. He often distributed part of the loot to those who needed help, which created an aura around him of a kind of modern Robin Hood. But as his thefts became more bold, so did the attention of the police. Andrew knew he needed to be even smarter and more careful. He began to carefully plan his operations, avoiding surveillance cameras and leaving a minimum of traces. His knowledge and skills allowed him to hack even the most complex security systems. His first major success came when he decided to rob a local airport. Using his connections and skills, Andrew was able to infiltrate the cargo terminal and steal the precious cargo. This success only strengthened his determination to continue his criminal career. Andrew expanded his operations and began targeting large ships carrying valuable cargo. He developed complex schemes that allowed him to bypass the security systems of ports and ships. Each robbery was carefully planned and executed with pinpoint precision. However, Andrew wasn't limited to just airports and ships. He understood that schools could also contain valuables, from expensive equipment to students' personal belongings. He became one of America's most wanted fugitives, leaving a trail of looted properties and surprised witnesses in his wake. But despite his success, Andrew knew that he needed to be constantly vigilant and able to adapt to changing circumstances. His life became an endless game of cat and mouse with the law, in which the stakes grew higher every day. Andrew continued his daring robberies, becoming more and more skilled at his craft. He carefully studied each object before starting an operation and always found weaknesses in the security system. His successes did not go unnoticed, and he soon became a legend in the criminal world. One of his most memorable heists was the infiltration of an elite school in New York, where valuable works of art and rare books were kept. Andrew managed to bypass all security systems, including cameras and guards, and came out with loot worth millions of dollars. This success not only strengthened his reputation but also attracted the attention of the FBI. Despite the growing risks, Andrew had no intention of stopping. He understood that each new robbery had to be even more daring and complex in order to maintain his adrenaline level and stay one step ahead of the law. New plans were brewing in his head, and one of the next targets was a large port terminal in Los Angeles. Andrew and his team began preparing for this operation with extreme care. They studied court schedules, security schemes, and surveillance cameras. This time, Andrew decided to use the latest technology, including drones and specialized hacking equipment, to ensure the success of the mission. On the night of the robbery, the team acted coherently and professionally. Andrew controlled every action of his accomplices, and the operation went like clockwork. They were able to board the ship, load containers of expensive goods onto their vehicles, and disappear before security noticed they were missing. This triumph only whetted Andrew's appetite for even bigger operations. He began planning a robbery at one of the world's largest airports, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. The plan was so complex that its preparation took several months. Andrew and his team conducted a thorough surveillance of the site, analyzing all aspects of security and staff routines. They created fake passes that allowed them to move freely around the airport. Finally, Day X arrived. On the night of the robbery, the team acted flawlessly. They disabled video surveillance systems, broke electronic locks, and entered cargo terminals where particularly valuable cargo was stored. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly one of the alarms went off and the guards began to converge on the site of the intrusion. Andrew knew their time was limited. He decided to speed up the operation and quickly organize the evacuation of the loot. In the final seconds before police arrived, the team fled the airport grounds, leaving chaos and bewildered security guards in their wake. Despite the near miss, the airport robbery became one of the most successful of Andrew's career. But now, a real hunt was underway for him, and he realized that he needed to act even more carefully. He decided to lay low for a while and come up with a new plan that would allow him to continue his criminal activities while remaining elusive. Andrew began to analyze international routes and look for new opportunities for robberies. His attention was drawn to one of the largest ports in the world, the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. He knew it would be a real challenge, but it was operations like these that brought him true satisfaction. Preparations for the robbery of the port of Rotterdam took several months. Andrew and his team reviewed all aspects of port security, including patrols, CCTV cameras, and staff scheduling. They developed a complex plan that included the use of fake documents and high-tech equipment. On the night of the operation, the team acted coherently and confidently. Andrew controlled their every move, and soon they were able to enter the port. Everything went according to plan, and they began loading containers of valuable goods onto their vehicles. But suddenly one of the port employees appeared and noticed something was wrong. Andrew made a quick decision to neutralize the witness and speed up the loading process. They were able to complete the operation and leave the port before the police arrived. The robbery of the port of Rotterdam became one of the most daring and successful in his career. Now Andrew was confident that he could cope with any task. His next target was one of the largest banks in the world, the Bank of England. It took more than a year to prepare for this heist, but Andrew knew the results would be worth it. Andrew and his team began preparing for the Bank of England robbery with a detailed plan. They studied every corner of the building, every cell, and every shift of security. This bank was famous for its impenetrable security systems, and Andrew knew that they were about to have the most difficult robbery of his career. They developed several action scenarios to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Andrew brought the best specialists to the operation: hackers, safecrackers, and camouflage experts. They created fake documents and legends that allowed them to sneak inside the bank unnoticed. The day of the robbery was scheduled for a quiet Sunday morning when there was minimal activity at the bank. On the appointed day, the team began to act. Hackers penetrated the bank's security system and temporarily disabled surveillance cameras. The safecrackers quickly and accurately opened the security doors, and the team began filling bags with money and jewelry. Suddenly, the security system went off and the alarm sound spread throughout the building. Andrew was not at a loss. He quickly ordered the team to speed up the process and prepare for evacuation. In the last seconds before the arrival of the guards, they left the bank through underground tunnels, prepared in advance for their retreat. The robbery was successful, but the tension was incredible. Now Andrew realized that he needed to temporarily hide and let the attention of law enforcement agencies subside. He decided to go to South America, where he had connections that allowed him to remain undetected. However, Andrew had no intention of stopping his activities. He continued to plan and analyze new possibilities. While in Argentina, Andrew learned of a large diamond mine in Brazil that was one of the most secure in the world. He decided that this would be his next goal. Preparation for the mine robbery included months of studying its structure and security system. Andrew brought the best underground and safety experts to the operation. The team entered the mine territory under the guise of workers. They used sophisticated circuits and equipment to bypass security systems. When they got to the diamond storage facility, the operation did not go according to plan. One of the motion sensors was activated, and the guards began to converge on the infiltration site. Andrew quickly decided to evacuate, taking with him only part of the loot. The mine robbery brought less than they expected, but made them realize that even the most protected objects have weak points. Andrew continued to seek new goals and improve his methods. His team became a legend in the criminal world, and many wanted to join them, but Andrew chose only the most reliable and trusted. Andrew's next goal was one of the largest casinos in Las Vegas. This place attracted him not only with its huge cash flows, but also with its high level of security, which he considered another challenge. The team developed a detailed plan that included distracting security and disrupting key security systems. The operation began with a staged fire on one of the top floors of the casino. While security and staff evacuated visitors, Andrew's team entered the vault and began opening the safes. They soon encountered an unexpected obstacle: reinforced security, which, despite the fire alarm, remained at its post. Andrew and his team were forced to improvise. Using smoke bombs and explosive devices, they managed to distract the guards and seize a significant amount of money and securities. Leaving the casino through hidden exits, they again avoided arrest. But they understood that after this robbery, attention to them would increase many times over. Andrew decided it was time to change tactics. He went to Europe, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. In Paris, he began to develop a plan to rob one of the most famous museums, the Louvre. His goal was rare and priceless works of art that could be sold on the black market for exorbitant amounts of money. Andrew knew that this would be one of the most difficult robberies of his life. He began collecting information about the museum's security systems, patrol routes, and staff work schedules. The team carefully prepared for the operation, thinking through every detail. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew and his men entered the Louvre disguised as tourists. They turned off the alarm systems and began removing paintings and statues that they had previously chosen as the most valuable. However, despite all the precautions, one of the museum employees noticed something was wrong and called the police. Andrew and his team are trapped. They quickly gathered and began to leave through underground passages, which they had prepared in advance for retreat. They managed to carry away only part of the loot, but even this was enough to provide them with a comfortable life for several years to come. Now Andrew knew that he could handle any challenge. His reputation in the criminal world continued to grow, and he was ready for new, even more daring operations. Andrew decided to temporarily lay low to relieve tension after the daring robbery of the Louvre. He went to a quiet corner of Switzerland, where he lived in a secluded chalet under a false name. But even there, his mind did not rest. He continued to make plans and analyze potential targets. In Switzerland, he learned about the famous bank vaults in Zurich, which store billions of dollars in gold, bullion, and jewelry. These vaults were considered impregnable, but for Andrew, this was just another challenge. He began collecting information about the bank's security systems and hiring the best hacking specialists. The preparation took many months. Andrew developed a complex plan that included introducing a fake employee into the bank, hacking electronic systems, and neutralizing security. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew's team acted as one unit and they soon found themselves inside the vault. But suddenly their plan failed. The guards turned out to be more vigilant than they expected. Andrew and his team were trapped and had to act quickly. They used smoke grenades and ultrasonic devices to disorient the guards and escape from the building. They managed to capture only part of the gold, but even this was a huge success. Andrew knew that he needed to go as far as possible to escape pursuit. He headed to Asia, where new challenges awaited him. In Hong Kong, he learned about a large shipment of diamonds that were to be transported through the local port. Andrew realized that this was a great opportunity to recover losses and earn a decent amount. He began developing a plan that involved using forged documents and hacking the port's security system. The operation went flawlessly. Andrew and his team entered the port, broke into containers, and stole diamonds. This time they managed to avoid any suspicion and quickly escape from the crime scene. This was one of the most successful robberies, and Andrew decided that it was time to take a little rest and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He settled in a luxurious villa on the coast of Thailand, where he lived under a new name and tried not to attract attention to himself. But even there, the thought of new robberies and new challenges did not leave him. Andrew began to study international routes for transporting valuable cargo and plan the next operations. One of these plans was the robbery of a large jewelry factory in Japan, where the most expensive jewelry in the world was produced. Andrew knew it would be difficult, but it was challenges like these that brought him true satisfaction. He again assembled a team of the best specialists and began preparations. On the night of the robbery, the team entered the plant disguised as employees. They hacked the security systems and began taking away precious jewelry. But suddenly, one of the plant workers appeared and noticed something was wrong. Andrew made a quick decision to neutralize the witness and speed up the loading process. They managed to complete the operation and leave the plant before the police arrived. This robbery was another triumph in Andrew's career. Now he was confident that he could cope with any challenge and began to plan new, even larger-scale operations. Ahead of him lay the robbery of one of the largest diamond storage facilities in the world, located in South Africa. Andrew knew it would be a real challenge, but it was operations like this that brought him not only money, but also the adrenaline that he was used to. The preparation took several months, but Andrew was confident of success. Andrew began planning the robbery of a diamond vault in South Africa with extreme care. He knew that this would be one of his most difficult and risky undertakings. The vault's security system was one of the most advanced in the world, and the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. Andrew went to South Africa, where, under the guise of a tourist, he began collecting information about the storage facility. He made connections with local crime bosses who helped him with logistics and provided him with fake documents. He also brought in the best cracking and hacking experts to bypass complex security systems. The team spent several months preparing. They examined all aspects of the vault's security, including security shift schedules and CCTV camera locations. Andrew developed a complex plan that involved the use of high-tech equipment and diversionary maneuvers. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew's team began to act according to plan. Hackers hacked the security system and disabled surveillance cameras. Safecrackers quickly entered the vault and the team began filling bags with diamonds. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly the security system was activated and the guards began to converge on the infiltration site. Andrew quickly made the decision to speed up the operation and evacuate. They managed to seize a significant part of the diamonds and escape before the police arrived. The operation was successful, but the stress was incredible. Andrew knew that now he would be hunted even more closely. He decided to temporarily hide in Australia, where new challenges awaited him. In Sydney, he learned about a large shipment of gold that was to be transported through the local port. Andrew began developing a plan that involved using forged documents and hacking the port's security system. The operation in Sydney went flawlessly. Andrew's team entered the port, broke into containers, and stole gold. They managed to avoid any suspicion and quickly escape from the crime scene. This robbery was one of the most successful, and Andrew decided that it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. He moved to a quiet island in the Pacific Ocean, where he lived under a new name and tried not to attract attention to himself. But even there, the thought of new robberies and new challenges did not leave him. Andrew began to study international routes for transporting valuable cargo and plan the next operations. Andrew's next target was one of the largest banks in Shanghai. The bank was famous for its impenetrable security systems, and Andrew knew this would be a real challenge. He began collecting information about the bank's security system and hiring the best hacking specialists. The preparation took many months. Andrew developed a complex plan that included introducing a fake employee into the bank, hacking electronic systems, and neutralizing security. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew's team acted as one unit, and they soon found themselves inside the vault. But suddenly, their plan failed. The guards turned out to be more vigilant than they expected. Andrew and his team were trapped and had to act quickly. They used smoke grenades and ultrasonic devices to disorient the guards and escape from the building. They managed to capture only part of the gold, but even this was a huge success. Andrew knew that he needed to go as far as possible to escape pursuit. He headed to South America, where new challenges awaited him. In Brazil, he learned about a large shipment of diamonds that were to be transported through the local port. Andrew realized that this was a great opportunity to recover losses and earn a decent amount. He began developing a plan that involved using forged documents and hacking the port's security system. The operation in Brazil went flawlessly. Andrew and his team entered the port, broke into containers, and stole diamonds. This time they managed to avoid any suspicion and quickly escape from the crime scene. This was one of the most successful robberies, and Andrew decided that it was time to take a little rest and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He settled in a luxurious villa on the coast of Uruguay, where he lived under a new name and tried not to attract attention to himself. But even there, the thought of new robberies and new challenges did not leave him. Andrew began to study international routes for transporting valuable cargo and plan the next operations. One of these plans was the robbery of a large jewelry factory in India, where the most expensive jewelry in the world was produced. Andrew knew it would be difficult, but it was challenges like these that brought him true satisfaction. He again assembled a team of the best specialists and began preparations. On the night of the robbery, the team entered the plant disguised as employees. They hacked the security systems and began taking away precious jewelry. But suddenly, one of the plant workers appeared and noticed something was wrong. Andrew made a quick decision to neutralize the witness and speed up the loading process. They managed to complete the operation and leave the plant before the police arrived. This robbery was another triumph in Andrew's career. Now he was confident that he could cope with any challenge and began to plan new, even larger-scale operations. Now he turned his attention to one of the largest cryptocurrency storage facilities in Switzerland, realizing that this would be a real challenge in his career. Andrew began preparing for the robbery of one of the largest cryptocurrency vaults in Switzerland with extreme care. He understood that, in this case, he would need not only the skills of a hacker, but also deep knowledge in the field of information technology. Andrew assembled a team of top hackers and cybersecurity experts to develop a plan that would allow them to break into virtual vaults and steal digital assets. Months of preparation included studying the structure of the repository, analyzing system vulnerabilities, and developing sophisticated software tools for hacking. Andrew decided that the operation should take place in two stages. The first was hacking the security system and infiltrating the network. The second was the theft and safe evacuation of digital assets. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team began operating from the hideout of a rented chalet in the Alps. Hackers penetrated the storage security system and disabled security protocols, creating the illusion of normal operation. They then began hacking key servers to gain access to cryptocurrency wallets. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly the security system activated backup protocols. The operation was in jeopardy. Andrew quickly made the decision to speed up the process and complete the hack before the protection was fully activated. They managed to seize a significant portion of the cryptocurrency and escape before the vault employees discovered the intrusion. This success was huge, but Andrew understood that the attention of law enforcement agencies on him had increased significantly. He decided to temporarily hide and rest in a safe place before planning new operations. Andrew went to a small island in the Pacific Ocean, where he lived under a new name, enjoying the peace and quiet. But even on the island, the thought of new challenges and opportunities did not leave him. He began studying international routes for transporting valuable cargo and analyzing potential targets. Soon his attention was attracted by one of the largest museums in the world, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Andrew understood that the robbery of such a museum would require the utmost caution and detailed preparation. He assembled a team of art and security specialists to develop a plan that would allow them to infiltrate the museum and steal valuable artifacts. Preparation included studying building plans, security shift schedules, and CCTV camera locations. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew and his team entered the museum disguised as tourists. They turned off the alarm systems and began removing works of art that they had previously chosen as the most valuable. Suddenly, one of the museum employees noticed something was wrong and called the police. Andrew and his team were trapped, but acted quickly and smoothly. They used smoke bombs and diversions to disorient the guards and leave the building with the loot. They managed to carry away only part of the loot, but even this was enough to provide them with a comfortable life for several years to come. Once again, Andrew knew he needed to go into hiding temporarily and let the attention from law enforcement subside. He went to Asia, where new challenges awaited him. In Singapore, he learned about a large shipment of gold that was to be transported through the local port. Andrew began developing a plan that involved using forged documents and hacking the port's security system. The operation in Singapore went flawlessly. Andrew's team entered the port, broke into containers, and stole gold. They managed to avoid any suspicion and quickly escape from the crime scene. This was one of the most successful robberies, and Andrew decided that it was time to take a little rest and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He moved to a luxurious villa on the coast of Thailand, where he lived under a new name and tried not to attract attention to himself. But even there, the thought of new robberies and new challenges did not leave him. Andrew began to study international routes for transporting valuable cargo and plan the next operations. Andrew's next target was one of the largest banks in Dubai. The bank was famous for its impenetrable security systems, and Andrew knew this would be a real challenge. He began collecting information about the bank's security system and hiring the best hacking and hacking specialists. The preparation took many months. Andrew developed a complex plan that included introducing a fake employee into the bank, hacking electronic systems, and neutralizing security. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew's team acted as one unit, and they soon found themselves inside the vault. But suddenly their plan failed. The guards turned out to be more vigilant than they expected. Andrew and his team were trapped and had to act quickly. They used smoke grenades and ultrasonic devices to disorient the guards and escape from the building. They managed to capture only part of the gold, but even this was a huge success. Andrew knew that he needed to go as far as possible to escape pursuit. He headed to South America, where new challenges awaited him. In Argentina, he learned about a large shipment of diamonds that were to be transported through the local port. Andrew realized that this was a great opportunity to recover losses and earn a decent amount. He began developing a plan that involved using forged documents and hacking the port's security system. The operation in Argentina went flawlessly. Andrew and his team entered the port, broke into containers, and stole diamonds. This time, they managed to avoid any suspicion and quickly escape from the crime scene. This was one of the most successful robberies, and Andrew decided that it was time to take a little rest and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Andrew decided it was time for one of the most ambitious and complex heists of his career. He learned about a ship that was transporting a huge amount of jewelry from South Africa to Europe. This ship, the Royal Diamond, was equipped with the most advanced security systems and was accompanied by armed guards. But for Andrew, this was not an obstacle but a challenge. He began to carefully develop a robbery plan, knowing that it would be one of the most dangerous operations. Andrew assembled his team, including the best hackers, crackers, and marine navigation specialists. The preparation included studying the ship's route, security system, and security patrol schedule. The first step was to obtain information about the exact route and departure time of the ship. Andrew used his connections and resources to install a fake employee into a jewelry logistics company. This agent gave him all the necessary information, and the team began to develop a detailed plan. Andrew decided that the operation would take place on the high seas, where the risk of collision with law enforcement agencies was minimal. They rented a small but powerful yacht, equipped with all the necessary equipment for breaking and entering. The team also developed an evacuation plan in case things didn't go according to plan. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his crew took to the open sea, choosing a point through which the Royal Diamond would pass. They prepared all the necessary equipment, including devices for hacking the ship's communications and security systems. Once the Royal Diamond was within their reach, the team swung into action. Hackers hacked the ship's communication system, disabling all alarms and surveillance cameras. They then sent out a false distress signal to distract the guards and crew. At that moment, Andrew's team on the yacht approached the ship and used special devices to open the sealed hatches and get on board. On the ship, the guards were at a loss due to a false distress signal, and Andrew's crew took advantage of this moment. They quickly neutralized the guards using stun devices and gas grenades. They then began to load the jewelry into the prepared containers. But suddenly one of the guards managed to sound an alarm, and the team realized that they had little time. Andrew ordered the loading process to be accelerated and preparations for evacuation. They managed to grab most of the jewelry and leave the ship before help arrived. Andrew's team returned to their yacht and quickly fled the crime scene, leaving behind only a light trail in the open sea. They headed to a pre-prepared evacuation point, where transport was waiting for them for further movement. The robbery was successful, but Andrew knew that it was one of the riskiest things he had ever done. With a huge amount of jewelry in hand, Andrew and his crew headed to a safe place where they could divide the loot and lay low. They knew that law enforcement agencies and international agents would be looking for them, so they decided to temporarily hide in different parts of the world. Andrew went to Asia, where he settled in Hong Kong under a new name. But even there, he did not forget about new challenges and opportunities. His life was filled with adrenaline and continuous plans for the future. Each new challenge only strengthened his resolve and desire to remain an elusive heist master. Andrew enjoyed the temporary peace in Hong Kong, but soon realized that he could not remain in the shadows for long. His mind was constantly busy with new ideas and plans. He had heard about a legendary jewelry collection belonging to one of Asia's richest men, who kept his treasures in an underground bunker beneath his mansion in Shanghai. This collection was known as the Dragon Treasure and included rare artifacts and jewelry worth billions of dollars. Andrew was intrigued and decided that this would be his next goal. He began collecting information about the owner of the collection, the bunker's security system, and the layout of the mansion. Andrew hired the best intelligence and security specialists to develop a detailed plan for the robbery. He knew that this time he would have to face the most modern security technologies and a high degree of security. The first step was to introduce a fake employee into the mansion's security team. This agent was able to convey important information to Andrew about security hours, security camera locations, and alarm systems. Andrew and his team developed a complex plan that included the use of high-tech equipment, distractions, and artificial intelligence. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team entered the mansion under the guise of service personnel. They used special devices to disable surveillance cameras and open electronic locks. Upon entering the underground bunker, they encountered several layers of defense, including laser barriers and biometric scanners. Andrew knew they didn't have much time. They used precision laser drones to bypass laser barriers and fake biometrics for scanners. They soon found themselves in the heart of the bunker where the dragon treasures were kept. The team quickly began filling bags with jewelry and artifacts. But suddenly, a hidden security system was activated, and a protracted battle began in the bunker. Andrew and his team were forced to improvise. They used smoke grenades and ultrasonic devices to disorient the guards and leave the bunker with the loot. They managed to evade capture and escape from the crime scene. Andrew understood that this robbery would attract a lot of attention, so he decided to temporarily hide in one of the most remote corners of the world, on an island in the Pacific Ocean. He and his team divided the loot and agreed to go their separate ways for a while to throw law enforcement off their scent. But Andrew couldn't stay idle for long. On the island, he began to develop a new plan, which promised to be the largest and most daring robbery of his career. He learned of a secret operation to transport large quantities of rough diamonds through Antarctica. This operation was classified and protected by international security forces. Andrew decided that this would be his next challenge. He assembled a team including the best specialists in survival in extreme conditions, hackers, and engineers. Preparations for this operation took many months, and Andrew's team studied all aspects of the route and security systems. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team traveled to Antarctica on a specially equipped vessel equipped with the latest technology. They used drones for reconnaissance and hacked satellite surveillance systems to avoid detection. When the diamond convoy came within their range, the team began to act. They used specialized vehicles to reach the convoy and used high-tech equipment to hack security systems. They soon found themselves at the center of the operation, and a fight with the guards began. Andrew and his team used all their skills and equipment to capture the diamonds and escape until reinforcements arrived. The operation was a success, and Andrew knew that he was now one of the most wanted figures in the world. He and his crew headed to safety to divide up the loot and lay low. But even then, Andrew couldn't stop. A new plan was already maturing in his head to rob one of the most guarded banks in the world, located in the very heart of Tokyo. Andrew and his team successfully escaped after a robbery in Antarctica, but they knew that now the whole world would be hunting them. They needed to carefully prepare for the next operation to avoid arrest and ensure their safety. Andrew chose Tokyo not by chance. This city was one of the largest financial centers in the world, and the bank he targeted was famous for its inaccessibility. The Imperial Security Bank was known for its modern security systems and an army of guards working around the clock. Andrew understood that this operation would require maximum preparation and team coordination. He began collecting information about the bank, its structure, and security. Using forged documents and connections, Andrew managed to infiltrate his people into the bank's service staff so they could gather the necessary information from the inside. The preparation took many months. The team examined every aspect of the bank's security, including security shift schedules, camera placement, and motion sensors. Andrew recruited top hackers and engineers to create devices that could hack security systems and disable alarms. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team infiltrated the bank under the guise of technical personnel conducting a routine system check. They used the latest devices to disable surveillance cameras and break into electronic locks. They soon found themselves in a vault containing huge amounts of cash, jewelry, and securities. However, despite all the careful preparation, the operation encountered unforeseen difficulties. One of the bank employees working the night shift noticed something was wrong and called security. Andrew and his team are trapped and a fight with the guards ensues. They used smoke grenades and paralyzing devices to disorient their opponents and buy time. Andrew quickly made the decision to speed up the loading process and evacuate. They managed to capture a significant part of the contents of the vault and escape through underground tunnels that they had prepared in advance. But this time the chase was close. Police and security forces quickly responded and began combing the area. Andrew's team climbed to the surface and headed to the pre-prepared vehicles. They left Tokyo, leaving a trail of destruction and confused guards in their wake. Andrew knew that now the whole world was looking for them, and they needed to temporarily lie low. Andrew decided to go to South America, where he had connections and safe hideouts. They set up camp in the Amazon jungle, where they could rest and consider their next steps. But even there, Andrew could not stop. He knew they needed to be one step ahead of their pursuers. His attention was drawn to a major jewelry exhibition in Rio de Janeiro, where unique jewelry and works of art from all over the world were to be presented. Andrew understood that this was a great opportunity not only to make money, but also to divert attention from previous robberies. He began developing a new plan that included the use of high-tech devices and elaborate distractions. The team spent several weeks preparing, studying the exhibition center layout and security schedule. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew and his team entered the exhibition under the guise of representatives of the press. They used special devices to disable alarms and open protective cases. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly one of the guards noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Andrew and his team had to act quickly. They used smoke grenades and ultrasonic devices to disorient guards and visitors. They managed to seize a significant part of the jewelry and escape before the police arrived. The operation was successful, but Andrew knew that now they needed to lay low again and carefully plan their further actions. The team went to a hidden refuge on one of the Caribbean islands, where they could calmly distribute the spoils and think about new plans. Andrew knew that with each new robbery their risks increased, but it was precisely these types of challenges that attracted him. He had already begun to develop new ideas that promised to be even more daring and ambitious. Thus began the next chapter in the lives of Andrew and his team, filled with adrenaline, danger, and the never-ending hunt for riches. Andrew and his team were enjoying the temporary peace in the Caribbean, but the thought of a new challenge was looming. He wanted to do something unusual, something that would forever remain in the history of the criminal world. In the evening, sitting on the terrace of his hidden refuge, he pondered a new plan. Soon his attention was drawn to news of an upcoming summit of world leaders, which was to be held on a luxury yacht in the Mediterranean Sea. This summit was planned to discuss global economic issues, and among the guests were many of the richest people on the planet. Andrew understood that there would be a huge amount of valuable things and important documents on board the yacht. He began collecting information about the summit, the yacht, and the security system. It was not an easy task, as the security for such an event was some of the best in the world, but it was challenges like these that inspired Andrew. Preparation began with the formation of a team. He attracted top maritime operations specialists, hackers, and security experts. Andrew knew that success depended on careful preparation and teamwork. They developed a plan that included infiltrating agents onto the yacht under the guise of service personnel and using high-tech devices to bypass security systems. The day of the summit has arrived. The yacht, equipped with the most modern technology, was anchored in a picturesque bay. Andrew and his team infiltrated the ship under the guise of event staff. They began to act as the evening drew to a climax, and the guards' attention was weakened due to the gala dinner. Hackers hacked video surveillance and alarm systems, disabling them for a short period of time. Andrew and his men quickly entered the cabins where valuables and important documents were kept. They filled bags with jewelry, paintings, and secret papers. However, unexpectedly, the security system activated hidden protocols, and the yacht began to block all exits. Andrew knew they didn't have much time. He quickly got his bearings and gave the order to speed up the evacuation process. The team used smoke bombs and ultrasonic devices to confuse security and guests. Andrew and his crew, loaded with loot, headed to the prepared boat, which was waiting for them at a safe distance. They managed to leave the yacht before security, and police had time to give chase. The operation was successful, but the stress was incredible. The team headed to a pre-prepared shelter on a Greek island, where they could safely divide the spoils and lie low. But even there, Andrew could not remain idle. He began to analyze global economic trends and study international financial markets. Soon his attention was drawn to an idea that promised to be a real breakthrough. Andrew learned about a major international banking conference that was to be held in Dubai. This conference attracted senior banking executives from around the world and discussed issues related to global investment and the security of financial transactions. Andrew realized that this was not only an opportunity for another daring heist, but also a chance to gain access to inside information that could change his life forever. He began developing a plan that included infiltrating agents into the conference, hacking security systems, and gaining access to classified information. The preparation took several months. The team studied plans for the building where the conference was to be held and security schedules. Andrew brought in top cybersecurity and espionage experts to create a plan that would be as effective and undetectable as possible. The day of the conference arrived. Andrew and his team entered the building under the guise of participants and staff. They used special devices to hack security systems and gain access to private sessions and databases. The team began downloading classified information onto secure media and copying data on major financial transactions. But suddenly their plan was revealed. One of the security officers noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Andrew and his team were trapped, but acted quickly and decisively. They used smoke grenades and diversionary maneuvers to disorient the guards and leave the building with the information they received. The operation was successful, and the team escaped in previously prepared vehicles. Andrew knew that he now had access to information that could change his life and give him new opportunities for further action. He headed to one of his hideouts in Asia, where he could calmly ponder the findings and develop new plans. Thus began a new chapter in the lives of Andrew and his team, filled with new challenges, risks, and opportunities that promised to make them even richer and more powerful. Andrew and his team were enjoying success after a daring heist in Dubai, but their thirst for adrenaline and desire for new challenges kept them from staying put for long. At one of his hideouts in Asia, Andrew learned of a large train shipment of money that would pass through several European countries. The train, called the Golden Express, was specially equipped to transport huge amounts of cash between Europe's central banks. Andrew knew this would be one of the most ambitious and complex plans yet. The train was equipped with the most modern security systems and was also accompanied by armed guards. But for Andrew, this was only an additional incentive. He gathered his team and began developing a plan that included several stages: hacking security systems, neutralizing security, and safely moving the loot. Preparations began with a detailed study of the train route and its schedule. Andrew hired some of the best rail systems and safety experts to come up with the perfect plan. The team studied every aspect, from security patrol schedules to train specifications. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team infiltrated the train under the guise of maintenance personnel and engineers. They used special devices to disable surveillance cameras and break into electronic locks. The team quickly entered the carriages where the money was kept. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, the train's security system was activated, and security began to converge on the site of the intrusion. Andrew and his team acted quickly. They used smoke grenades and stun devices to confuse the guards and buy time to complete the operation. The team began filling bags with money when time became a critical factor. They knew that every second was worth its weight in gold. Eventually, Andrew decided it was time to evacuate. They managed to grab about 200 million euros in cash before they left the train. Andrew and his team prepared escape routes in advance. They used helicopters to quickly leave the robbery site and escape before reinforcements arrived. The operation was successful, but the stress was incredible. They headed to a previously prepared shelter in the Alps, where they could divide the spoils and lie low. With a sum of 200 million euros in his hands, Andrew understood that now all of Europe was looking for them. They needed to be extremely careful and think through their next steps. He decided that they would have to lie low for a while and let the attention of law enforcement agencies subside. Andrew's team scattered to different parts of the world, but even in such moments, Andrew did not stop thinking about new challenges and opportunities. He began to analyze international financial markets and look for ways to legalize the money he earned. New targets appeared on his horizon, and he knew that new, even more daring operations awaited them. Thus began a new chapter in the lives of Andrew and his team, filled with new challenges, risks, and opportunities that promised to make them even richer and more powerful. After successfully robbing the Golden Express and temporarily hiding in the Alps, Andrew and his team began planning their next steps. They understood that legalizing such a huge amount of money would require not only caution, but also creativity. Andrew decided that they needed to infiltrate the world of high technology and use the power of cryptocurrencies to launder money. Andrew learned about a major blockchain conference that was going to be held in Las Vegas. This conference attracted the best experts in cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies from all over the world. Andrew decided that this was an ideal opportunity to penetrate this area and find ways to legalize his funds. The team went to Las Vegas disguised as conference participants. They began to establish connections with leading experts and study the latest trends in the world of cryptocurrencies. Andrew realized that in order to successfully legalize, they needed to create their own cryptocurrency exchange, which would allow them to safely withdraw funds and conduct large financial transactions. At the conference, they met a talented young programmer named Alex, who was willing to help them for a generous reward. Alex developed a plan to create a cryptocurrency exchange that would be legal on the surface, but would allow for illegal transactions behind the scenes. The team began implementing this plan, investing part of their funds in developing the platform and attracting customers. Thanks to their newfound cryptocurrency exchange, Andrew and his team were able to legalize most of their funds and start living large. But despite this, Andrew could not stop. He longed for new challenges and adventures. His attention was drawn to rumors of a large shipment of gold bullion that was to be transported across the Atlantic Ocean on a cargo ship. This transport was organized by the largest banks in Europe and the USA and was carefully guarded. Andrew realized this was the perfect opportunity for another daring heist. He began developing a plan that involved using underwater drones and specialized equipment to break into the ship's holds. Andrew knew that the operation would be difficult and risky, but this only fueled his desire to act. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team used speedboats and underwater drones to reach a cargo ship in the open ocean. They disabled the ship's video surveillance and alarm systems using hacking methods and began opening the holds where the gold bars were stored. The operation was going according to plan, but suddenly the backup security system was activated and the guards began to act. Andrew and his team used smoke grenades and stun devices to confuse the guards and buy time. They managed to capture a significant amount of gold bars and escape before reinforcements arrived. Andrew and his crew returned to shore with a haul worth millions of dollars. They headed to a previously prepared shelter, where they could calmly divide the spoils and lie low. But even there, Andrew did not stop thinking about new plans and opportunities. Now, with a huge amount of gold and legalized funds, Andrew decided it was time to take things to the next level. He began to study global financial markets and look for ways to influence them. Plans were brewing in his head that could change not only his life, but also the global economy. Thus began a new chapter in the lives of Andrew and his team, filled with new challenges, risks, and opportunities that promised to make them even richer and more powerful. Ahead of them lay new daring operations and exciting adventures that would forever go down in the history of the criminal world. Andrew and his team enjoyed their wealth and success, but their ambitions knew no bounds. After a daring heist of a gold cargo, they decided it was time to take things to the next level and start influencing global financial markets. Andrew had something truly big in mind, an operation that could not only bring them a huge fortune, but also change the world economy. He began studying international financial systems and discovered that some of the world's largest banks were negotiating the creation of a new global financial center in Dubai. This center was to become a major hub for major financial transactions and attract trillions of dollars in investment. Andrew realized that if he could penetrate this center and gain control of its systems, he could carry out the most daring operation of his career. The team began to prepare for a new operation. They recruited top hackers, security specialists, and financial experts to develop a plan that would allow them to infiltrate the global financial center and gain access to its systems. The preparation took several months, and every step was thought out to the smallest detail. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team entered the building under the guise of representatives of a large technology company, which allegedly offered its security services. Their elaborate legends and forged documents allowed them to enter the heart of the financial center. Hackers began breaking into security systems, and financial experts were gaining access to key databases. Andrew personally supervised every step of the operation to ensure everything went according to plan. They penetrated the financial transaction management system and began copying data on the largest transactions and accounts. But suddenly the security system was activated, and the guards began to converge on the site of the intrusion. Andrew realized they didn't have much time. He gave the order to speed up the process and prepare for evacuation. The team managed to capture a significant amount of data and copies of transactions before they left the building. The operation was successful, but the stress was incredible. Andrew and his team headed to a pre-prepared shelter in the desert, where they could safely analyze the data they received. They discovered that they now had access to information that could revolutionize the world economy. With this data, Andrew began to develop a plan to create his own global financial network that could compete with the largest banks in the world. He understood that this would require not only huge funds, but also powerful allies. Andrew began looking for partners among the most influential people and organizations to bring his plan to life. Meanwhile, law enforcement agencies and the world's largest banks began hunting for Andrew and his team. They became the most wanted criminals in the world, but this only fueled their determination and thirst for new challenges. Andrew and his team began to build their financial network, attracting investors and clients from all over the world. Their system became known as Alpha Bank, and it offered unique services and a high degree of security that attracted many large clients. Soon, Alpha Bank became a serious player in the global financial market. Andrew knew they couldn't stay in the shadows for long. He began developing a new operation that could become his greatest success. His attention was drawn to information about a major transaction for the sale of rare land plots in London, the value of which amounted to billions of dollars. Andrew decided that this would be his next goal. He began developing a plan that included hacking security systems, forging documents, and manipulating property records. The team began preparations, studying every aspect of the deal and security systems to ensure the success of the operation. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team entered the building of the company involved in the deal and began hacking the security systems. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly the system detected an intrusion and the security began to act. Andrew and his team acted quickly and decisively. They used smoke grenades and diversions to confuse the guards and complete the operation. They managed to capture the necessary data and leave the building before reinforcements arrived. The operation was successful, and Andrew now had all the necessary documents and data to complete the transaction. Andrew and his team successfully completed a transaction in London, capturing the necessary documents and data to complete the sale of rare land. They were now richer and more powerful than ever, but Andrew understood that they were under increasing pressure from law enforcement and competitors. Not only did they need to defend their position, but they also had to keep moving forward to stay one step ahead. At this time, Andrew learned about a new project in Europe, the construction of the largest data center in the world, which was to become the main hub for storing and processing data from major corporations and governments. This project attracted huge investments and attention from the most influential people on the planet. Andrew decided that this would be his next goal. His plan was bold and ambitious. He decided not only to steal data, but also to embed his devices into the data center system in order to have constant access to information. This would allow him to control data flows and obtain inside information that could change the rules of the game in the global market. Preparations began with the introduction of agents to construction sites and companies involved in project development. Andrew used his connections and resources to gain access to the building's plans and security systems. He hired top cybersecurity and espionage experts to develop devices that could infiltrate the data center systems undetected. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team entered the construction site under the guise of workers. They began installing devices at key points in the building, while hacking security systems and bypassing surveillance cameras. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly their presence was discovered. Security began to converge on the site of the infiltration, and Andrew realized that they had little time. He gave the order to speed up the installation of devices and prepare for evacuation. The team acted quickly and coordinatedly. They managed to install all the devices and leave the area before reinforcements arrived. The operation was successful, and Andrew now had permanent access to one of the largest data warehouses in the world. This opened up new opportunities for him to manipulate markets and obtain insider information. But he understood that it also attracted the attention of the most powerful and influential people on the planet. Using access to data, Andrew began to establish relationships with major corporations and financial institutions. He began offering them unique services that allowed companies to access critical information and make transactions that could change their fortunes. Soon Alpha Bank became one of the most influential players in the world market. But Andrew didn't stop there. He began to develop a new plan that could surpass all previous operations. His attention was drawn to rumors of a large shipment of rare gems that were to be transported across Africa on a private jet. These stones were unique and had enormous value on the black market. Andrew began developing a plan that included hacking the airport's security systems, neutralizing the guards, and hijacking the plane in mid-air. The team spent several weeks preparing, studying routes and schedules, and developing special equipment for the operation. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team entered the airport under the guise of service personnel. They hacked security systems and disabled surveillance cameras. Once the plane took off, the team used a specially equipped helicopter to reach it in the air. They entered the plane through the hatch and quickly neutralized the guards. Andrew and his team began filling bags with gemstones. But suddenly the plane's pilot sounded an alarm and the crew realized they were running out of time. They quickly completed the operation and left the plane by helicopter, leaving only a light trail in the sky. The operation was successful, and the team headed to a previously prepared shelter where they could calmly divide the prey and lie low. But even there, Andrew did not stop thinking about new plans and opportunities. Now, with a huge amount of gems and access to the world's largest data, Andrew decided it was time to take it to the next level. He began to develop a plan that could change the world economy and make him the most powerful man on the planet. Andrew and his team enjoyed their success, but they did not know that they were being closely watched by one of the best detectives in the world. Detective James Raymond, known for his relentless persistence and outstanding analytical skills, took on Andrew's case. He was confident that he could stop them and return the stolen millions. James began his investigation by analyzing all the known robberies committed by Andrew and his team. He noted that all the crimes were carefully planned and were distinguished by a high level of professionalism. James realized that he was dealing with an unusual criminal who acted with cold-blooded precision. Using his connections and access to international databases, James began to track financial flows and look for traces of the laundering of stolen funds. He quickly discovered Alpha Bank and began to study its activities. James realized that Andrew was using this financial structure to launder money and manage his operations. One day, James received information about a planned robbery in Africa. He realized that this was a great opportunity to catch Andrew in the act. James traveled to Africa and began working with local authorities to prepare to capture the criminals. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew and his team entered the airport under the guise of service personnel. They hacked security systems and disabled surveillance cameras, unaware that James and his team were already ready to take action. As the plane took off, James sprang into action. Using his experience and knowledge, James organized the interception of Andrew's helicopter. He used a local security helicopter and followed Andrew's team, waiting for the right moment to attack. As Andrew and his men boarded the plane and began filling bags with gems, James gave the signal to attack. The surgery didn't go according to plan for Andrew. Suddenly, security forces descended on them and a fierce firefight began. Andrew and his team used smoke grenades and stun devices to confuse the guards and buy time. They managed to leave the plane by helicopter, but they realized that they were being chased. James and his team were not far behind. They chased Andrew's helicopter through the sky, preparing to hijack it. Andrew knew they had to come up with an escape plan. He gave the order to change course and head for a previously prepared shelter in the jungle. When Andrew's helicopter landed in the dense jungle, the team quickly fled, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. James and his men continued their pursuit, but it was difficult to find the criminals in the jungle. Andrew used his knowledge of survival in extreme conditions to cover his tracks and avoid capture. After several hours of searching, James realized that Andrew had managed to escape. He returned to camp and began analyzing the data he had collected. James knew this was not the end and was ready to continue the hunt. He knew that Andrew now knew of his existence and would be even more careful, but this only fueled his resolve. Meanwhile, Andrew and his team disappeared into the depths of the jungle. They understood that they were being pursued by one of the best detectives in the world, and they needed to be one step ahead. Andrew began to develop new plans and strategies to continue his operations and avoid capture. Andrew decided that they needed to lay low for a while and reconsider their actions. They headed to a hidden refuge where they could consider their next steps and prepare for new challenges. Andrew knew they would now have to be even smarter and more careful to remain elusive. James, in turn, did not give up. He continued to analyze the data and look for clues that could lead him to Andrew. He knew that sooner or later they would make a mistake, and he was ready to take any chance to catch them. Andrew and his team hunkered down in a hidden jungle hideout, devising new plans and contemplating their next steps. They knew that Detective James Raymond would not give up so easily, but they underestimated his ability to act decisively and quickly. Meanwhile, James continued his investigation, closely monitoring Andrew's team's every move. The detective used his connections and resources to organize a large-scale operation to capture the criminals. He knew that Andrew would be careful and cover his tracks carefully, but he decided to use the element of surprise. James developed a plan that involved a surprise attack on Andrew's hideout using local security forces. The day of the operation arrived. James and his team, armed to the teeth and equipped with the latest technology, began to surround the shelter. They acted quickly and harmoniously, leaving no chance for the criminals to escape. When the assault began, Andrew and his men found themselves trapped. Andrew's team tried to fight back using all available means, but the forces were unequal. As a result of an intense battle, James managed to capture half of the gang, including some key participants in the operations. Andrew understood that the situation was critical and decided to save the remaining people and himself. He used pre-prepared escape tunnels and, along with the remaining gang members, left the shelter, leaving behind destroyed fortifications and captured comrades. Andrew and a few loyal crew members fled into the jungle, knowing that they were now being pursued not only by James but also by international security forces. James was pleased with the partial success of the operation, but realized that the main target, Andrew, was still at large. He began interrogating the captured criminals, trying to obtain information about Andrew's whereabouts and his plans. James knew time was against him and he needed to act quickly. Andrew, in turn, decided to change tactics. He realized that now they needed to be even more careful and secretive. They headed to a previously prepared shelter in one of the remote villages, where they could temporarily lay low and develop a new plan. Andrew gathered the remaining team members and began to analyze what had happened. He realized that he had underestimated James and his abilities, and it cost him the loss of half his gang. Now he needed to develop a new plan that would allow him to return his captured comrades and strike back. Andrew decided to use cunning and deception to lure James into a trap. He knew that the detective would be looking for him and would not rest until he caught him. Andrew began spreading false information about his plans and location, hoping to confuse James and buy him time. Meanwhile, James did not stop searching. He carefully analyzed all the data and tried not to fall for Andrew's tricks. James understood that every step of the criminals could be a trap and was prepared for any surprises. Andrew and his team began preparing an operation to free their captured comrades. They developed a plan that included diversions and the use of new technologies to hack security systems. Andrew knew it would be difficult and risky, but he was willing to do anything to save his people. The day of the operation arrived. Andrew and his team took action. They used false documents and diversions to enter the compound where their comrades were being held. A fight with the guards soon began, and the team acted quickly and decisively. Andrew personally supervised every step of the operation, and they were soon able to free their captured comrades. But suddenly, they encountered James, who had expected such a development of events. A fierce firefight began, and Andrew knew that they urgently needed to evacuate. Using previously prepared escape routes, Andrew and his team fled the operation, leaving destruction and confused guards in their wake. They managed to free their people and avoid capture, but they understood that now they would be hunted even more brutally. Thus began a new chapter in the life of Andrew and his team, filled with new challenges, risks, and an ongoing hunt. Ahead of them were new daring operations and exciting adventures that would forever go down in the history of the criminal world and confrontation with one of the best detectives. Andrew and his team escaped after a daring operation to free their comrades, but Detective James Raymond was not about to give up. He knew he had a unique opportunity to catch one of the world's most wanted criminals, and he was determined to see it through. James began to analyze all possible traces and study Andrew's methods to find his weak point. During his investigation, James discovered that Andrew always acts with impeccable precision and carefully plans his operations. However, he also noticed that Andrew always left minimal but repeating traces that could be followed. James began looking for these traces in Andrew's financial transactions, movements, and contacts. The detective managed to find the weak link, one of the small informants who helped Andrew with logistics. James decided to use it to infiltrate Andrew's network and gather more information. He offered the informant a deal, protection, and a reduced sentence in exchange for help in catching Andrew. With the help of an informant, James began tracking the movements of Andrew's team and their contacts. He learned that Andrew was planning a new major operation to rob one of the most protected banks in Europe, the Swiss National Bank. It was an incredibly ambitious plan that, if successful, would have made Andrew billions. James decided this was the perfect moment to seize. He began coordinating the operation with local law enforcement and international agencies to create an invisible network around Andrew. James devised a plan that involved creating false leads to lure Andrew into a trap. The day of the robbery arrived. Andrew and his team entered the bank building under the guise of service personnel. Security systems were hacked and safes were opened. Everything went according to plan, but Andrew did not suspect that James was already one step ahead. James and his team carefully prepared for the capture. They surrounded the bank building and blocked all possible escape routes. As Andrew and his team began to leave the bank with their loot, they were met by security forces. A fierce battle began. Andrew and his men tried to fight back using all available means, but the forces were unequal. James personally led the operation, monitoring the criminals' every move. He knew this was his only chance to catch Andrew. Andrew realized he was trapped. He tried to find a way out, but all paths were blocked. James used his knowledge of Andrew's methods to anticipate his actions and block every escape attempt. Ultimately, Andrew found himself in a bind. James and his team surrounded Andrew. Realizing he had no choice, Andrew gave up. James handcuffed him personally, feeling the satisfaction of successfully completing a years-long hunt. Andrew and his remaining men were arrested and taken to Interpol headquarters, where they faced numerous charges. James knew his job wasn't done yet. He had to gather all the evidence and ensure that Andrew and his team received the punishment they deserved. Andrew's story ended in a courtroom where he was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison. James Raymond became a hero, receiving recognition for his tireless work and outstanding analytical skills. Thus ended one of the most exciting chapters in the history of the criminal world, but for James it was just another successful case in his career. He knew that new challenges and new criminals awaited him ahead who would need to be stopped. Third criminal story. In a small town in the heart of Texas, a boy named Thomas Reed was born. His childhood passed among endless prairies and railroads that stretched for hundreds of miles. From an early age, Thomas showed a keen interest in trains, often running off to the station to watch them come and go. His father worked as a railway worker, and his mother was a teacher at a local school. An atmosphere of discipline and respect for work reigned in the Reed family. One day, when Thomas was 10 years old, He and his friends snuck into an old carriage on an abandoned railway line. They played there all day long, imagining themselves as drivers and conductors. But one day, Thomas found an old chest in the carriage, full of newspaper clippings about famous train robberies. These stories captured his imagination so much that he decided that one day he would become just like the heroes of these articles. As a teenager, Thomas became interested in the mechanics of trains and diligently studied the workings of locomotives. He knew all the ins and outs of the railway system. His father noticed this interest and began taking his son with him to work, showing him how various mechanisms worked. Thomas turned out to be a talented student and soon knew more about trains than many adults. However, his craving for adventure and adrenaline grew. He increasingly thought about going beyond ordinary life. He wanted something more, something dangerous and exciting. Every year, his dream of becoming a great train robber became more and more real. Thomas began to develop plans, study train schedules, and look for weak points in security. His first real robbery occurred when he was only 20 years old. Thomas assembled a small team of desperate young people like himself. They prepared carefully and chose a night express transporting gold and jewelry for their first operation. The plan was daring but brilliantly planned. Thomas and his team easily took control of the train and removed the loot, leaving the police at a loss. From that moment on, the legend of Thomas Reed, the most dangerous train robber in America, began. Each new robbery became more daring and dangerous, and soon the name of Thomas Reed became synonymous with fear and respect throughout the United States. Thomas Reed and his team have become a real headache for law enforcement agencies. With each new robbery, their audacity and ingenuity grew. Thomas not only studied trains and their routes, but also improved his strategic planning skills. He always acted quickly and accurately, leaving behind a minimum of traces. One of the most striking robberies in his career was the attack on the Presidential Express. This train was known for its impeccable security and carried important government documents and valuable cargo. Thomas prepared thoroughly. His team studied routes, schedules, and even the behavior of the guards for several months. They developed a plan that involved using false signals to stop the train and distract the guards. The night of the robbery was rainy and windy, which worked to Thomas's advantage. His team, acting as a unit, entered the train and quickly neutralized the guards. Thomas personally supervised the operation, making sure everything went according to plan. They quickly loaded the valuable cargo into their vehicles and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only empty carriages and confused guards. After this robbery, Thomas Reed became a legend. Newspapers wrote about him as a criminal genius, and many young criminals dreamed of becoming just like him. But Thomas never sought fame. He continued to operate in the shadows, avoiding unnecessary attention. His team became almost elusive, changing their tactics and routes every time. Over time, Thomas realized that to maintain his reputation and safety, he needed more information. He began recruiting informants among railroad workers, police officers, and even bank employees. These people, bought with money or intimidated, provided him with fresh information about the movement of valuable cargo and increased security measures. Thomas learned to use new technologies such as the telegraph and telephone to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. One day, Thomas learned about the transportation of a large shipment of gold intended to strengthen the state treasury. This was a unique opportunity that could not be missed. He reassembled his team and began preparations. The plan was complex and required precise coordination. Thomas decided to take a chance and use fake documents to infiltrate his people into key positions in the train security service. The day of the robbery became a real test for all participants. Thomas and his team acted with lightning-fast precision, using pre-prepared devices to break into safes and neutralize security guards. They left no evidence and disappeared again without a trace. This success further strengthened their reputation and allowed Thomas to expand his activities. Now he not only robbed trains but also became a real master of conspiracy. His network of informants and allies grew, and Thomas Reed soon became one of the most powerful and dangerous criminals in the country. But despite all his successes, he never forgot about his roots and what led him to this path. The desire for freedom and the desire for adrenaline continued to drive him, making his stories more and more exciting and dangerous. Thomas Reed continued to improve his methods and deepen his connections in the underworld. He understood that for long-term success he needed not only loyal accomplices but also technological superiority. Thomas began collaborating with engineers and scientists who could help him develop new safe-cracking devices and systems to bypass security measures. One of these allies was a talented engineer named Victor. Victor was thrown out of the scientific community for his unconventional methods and was willing to work for Thomas for a significant reward. Together they developed a unique device for opening safes that worked without noise or traces. This tool became their secret weapon, allowing Thomas's team to be even more effective. Another daring robbery took place on the West Coast. Thomas learned of a shipment of rare artifacts and jewelry destined for the private collection of a wealthy tycoon. This train was under heavy security, but Thomas was confident in his abilities. He carefully developed a plan that included not only breaking into safes, but also a diversion to neutralize the guards. This time, Thomas's team used smoke bombs and fake explosive devices to create panic among the guards. In the confusion, they quickly and quietly opened the safes and took out the jewelry. Thomas personally controlled the entire process, remaining undetected thanks to an elaborate disguise. This robbery reaffirmed his status as the most dangerous and resourceful train robber in America. However, the success attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of competitors from the underworld. Those who were jealous of Thomas appeared and wanted to take his place. In one such attempt to intercept him, Thomas's team encountered a serious ambush. The battle was brutal, but Thomas and his men survived thanks to their superior training and teamwork. After this incident, Thomas realized that he needed to be even more careful. He tightened security, expanded his network of informants, and began working on new plans, including not only robberies, but also establishing control over railway routes. This allowed him not only to avoid ambushes, but also to learn in advance about the plans of his enemies. Thomas Reed became not just a robber, but a real strategist and leader in the criminal world. His name evoked fear and respect, and his team was one of the most professional and dangerous in the country. But despite all the success, Thomas knew that at any moment the day could come when his luck would turn away from him. Therefore, he continued to act carefully, always remaining one step ahead of his pursuers and enemies. His legend grew, acquiring new details and myths. People said that Thomas could hide on any train, that he knew all the secret routes and had access to all important documents. But his biggest secret was what really motivated him. Not only the thirst for wealth, but also the desire to prove to himself and the whole world that he was capable of the impossible. With each new robbery, Thomas Reed became more and more experienced and calculating. He understood that success depended not only on planning, but also on the ability to predict the actions of opponents. Thomas began to pay more attention to intelligence and information analysis. His network of informants expanded to include people from all walks of life, from minor officials to high-ranking railroad officials. One of Thomas's most ambitious operations was the robbery of the Imperial Express, a train that transported gold and jewelry of European aristocrats. This train was surrounded by unprecedented security measures, and it seemed impossible to rob it. But Thomas was confident in his abilities and decided to take a risk. To do this, he developed a multi-step operation, including the introduction of his people into the railway company several months before the robbery. These people provided him with information about schedules, security, and cargo. Thomas also used forged documents and bribery to give his crew access to the train under the guise of repairmen. On the day of the robbery, Thomas's team acted quickly and efficiently. They disabled the train's security systems, creating the illusion of a technical malfunction. While the guards tried to understand the situation, Thomas and his men entered the freight cars and began to remove gold and jewelry. The entire process took less than an hour, and they disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving the stunned guards behind. Following this robbery, police and security forces intensified their pursuit of Thomas. He became enemy number one for law enforcement agencies, and the best forces were sent to catch him. But Thomas was too cunning and resourceful to fall into the trap. He constantly changed his location and used fake documents to hide from persecution. At this time, Thomas began to think about expanding his activities beyond America. He established connections with criminal groups in Europe and Asia, which allowed him to obtain information about valuable cargo around the world. His network became truly international, and Thomas became one of the most wanted criminals on the planet. One of Thomas's most dangerous operations was the robbery of a train carrying diplomatic mail from London to Paris. This train was guarded by the military, and it seemed impossible to get into it. But Thomas found a way. He used information received from his European allies and carefully planned the operation. On the night of the robbery, Thomas's team entered the train using a tunnel they had previously cut under the railroad tracks. They quickly neutralized the guards and removed mail containing important documents and valuable cargo. After this robbery, Thomas decided to temporarily hide and lie low. He understood that the attention to him had become too intense and decided to wait until the passion subsided. Thomas and his team traveled to South America, where they could safely enjoy the fruits of their labors and develop new plans. But even while in hiding, Thomas did not stop his activities. He continued to maintain contact with his informants and allies, preparing the ground for new, daring operations. Thomas knew that his story was not over yet, and many new challenges and adventures awaited him. He was ready for any difficulties because, for him, nothing was impossible. In the heart of South America, among green jungles and hidden villages, Thomas Reed and his team found temporary refuge. They were hiding from persecution, enjoying the wealth obtained through numerous robberies. However, the calm did not last long. Thomas needed new challenges, new adventures. Several months passed, and Thomas began collecting information about local railroads. South America, with its rich history and abundance of natural resources, was the perfect target for the next big thing. Thomas developed a plan to rob a train carrying precious stones from the mines of Bolivia to Brazilian ports. Thomas's team, well rested and recuperated, began to act. They conducted reconnaissance of the area, established contacts with local smugglers, and prepared all the necessary equipment. The plan was bold, but well thought out. They were to set up an ambush on a narrow mountain path where the train was slowing down before descending steeply. At night, under the cover of a tropical downpour, Thomas's team set up explosive devices to stop the train. When the train slowed down, they quickly got inside, using smoke bombs to confuse the guards. Acting coordinatedly and with lightning speed, they loaded the gems into prepared SUVs and disappeared into the jungle, leaving behind only rubble and confused guards. This daring raid once again attracted the attention of international authorities. Thomas began to be pursued not only by American, but also by South American security services. He realized that it was not safe for him to remain in this part of the world and decided to return to North America to use his old network of contacts. Thomas managed to contact an old ally named Carlos, who ran a criminal empire in Mexico. Carlos provided Thomas with shelter and resources to plan his next big thing. Thomas began to develop an operation to rob a train transporting oil from Mexico to the United States. This train was strictly guarded, but Thomas believed that his experience and ingenuity would help overcome all obstacles. Thomas's team, reassembled and motivated, began preparations. They studied routes, schedules, and security features. Thomas decided to use sabotage methods to divert the attention of the guards and create the illusion of an accident on the train's path. On the day of the operation, the team acted harmoniously as a single mechanism. They hacked the alarm systems, staged a fake accident, and, taking advantage of the confusion of the guards, entered the train and captured the valuable cargo. Having successfully completed the operation, Thomas and his men disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. They knew that they were now being pursued throughout the continent, and decided to lie low for a while in one of the remote Mexican towns. Thomas continued to develop new plans, knowing that his legend was just beginning to flare up with renewed vigor. In a remote Mexican town, among old adobe houses and dusty streets, Thomas Reed and his team found temporary shelter. They lay low, carefully hiding their tracks and maintaining connections with local criminal elements. Thomas, never one to miss an opportunity to learn new things, began researching the local railroad tracks and routes. While they were recovering from the latest robbery, Thomas was developing a new plan that would not only bring significant loot, but also become a real masterpiece of criminal strategy. He learned about a train carrying rare artifacts and works of art from Mexico to the United States. This train was not only well guarded but also accompanied by a team of security specialists. Thomas knew that success depended on precise planning and coordination. He used the time in hiding to study all the details of the route, the schedule, and the train security system. Thomas's team trained daily, practicing every action until it became automatic. They created a detailed model of the train and conducted several robbery simulations. The night of the robbery was clear and quiet. Thomas and his men moved to pre-prepared positions along the railroad. They installed devices to remotely turn off electricity and alarm systems, and also prepared false explosive devices to distract the attention of the guards. When the train arrived at the pre-selected location, Thomas gave the signal and the operation began. The explosive devices created the illusion of a serious accident, forcing the train to stop. Thomas's team acted quickly and smoothly. They neutralized the guards using specially prepared gas grenades and entered the freight cars. In a matter of minutes, they removed valuable artifacts and works of art, loaded them onto SUVs, and disappeared into the night. This raid became the most notorious and discussed robbery in recent years. The name of Thomas Reed once again filled newspaper headlines, and authorities intensified their search for him. But Thomas was confident in his abilities and his team. They knew that they could act even more boldly and successfully. Shortly after this robbery, Thomas decided to change tactics. He began to establish contacts with international criminal groups in order to expand his activities and reach a new level. Thomas knew that the world of crime was vast and the possibilities were endless. He developed a plan to rob a train carrying valuable cargo through Canada and Europe. This project required even more careful preparation and international cooperation. Thomas and his team spent several months networking and gathering information. They worked with smugglers, hackers, and corrupt officials to create a support network along the route. Every step was carefully planned. Each participant knew his role to the smallest detail. On the day of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Using the latest technology and tactics, Thomas's team successfully hijacked the train and recovered its valuable cargo. This success not only strengthened their reputation, but also showed that Thomas Reed and his team were capable of operating on a global level. Thomas now looked to the future with confidence and determination. He knew that there were still many trials and dangers ahead, but his thirst for adventure and desire to be the best continued to lead him forward. Thomas Reed became a true legend of the criminal world, and his story continued, full of new challenges and incredible adventures. Thomas Reed and his team continued their activities, acting more and more sophisticated and daring. After successful heists in Canada and Europe, they became true crime ghosts who could not be caught. Thomas understood that to maintain his success and safety, he needed to constantly adapt and improve his methods. Thomas's next target was a train transporting platinum and rare metals from South African mines to ports for further export. This train was heavily guarded and the route passed through difficult mountainous areas, making it extremely risky to rob it. But Thomas knew that risk was an integral part of his craft. Preparation for the operation took several months. Thomas used his international connections to gather information about the train's route and security. He also brought in local guides and mountain survival experts to ensure the success of the operation. The plan included several stages, each of which was thought out to the smallest detail. When the train entered the mountainous region, Thomas's team was already in their positions. Using explosive devices, they blocked the tracks, forcing the train to stop. Thomas and his men quickly neutralized the guards using the latest technology and tactics, and infiltrated the freight cars. In a matter of minutes, they extracted platinum and rare metals, loaded them onto prepared vehicles, and disappeared into the mountains, leaving only chaos and confusion behind. This raid again attracted the attention of international authorities and the media. The name Thomas Reed has become synonymous with elusiveness and audacity. But Thomas knew that with each successful robbery, his risk increased. He began to think about creating a base where he could hide if necessary and plan new operations. In search of the ideal location, Thomas turned his attention to the South American jungle. There, among the dense thickets, he found an abandoned ranch that was ideal for his purposes. Thomas and his team turned this place into a real fortress, equipped with modern security and communication equipment. Here they could calmly plan new operations and hide from persecution. Meanwhile, Thomas developed a plan for a new robbery, which was to be the most ambitious and complex of his career. The target was a train transporting antiques and jewelry from museums in Eastern Europe to private collections. This train was surrounded by unprecedented security measures and was guarded not only by local forces, but also by international agencies. Thomas knew that to successfully carry out this plan, he would need to join forces with other criminal groups. He began negotiations with the leaders of the European and Asian mafias, offering them a share of the loot in exchange for their support. An agreement was reached and preparations for the operation began. Thomas's team, together with international partners, developed a detailed plan. They studied every aspect of the route, security systems, and possible escape routes. On the day of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Using clever diversionary maneuvers and the latest technology, they successfully entered the train, neutralized the guards, and removed antiques and jewelry. This raid was the highlight of their career, proving that Thomas Reed and his team were capable of the impossible. But Thomas understood that after such a daring robbery, the attention to them would be enormous. He decided to temporarily stop active work and focus on strengthening his base and expanding his network of contacts. The time spent in hiding was productive. Thomas and his team modernized their fortress, expanded their network of informants, and began developing new plans. They knew that their story was far from over, and new challenges and adventures awaited them. Thomas Reed remained true to his principles, to always be one step ahead, to act quickly and decisively, and never to stop there. Several months passed, and Thomas Reed began active work again. He and his team carefully prepared for the new stage of their career. Thomas understood that in order to maintain his reputation, he must continue to act boldly and unpredictably. This time his goal lay in the heart of Europe, a train transporting foreign exchange reserves and secret documents between the countries of the European Union. Thomas gathered his team and began to develop a plan. They studied every kilometer of the route, every security system and traffic schedule. Thomas understood that success depended on precision and coordination. He decided to use innovative technologies and methods to bypass the enhanced security measures. On the day of the operation, everything went according to plan. Thomas's team infiltrated the train using false documents and disguised devices. They turned off the alarm systems and disarmed the guards without making any noise. Thomas personally supervised the process, ensuring that every step was carried out with precision. They quickly loaded foreign exchange reserves and secret documents into prepared vehicles and disappeared, leaving only confusion and questions in their wake. This raid once again alarmed the international media and law enforcement agencies. The name Thomas Reed has become a symbol of elusiveness and skill. But Thomas knew that every successful robbery was followed by even more serious pursuits. He decided to go into hiding for a while and focus on new challenges. Looking for new opportunities, Thomas turned his attention to Asia. In China and Japan, he saw potential targets and new prospects. He began to establish connections with local criminal organizations, preparing for a new stage in his activities. Thomas understood that Asia provided not only rich opportunities for robbery, but also new challenges and dangers. Thomas and his team moved to Hong Kong, where they began preparing for another daring operation. Their goal was a train transporting technological developments and rare metals from China to Japan. This route was protected by state-of-the-art security systems, and Thomas knew that success would require extreme caution and innovation. The team spent several weeks studying the route and security system. Thomas contacted local hackers to gain access to the train's internal security systems. The plan included several stages, each of which required precise execution. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and harmoniously. They entered the train using false documents and devices and quickly loaded valuable cargo into their vehicles. The operation was successful, and Thomas's team disappeared again without a trace. This raid confirmed that Thomas Reed and his men are capable of operating anywhere in the world, using the most modern technologies and methods. Thomas knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for any challenge. Now established in Asia, Thomas began to develop plans for new operations. He understood that to maintain his status and security, he needed to constantly adapt and improve. His team was ready for new adventures, and Thomas Reed continued his story full of daring robberies and incredible adventures. The move to Asia opened up new horizons and challenges for Thomas Reed. After a successful robbery in China, his name became known in the East. Thomas understood that to maintain his reputation and safety, he must continue to move forward, exploring new territories and opportunities. Thomas's next target was a train transporting precious stones and rare jewelry from India to the United Arab Emirates. This train was surrounded by strict security measures, and its route passed through the desert, making the robbery even more difficult and risky. But Thomas and his team were confident in their abilities and carefully prepared for the new challenge. The preparation took several months. Thomas established connections with local criminal groups to gain access to inside information about the train and its route. They also brought in desert survival experts and engineers to develop special equipment to hack security systems. The plan included several stages, each of which was carefully thought out and rehearsed. On the night of the robbery, Thomas's team acted smoothly and quickly. They used drones to distract security and create the illusion of an air attack. While the guards were busy trying to fend off a non-existent threat, Thomas and his men infiltrated the train using forged documents and high-tech safe-cracking devices. In a matter of minutes, they retrieved the gems and jewelry, loaded them into prepared vehicles, and fled into the desert, leaving only chaos and bewilderment behind. This raid again attracted the attention of international authorities and the media. The name Thomas Reed has become a symbol of elusiveness and ingenuity. But Thomas knew that after each successful robbery, his persecution became more and more serious. He decided to go into hiding for a while and focus on strengthening his base and expanding his network of contacts. In Hong Kong, where they temporarily settled, Thomas began working on new plans. He understood that to maintain his reputation and security, he needed to constantly adapt and improve. Thomas began exploring the use of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence in his operations. He contacted a group of talented hackers and engineers to develop new devices and programs that would allow him to operate even more efficiently and stealthily. Meanwhile, Thomas began preparing for a new operation. His goal is a train transporting secret technologies and prototype weapons from Russia to Europe. This route was one of the most guarded, and Thomas knew that success would require the utmost precision and coordination. He spent several months collecting information and developing a detailed plan. On the day of the operation, Thomas's team acted quickly and efficiently. They used forged documents and devices to infiltrate the train, disable the alarm systems, and neutralize the guards. Thomas personally supervised the process, ensuring every step was carried out with precision. They quickly loaded secret technology and prototype weapons into their vehicles and disappeared, leaving only questions and confusion in their wake. After the desert raid, Thomas and his team returned to their hideout in Hong Kong. Thomas knew that with each successful robbery, their pursuit was becoming more intense, and he decided to go into hiding for a while to develop a new strategy. Several months passed, and Thomas began to make plans for a new robbery, which was to be the most ambitious of his career. He learned about a train transporting valuable works of art from Italy to Germany. This train was surrounded by unsurpassed security measures, and its route passed through the Alps, making the operation extremely difficult. Thomas carefully studied every detail of the route, security systems, and traffic schedules. He also brought in the best mountaineering and mountain survival experts to prepare his team for the challenges they would face. The day of the robbery was chosen specifically to coincide with weather conditions that would have hampered the security team's work. The sky was overcast with heavy clouds, and the snowfall was getting heavier every minute. Thomas's team, dressed in winter camouflage suits, made their way to the train using climbing equipment. They disabled the alarm systems by sneaking inside the carriage where the works of art were stored. Acting quickly and smoothly, they began to remove valuable paintings and sculptures, loading them into prepared containers. Thomas personally supervised every stage of the operation, ensuring that the plan was carried out accurately. When the train stopped at the station in Munich, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only footprints in the snow and confused guards. The raid became a news sensation, and Thomas Reed's name once again filled the headlines. After this robbery, Thomas decided to change tactics. He began working with major crime syndicates to create a global support network. His goal was to create an organization capable of conducting operations anywhere in the world, using the most modern technologies and methods. Time passed, and Thomas began developing a new plan, which was to become a real masterpiece of criminal strategy. He learned about a train transporting rare and valuable books from ancient libraries in Europe to private collections. This train was surrounded not only by guards but also by complex security systems based on the latest technologies. Thomas gathered the best hackers and hackers to come up with a plan. They spent several months studying security systems and developing methods to bypass them. On the day of the robbery, the team acted smoothly and quickly, disabling the alarm systems and neutralizing the security. This raid was another triumph for Thomas and his team. They disappeared again without a trace, leaving behind only questions and bewilderment. Thomas knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for any challenge. His story continued, full of daring robberies and incredible adventures. Several months have passed since the last robbery, and Thomas Reed again plunged into developing a new plan. His goal was a train transporting a shipment of rare wines from France to Switzerland. These wines cost a fortune, and their buyers were the richest and most influential people in Europe. Thomas knew that to succeed he would need not only the skills of hacking and neutralizing security, but also in-depth knowledge of the logistics and transportation of such delicate cargo. He began by establishing contacts with several large winemakers in order to better understand the specifics of transporting and storing wines. The robbery plan was developed in detail. Thomas and his team spent several weeks studying the train's route and all the stops. They also collected information about the security and control system at each station. The team was ready for any surprises. The day of the operation has arrived. Thomas's team settled in pre-prepared positions along the route. They used drones for reconnaissance and installed devices to disable alarms. As the train approached the scene, Thomas gave the command to begin the operation. Using special equipment, they opened the carriage where the wines were stored. Acting quickly and efficiently, the team began loading the valuable bottles into their vehicles. Thomas personally supervised the process, making sure everything went smoothly. After completing the transfer, they quickly disappeared, leaving behind only empty crates and stunned guards. This raid was organized so perfectly that the police for a long time could not understand how exactly it was carried out. Thomas and his team disappeared again without a trace. Now Thomas decided to change his tactics. He realized that being constantly in Europe made him vulnerable and decided to move to Asia. In Hong Kong, he found new allies among local criminal gangs and began making plans to expand his activities. Thomas began to develop even more ambitious projects. One of them was the robbery of a train transporting the latest technology and rare metals from Japan to South Korea. This route was surrounded by state-of-the-art security systems, and Thomas knew that success would require the utmost precision and coordination. The preparation took several months. Thomas and his team studied every aspect of the route and security. They developed unique devices to hack security systems and brought in top cybersecurity experts to assist in the operation. On the day of the robbery, Thomas's team acted with lightning speed. They used their devices to disable alarm systems and enter the train. Quickly loading the valuable cargo into their vehicles, they disappeared, leaving behind only questions and bewilderment. After the successful operation, Thomas realized that his techniques and technologies had reached a new level. He began to think about creating his own criminal empire, capable of conducting operations throughout the world. Thomas and his team continued to move forward, opening new horizons and setting themselves more and more complex tasks. Thomas Reed and his team settled in Hong Kong, becoming part of the local criminal community. They used this time to strengthen their ties and find new allies. Thomas began to realize that to achieve his goals, he needed to not only carry out daring heists, but also create a network that would allow him to control information and resources around the world. One day, Thomas received information about a train that was transporting unique medical technologies and rare medicines from China to Russia. These cargoes were extremely valuable and were of interest not only to the criminal world, but also to large corporations. Thomas decided that this would be their next target. Preparation for the operation took several months. Thomas and his team studied routes, security systems, and cargo features. They also established contacts with local criminal groups to provide support and cover after the robbery. On the day of the operation, Thomas's team acted smoothly and accurately. They used special devices to disable alarm systems and enter the train. Thomas personally supervised the process, ensuring that every step of the plan was executed flawlessly. When the train stopped at one of the intermediate stations, Thomas's team entered and began loading medical technology and drugs into their vehicles. Everything went without a hitch, and they quickly disappeared, leaving behind only empty containers and confused guards. This raid again attracted the attention of international media and law enforcement agencies. The name Thomas Reed has become synonymous with elusiveness and skill. But Thomas understood that with each successful robbery, his persecution became more and more serious. He decided to go into hiding for a while and focus on strengthening his base and expanding his network of contacts. In Hong Kong, Thomas began work on creating his criminal empire. He formed alliances with major crime syndicates, providing himself with support and access to resources. Thomas knew that to maintain his status and security, he must constantly adapt and improve. Time passed, and Thomas began to develop plans for a new robbery. His goal was a train carrying collectible rarities and antiques from private collections in Europe. This train was surrounded by state-of-the-art security systems, and its route passed through several countries, making the operation extremely complex. Thomas and his team spent several months preparing. They studied every aspect of the route, security systems, and cargo features. The plan included several stages, each of which was carefully thought out and rehearsed. On the day of the robbery, Thomas's team acted quickly and efficiently. They used forged documents and devices to enter the train, disabled alarm systems, and neutralized security. Thomas personally supervised every stage of the operation, ensuring that the plan was carried out accurately. When the train arrived at the final station, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only footprints in the snow and stunned guards. The raid became a news sensation, and Thomas Reed's name once again filled the headlines. Thomas knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for any challenge. His story continued, full of daring heists and strategic maneuvers. Thomas Reed and his team became increasingly powerful and elusive, proving that nothing was impossible for them in the world of crime. Thomas Reed and his team were enjoying the peace in their hideout in Hong Kong. However, Thomas constantly wanted new challenges. As his legend as the elusive train robber grew, he knew his next move would have to be not just bold but grandiose. One day, he received information about a train that was transporting something absolutely unique: rare genetic samples and biotechnological developments from laboratories in Switzerland to a secret research center in Russia. This cargo was so valuable that the train was guarded by elite military units, and the route was surrounded by the most advanced security systems. Thomas decided that this would be their next challenge. He began planning the operation, knowing that it would require all his skills and resources to be successful. The team began by analyzing the route, traffic schedule, and security features. They also established contacts with hackers to gain access to the train's tracking and control systems. The preparation took several months. Thomas and his men trained daily, mastering every step of the plan. They created a detailed model of the train and ran several heist simulations to make sure every detail was taken care of. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. Thomas's team took up positions along the route using camouflage suits and special equipment. Thomas gave the signal, and the operation began. Using drones and fake signals, they managed to distract the guards and force the train to stop on a pre-prepared section of the track. The team got inside using special devices to hack security systems. Thomas personally supervised the process, making sure everything went according to plan. When they reached the biotech train, time passed by seconds. Thomas and his men quickly recovered the valuable cargo and began loading it into prepared vehicles. Suddenly, one of the unnoticed guards raised the alarm. The team came under fire and a firefight began. Thomas knew they had to act quickly. He gave the command for an emergency evacuation. Using smoke bombs and explosive devices, they created a smoke screen and disappeared into the forest, leaving only chaos and confusion in their wake. This raid became a real sensation. Media around the world discussed the audacity and skill of Thomas and his team. However, for Thomas, This was more than just another robbery. He understood that their activities had attracted the attention of the most powerful security forces, and now their safety depended on how well they could hide. Thomas decided to temporarily leave Hong Kong and find a new shelter. They moved to a remote corner of South America, where they began to establish a new base. Thomas also began to develop new plans and strategies, realizing that to survive, he had to be smart as well as daring. Several months passed, and Thomas began planning a new robbery. His target was a train transporting diamonds and precious metals from Africa to Europe. This train was surrounded not only by guards, but also by the most advanced security systems, which made the operation extremely difficult. Thomas and his team got back to work. They studied the route, schedules, and security systems. The plan was detailed and rehearsed to the smallest detail. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and harmoniously. Using forged documents and security hacking devices, they entered the train and began loading valuable cargo. When the train arrived at the final station, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only empty boxes and stunned guards. This raid was another brilliant operation in their career, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team remained the most elusive and daring robbers in the world. Several months have passed since Thomas and his team moved to a remote corner of South America. Far from the bustle of the city, they created a network of tunnels and shelters, equipped with everything necessary for life and work. Thomas is focused on strengthening his base and expanding his network in preparation for new challenges. Soon, information appeared about a train transporting secret scientific developments and technological prototypes from Brazil to Europe. This cargo was extremely valuable and was guarded by the best forces. Thomas knew that the success of this operation would require all their skill and ingenuity. Careful preparations began. Thomas and his team studied the train's route, each stop and possible access points. They created a mock-up train and conducted several robbery simulations, working out all possible scenarios. Everything was thought out to the smallest detail. On the day of the operation, the team moved to the scene in armored personnel carriers equipped for rapid movement over rough terrain. Taking positions along the railway track, they used camouflage networks and technological equipment. As the train approached, James activated a device that disables the alarm. The train slowed down and the team quickly made their way inside. Laura and Michael neutralized the guards using special gas grenades. Thomas and Alex began loading secret designs and prototypes into prepared containers. The entire operation took exactly 15 minutes as planned. The team quickly left the train and disappeared into the jungle, leaving behind only footprints in the sand and confused guards. This raid again became a sensation, and the name of Thomas Reed again filled the headlines. After the successful operation, Thomas decided to temporarily stop active work and focus on strengthening his base and expanding his network of contacts. He understood that their activities had attracted the attention of the most powerful security forces, and now their safety depended on how well they could hide. Thomas and his team began working on new plans, using their time in hiding to improve their skills and technology. They knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and they were ready for any challenge. Several months passed, and Thomas learned about a new train that was transporting huge shipments of cryptocurrency servers and mining equipment from South Korea to China. This cargo presented a new challenge, requiring not only hacking and security neutralization skills, but also deep knowledge in the field of cybersecurity. Thomas reassembled his team and began to develop a plan. They studied routes, security systems, and equipment features. The plan included several stages, each of which was carefully thought out and rehearsed. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and efficiently, using forged documents and devices to enter the train. They disabled the alarm systems and began loading equipment. Everything went without a hitch, and the team quickly disappeared, leaving behind only empty boxes and stunned guards. The raid was another brilliant success in their career, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team remain the most elusive and daring robbers in the world. Thomas understood that to maintain his reputation and security, he must constantly adapt and improve. He continued to look for new opportunities and prepared for even more ambitious projects. New challenges and adventures awaited them ahead, and Thomas was ready for any challenge. After a successful heist in South Korea, Thomas and his team returned to their hideout in South America. This place became a real stronghold of safety for them, where they could calmly develop new plans and improve their skills. Thomas understood that each next step should be even more thoughtful and daring. One day, he learned about a train transporting rare minerals and diamonds from the mines of Africa to Europe. This cargo was not only extremely valuable, but was also guarded at the highest level. Thomas knew that the success of this operation would require the use of the latest technology and the most precise planning. Preparations began with a detailed study of the train route. Thomas and his team spent several months collecting information about the security system, traffic schedules, and cargo characteristics. They also established contacts with local criminal groups to provide support and cover after the robbery. On the day of the operation, Thomas's team was ready for action. They took up positions along the route using the latest security hacking devices and camouflage networks. When the train approached the desired point, Thomas gave the signal to begin the operation. The team quickly got inside, using fake documents and high-tech devices to neutralize the guards. Laura and Michael hacked the alarm system, and Thomas and Alex began extracting valuable minerals and diamonds. Everything went quickly and smoothly, and soon they left the train, leaving behind only empty containers and stunned guards. This raid again attracted the attention of international media and law enforcement agencies. The name Thomas Reed once again became synonymous with audacity and skill. However, Thomas knew that with each successful robbery, their persecution became more and more serious. He decided to go into hiding temporarily and focus on developing new plans and technologies. Now, Thomas and his team began working to create a network of information agents and hackers around the world. They understood that information was the key to success and sought to ensure themselves access to the most important and secret data. Thomas established contacts with the best experts in the field of cybersecurity and began to develop new methods of hacking and protecting information. Several months passed, and Thomas learned of a new train that was transporting unique works of art and historical artifacts from museums in Europe to private collections in Asia. This cargo was surrounded not only by guards, but also by complex security systems, which made the operation extremely difficult. Thomas and his team got back to work. They studied the route, schedules, and security systems. The plan was detailed and rehearsed to the smallest detail. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and harmoniously. Using forged documents and security hacking devices, they entered the train and began loading valuable cargo. When the train arrived at the final station, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only empty boxes and stunned guards. The raid was another brilliant operation in their career, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team remain the most elusive and daring robbers in the world. Thomas knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead. His story continued, and each new day brought new adventures and challenges. Thomas Reed and his team became increasingly powerful and elusive, proving that nothing was impossible for them. Several months have passed since the last robbery, and Thomas Reed and his team continued to improve their skills and strategies. Their South American hideout had a new high-tech laboratory where they developed hacking devices and security systems. Thomas knew that to continue his successful career, he needed to keep up with the latest technology. One day, he received information about a top-secret train transporting prototypes of the latest military developments from the United States to Europe. This cargo was so important that it was guarded not only by the best soldiers, but also by unmanned drones, satellite surveillance, and the most advanced security systems. Thomas knew that the success of this operation would be the pinnacle of his career. Preparations began with a thorough study of the route and all possible ways to enter the train. Thomas and his team spent several weeks analyzing satellite imagery and gathering information from their informants. They also began working on creating unique devices to disable drones and hack satellite surveillance. When the day of the operation arrived, the team was ready for action. They used specially designed devices to jam signals and interfere with satellites. Thomas divided the tasks between his people. Some were engaged in disabling the drones, others were hacking security systems, and others were directly loading the prototypes. As the train approached a pre-selected point, Thomas's team activated the devices. Unmanned drones began to fall, and satellite systems temporarily went down. Using this opportunity, the team quickly entered the train. Thomas and Alex began to retrieve valuable prototypes while Lara and Michael monitored security and neutralized the guards. The operation was going according to plan, but suddenly the satellite surveillance system began to recover faster than expected. Thomas realized that they had less time left than they had planned. He gave the command to speed up the process, and the team began working at double speed. Ultimately, despite sudden difficulties, Thomas and his team successfully completed the operation. They fled with the prototypes, leaving behind only a trail of static and confused guards. This raid became a sensation in the world, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team were able to overcome even the most modern security systems. After this robbery, Thomas decided to go into hiding for a while and focus on improving his technology and expanding his network of contacts. He knew that every successful operation brought him closer to the point where they could create a true empire, capable of conducting operations anywhere in the world. Several months passed, and Thomas learned about a new train that was transporting unique biotechnological samples from laboratories in Australia to the United States. This cargo was so valuable that it was protected by the best military forces and the latest security systems. Thomas knew that this operation would be another challenge that would require all their skill and ingenuity. Thomas and his team began preparations using their new designs and improved technology. They studied the route, schedules, and security systems, creating a detailed plan. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and efficiently, using forged documents and devices to hack security systems. They turned off the alarm and began loading biotech samples. When the train arrived at the final station, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only empty containers and stunned guards. The raid was another brilliant success in their career, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team remained the most elusive and daring robbers in the world. After the last robbery, Thomas Reed and his team became even more careful and resourceful. They decided to lay low for a while to develop new technologies and plans. Thomas realized that staying in one place all the time could lead to their discovery, so they began moving between their hideouts in different parts of the world. A few months later, Thomas received information about a train that was transporting top-secret equipment and materials for space research from Japan to Europe. This cargo was protected at the highest level, including advanced technology and military forces. Thomas knew that the success of this operation would require the most precise planning and the use of the most modern means. The team began preparations. They studied the train route, cargo characteristics, and security systems. Thomas brought in top hacking and cybersecurity experts to come up with a plan. They created detailed models and ran several robbery simulations, working out all possible scenarios. The day of the operation has arrived. Thomas's team took up positions along the train's route, using the latest security hacking devices and camouflage networks. When the train approached the desired point, Thomas gave the signal to begin the operation. The team quickly got inside, using fake documents and high-tech devices to neutralize the guards. Laura and Michael hacked the alarm system, and Thomas and Alex began to remove valuable materials and equipment. Everything went quickly and smoothly, and soon they left the train, leaving behind only empty containers and stunned guards. This raid again attracted the attention of international media and law enforcement agencies. The name Thomas Reed once again became synonymous with audacity and skill. However, Thomas knew that with each successful robbery, their persecution became more and more serious. He decided to go into hiding temporarily and focus on developing new plans and technologies. Now Thomas and his team began working to create a network of information agents and hackers around the world. They understood that information was the key to success and sought to ensure themselves access to the most important and secret data. Thomas established contacts with the best experts in the field of cybersecurity and began to develop new methods of hacking and protecting information. Several months passed, and Thomas learned of a new train that was transporting unique works of art and historical artifacts from museums in Europe to private collections in Asia. This cargo was surrounded not only by guards, but also by complex security systems, which made the operation extremely difficult. Thomas and his team got back to work. They studied the route, schedules, and security systems. The plan was detailed and rehearsed to the smallest detail. On the day of the operation, the team acted quickly and harmoniously. Using forged documents and security hacking devices, they entered the train and began loading valuable cargo. When the train arrived at the final station, Thomas and his men were already far away, leaving behind only empty boxes and stunned guards. The raid was another brilliant operation in their career, confirming that Thomas Reed and his team remain the most elusive and daring robbers in the world. After a recent successful robbery, Thomas Reed and his team began to change their tactics. Away from high-profile cases and journalistic headlines, they plunged into the shadows to reformate their operations and find new ways to achieve their goals. Thomas decided that it was time to move to a new level, not just to be the best in his business, but also to reach the world criminal Olympus. This required not only flawless heists, but also complex multi-layered operations that included elements of disinformation, cyber attacks, and international connections. Charing Cross Street was quiet and calm. People hurried about their business, not suspecting that something incredible was happening in one of the locked offices above them. Thomas, dressed in a smart suit and with his characteristic equanimity, studied the documents. In their hands was a plan that was supposed to be the crown of their mastery. This cargo was unique not only for its value but also for its historical significance. Archaeological finds, ancient relics, and rare exhibits were to go to the London Museum. Security at the highest level, special forces, the latest security systems, and satellite surveillance. Thomas and his team began by creating false leads to divert the attention of the police and intelligence agencies. They set up several false leads, diverting resources to false targets. At this time, in secret laboratories, the team worked on hacking satellite systems and creating devices to neutralize security. It's a dark night. The train is rushing through a deserted area. Thomas, monitoring the train's movements through a remote surveillance system, issues commands. The team, dressed in camouflage suits, uses unmanned drones to create artificial interference. The satellites lose contact for several minutes, exactly as long as needed for the operation. The team infiltrates the train using the latest hacking technology. Inside, everything goes like clockwork. Thomas and his men retrieve the artifacts with lightning speed and precision. In a matter of minutes, they load the valuable cargo into helicopters and leave the site, leaving behind only empty containers and discouraged guards. This raid was the pinnacle of their skill, proving that Thomas Reed and his team could not only defeat the most modern security systems, but also get away with it in the most incredible situations. After this, Thomas decided to lay low for a while and focus on creating a new network of contacts around the world. He understood that, for continued success, it was necessary to work not only on technologies and tactics, but also on strategic alliances. There were new horizons and opportunities ahead, just waiting to be explored. Thomas Reed knew that many more challenges lay ahead, and he was ready for any challenge. His story continued, and every new day brought new adventures and unpredictable turns. After successfully robbing a train full of Egyptian artifacts, Thomas Reed and his team became even more cautious and strategic. They knew that their every move would now be closely monitored, and therefore decided to lie low for a while to think about new moves. Thomas rented a luxury villa on the coast of Spain. Here, amid lush gardens and overlooking the endless sea, he gathered his team to plan the next operation. The villa was equipped with state-of-the-art encryption and data analysis equipment, making it an ideal place to develop new strategies. Thomas knew that to maintain his reputation and safety, he must continue to adapt and improve. He decided to focus on expanding his network and creating new alliances. Thomas recruited top cybersecurity experts and hackers to develop a plan to hack banking systems and steal data. The team worked day and night, analyzing the vulnerabilities of banking systems and developing complex algorithms to hack them. Thomas understood that the success of the operation depended on the precision and coordination of all involved. He selected his people carefully, distributing tasks according to their skills and experience. The day of the operation arrived. Thomas and his team took up positions in different parts of the city. Laura and Michael worked from the safety of their home, connecting to remote servers and hacking security systems. Alex supervised the entire process, coordinating the team's actions and making sure everything went according to plan. The operation began early in the morning. Laura and Michael infiltrated the banking system using developed algorithms to bypass security mechanisms. They gained access to the encrypted data and began copying it. Meanwhile, Thomas and Alex were physically extracting data from the bank's office using forged documents and safe-cracking devices. In the midst of the operation, the unexpected happened. The bank's security system was updated, and the team faced new difficulties. Thomas and Alex were forced to act quickly to avoid detection. They used pre-prepared devices to create false tracks and distract the attention of the guards. Laura and Michael, noticing changes in the system, quickly adapted and continued working. They were able to complete the data copy and log out safely. Thomas and Alex completed the safe hacking and managed to leave the building before security arrived. The operation was successful, and the team returned to the villa with the obtained data. This raid showed that Thomas Reed and his men were capable of overcoming any obstacle and staying one step ahead of their pursuers. After successfully robbing a bank in Spain, Thomas Reed and his team decided to leave Europe for a while and head to Asia, where they could plot their plans in relative shadow. Thomas chose Tokyo for this, a metropolis with countless opportunities and hidden threats. In the city center, among the skyscrapers and neon lights, Thomas began preparing for his next daring task. Thomas received information about a train that was transporting unique samples and prototypes of the latest robotic technologies from laboratories in Japan to an international exhibition in Singapore. These developments were so advanced that they were protected by the best security specialists and the most advanced surveillance systems. Thomas decided that this particular cargo would be their next target. Thomas and his team began by studying the train's route in detail. They analyzed every stop, every turn, and security system. Thomas established contacts with local hackers and robotics experts to gain access to inside information and develop a hacking plan. They rented a small workshop in the suburbs of Tokyo, where they began to develop unique devices for hacking train security systems and neutralizing guards. The team trained daily, practicing every step of the operation. The day came when everything was supposed to go according to plan. Thomas and his team took up positions along the train's route. Using the latest signal jamming and interference devices, they created the illusion of a technical malfunction, forcing the train to stop on a pre-selected section of the track. As the train slowed and stopped, the team quickly made their way inside. Thomas and Alex set about disabling alarm systems and breaking into freight cars, while Lara and Michael neutralized the guards using special gas grenades. During the operation, the team encountered an unexpected problem. There were more guards in one of the carriages than they expected. A short but fierce firefight began. Thomas and his team acted quickly and professionally, but as time passed, they realized that they needed to speed up. Thomas decided to use a previously prepared Plan B. They created an explosion simulating a crash to distract the guards' attention and allow the team to finish loading the prototypes into their vehicles. After completing the loading, the team quickly left the scene, leaving behind only the destroyed carriages and discouraged guards. Thomas and his men successfully delivered valuable technology to their hideout in Tokyo, where they began to analyze and study what they had obtained. After this raid, Thomas realized that their activities had attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also large international corporations. He decided that he needed to strengthen his network of informants and create new alliances for further success. Thomas and his team began working on developing even more ambitious plans. They knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and they were ready for any challenge. Every day brought new ideas and projects that could take them to a new level in the world of crime. Thomas Reed and his team continued to move forward, staying one step ahead of their enemies. They used the latest technology and tactics to remain elusive and successful. Their story continued, and every new day brought new adventures and unpredictable turns. Ahead of them lay even more daring operations that would prove that nothing was impossible for Thomas Reed and his team. After a successful heist in Tokyo, Thomas Reed and his team enjoyed a brief period of calm. But, as often happens in the world of crime, fame attracted not only new allies but also enemies. Among them stood out a particularly dangerous enemy, Raymond Ray Carter, a former intelligence agent who went into the criminal world and headed an international organization involved in smuggling and murder. Ray Carter was obsessed with destroying Thomas. He considered him the main obstacle to world domination in the criminal world. Ray began to carefully study every step of Thomas and his team, collecting information and developing a plan. Several months passed, and Thomas learned of a new train carrying a large shipment of gold from South Africa to Europe. This operation was supposed to be another triumph for his team, but Thomas did not suspect that Ray Carter was already preparing a trap. Ray gathered the best cybersecurity and tactical planners to create the perfect ambush. He arranged for information about the gold train to reach Thomas through a fake informant who actually worked for Ray. Thomas, unaware of the trap, began preparing for the operation. The day came when Thomas and his team began to implement the plan. They spread out into positions along the train route, waiting for the right moment to attack. Everything went as usual. The team quickly and smoothly entered the train, turned off the alarm systems, and began loading gold. However, suddenly the train's security system was activated, and the carriage doors were automatically locked. Thomas and his men were trapped inside. At this moment, Ray Carter, watching what was happening through surveillance cameras, gave the command to his men to launch an attack. A barrage of fire hit the train. Ray's team, armed to the teeth, began to methodically destroy everyone who was inside. Thomas and his men fought back desperately, but their forces were unequal. One by one, the members of Thomas's team fell under the onslaught of enemies. Thomas, realizing that there was practically no chance of salvation, decided to fight to the end. He and Alex took up defensive positions, trying to hold off the attackers for as long as possible. Lara and Michael covered them, trying to knock out as many opponents as possible. But Ray Carter was too well prepared. His men, using grenades and automatic weapons, gradually moved forward. Soon, Alex and Michael were killed, and Laura was seriously wounded. Thomas, realizing that the end was near, tried to make a final push to save Laura, but was mortally wounded. Through the pain and blood, Thomas saw Ray Carter approaching him. He stopped in front of the dying Thomas, looking at him with contempt. The last thing he saw was Ray's satisfied look before everything went dark. Thus ended the story of Thomas Reed, the great train robber. His name became a legend, and the memory of his daring robberies and incredible adventures lived long after his death. But the world of crime continued to revolve, and one king was replaced by another, even more cruel and merciless. The death of Thomas Reed left an indelible mark on the world of crime. His name became a symbol of daring and skill, and his methods inspired new robbers to undertake bold and risky operations. Despite his death, the legend of the great train robber continued to live, passing from mouth to mouth and becoming part of criminal folklore. After Thomas's death, his team, the surviving members of which, were left without a leader. Some of them, shocked by the loss, decided to leave the criminal world and start a new life, far from danger and constant persecution. Others, on the contrary, sought to avenge their leader and continued the fight against their enemies. Ray Carter, having achieved his goal, became even more powerful and influential. His organization expanded its operations around the world using the techniques he learned from watching Thomas. However, despite the victory, he knew that there would always be new challenges and new contenders for his place. The world of crime did not stand still. New figures appeared on the horizon, striving to fill the vacant position of the chief train robber. One of these applicants was a young and ambitious hacker named Marcus, who admired Thomas and dreamed of continuing his work. He began to assemble his team, developing new, even more sophisticated methods of robbery. Marcus studied all available materials about Thomas Reed, analyzing his mistakes and successes. He knew that to achieve success, he would need not only talent and courage, but also the ability to learn from the mistakes of others. Marcus developed unique hacking and infiltration technologies that allowed him to successfully carry out several large operations. Over time, Marcus became a new name that inspired fear and respect in the criminal world. He adopted the best features of Thomas Reed, adding to them his own innovations and approaches. The legend of Thomas Reed lived on, now in the actions of his successor. The world of crime remained as dangerous and unpredictable as ever, but the memory of Thomas Reed, the great train robber, lived on in the hearts of those who knew him and admired his audacity and skill. And although his time had passed, his legacy continued to inspire new robbers to undertake daring and risky operations, proving that even in death one can remain a legend. The story of the fourth criminal, the childhood of a gang leader. In the heart of Chicago's poor neighborhood, a boy named Daryl James grew up. Life in these places was far from safe. Crime, drugs, and violence surrounded him from a very early age. Daryl's father was in prison, and his mother worked several jobs trying to provide her children with at least the minimum conditions for survival. Daryl learned early on that in order to survive and protect his family, he would have to become strong and fearless. Already at the age of 8, he began to get into fights, defending himself and his younger sister from street hooligans. His natural strength and indomitable spirit quickly distinguished him among his peers. At school, Daryl was known for his intelligence and leadership skills. Teachers saw potential in him, but the streets of Chicago dictated their own rules. By the age of 12, he was already involved with a local street gang, running small errands and learning the ins and outs of street life. It was then that he met his future colleagues, Michael, Jason, Tarek, Kevin, and Jerome. Formation of a gang. Over time, Daryl and his friends became known in the area for their daring and cruel methods. They were not afraid of anyone or anything, acting with cold prudence and incredible cruelty. They were united by a common goal: to become the most powerful and dangerous criminals in the city. Daryl, with his natural intelligence and strategic thinking, quickly realized that there is strength in unity. He brought his team together by teaching them to act as one. Together, they began with petty crimes, but soon their appetites and ambitions grew. They took on increasingly dangerous and large-scale operations, leaving no witnesses and avoiding the police. Thus began the story of the most brutal and dangerous gang in America, led by the indomitable Daryl James. Their path was strewn with blood and fear, and no one could predict what heights they would rise to or what horrors they would leave behind. Daryl and his team understood that to achieve their ambitious goals they needed not only cruelty and force, but also influential patrons. Their crimes attracted the attention of very rich and powerful people who needed executors for the most dirty deeds. These people offered big money to eliminate competitors, traitors, and those who stood in their way. Working for these powerful people, Daryl's gang began to receive assignments to eliminate key figures in various fields, from drug dealers to corrupt politicians. Each murder was carefully planned, and Daryl personally supervised every step of the operation, ensuring that there were no witnesses or leads that could lead to them. The money they earned allowed the gang to live a luxurious lifestyle that they had previously only dreamed of. Expensive cars, luxurious houses, and the best weapons and equipment became part of their daily lives. But with wealth and power comes a constant threat, rival gangs and enemies seeking revenge. One day, they were hired by one of the most influential businessmen in America to eliminate a competitor who was interfering with his plans to expand his business. This was one of the most difficult tasks, which required not only strength, but also intellectual abilities. The gang developed a plan for several weeks, calculating every step and possible risks. During the operation, they encountered serious resistance. The security of their target was prepared and armed to the teeth. A brutal firefight ensued, in which Daryl and his team showed all their skills and composure. Despite all the odds, they completed the task and returned with a huge amount of money, further strengthening their reputation as the most dangerous mercenaries in the criminal world. With each new task, their reputation grew, and with it, the number of enemies. Daryl understood that there was no place for weakness in this world and that every mistake could be his last. But while he was at the head of his gang, no one could stop them on the path to even greater power and wealth. Michael "Mikey" Johnson was Daryl's right-hand man and his closest friend since childhood. Michael was distinguished by incredible physical strength and resilience. He was the one who always protected his friends and brought fear to their enemies. His hallmark was his absolute devotion to Daryl and his willingness to take any risks for the success of their affairs. Mikey was also an excellent marksman and skilled with weapons, which made him indispensable in any firefight. Jason J. Williams, known for his cunning and resourcefulness, was the brains of the gang. He developed complex plans and strategies to ensure the success of their operations. Jason could hack any security system and enter any building without leaving a trace. His skills in electronics and computers allowed the gang to complete the most difficult tasks that others seemed impossible. Tariq T-Bo Brown was a close combat and explosives expert. His physical fitness and martial arts knowledge made him a formidable force in any fight. Tariq was also responsible for the preparation and use of explosive devices, which allowed the gang to carry out sabotage and eliminate targets with maximum efficiency. Kevin K.D. Douglas was the driver and escape artist. His driving skills were legendary. He could steer a car out of the most dangerous situations, leaving the police far behind. Kevin was also an excellent mechanic, always keeping their vehicles in top condition and ready for any eventuality. Jerome J. Rock Robinson was the youngest and most aggressive member of the gang. He grew up in the most difficult conditions and showed violent tendencies from a young age. Jerome was ruthless and knew no fear, which made him an ideal performer in the most dangerous and risky tasks. His ferocity and determination inspired fear not only among his enemies, but also among his fellow gang members. Each of these people had their own unique skills and traits that made Daryl James's gang the most dangerous and effective in the criminal world. Together, they were an invincible force, willing to do anything to achieve their goals and protect each other. Daryl and his team became increasingly famous and dangerous. With each new assignment, their reputation grew, attracting the attention of both potential clients and enemies. One day, they received an offer they couldn't refuse. They were hired by one of the most powerful and influential people in the country. This man, known as Mr. White, was a shady businessman who ran many illegal operations and had connections at the very top of government. The task was extremely difficult. They had to eliminate the head of a rival cartel that was threatening Mr. White's business. The target was guarded in his mansion, equipped with the latest security systems and guards ready for any attack. Daryl knew that the success of this mission could provide them with incredible wealth and protection from Mr. White, but could also spell disaster if it failed. They began to prepare, carefully studying the security route, the layout of the building, and all possible routes of approach and escape. Jason hacked the mansion's security system, gaining access to cameras and security circuits. Mikey and Tarek practiced their moves down to the last detail so they could be prepared for any scenario. Kevin prepared the vehicles and planned escape routes, and Jerome was prepared for the most brutal actions if things did not go as planned. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. On a dark night, under the cover of rain, they entered the mansion. Jason disabled the cameras and security systems, allowing them to enter. Mikey and Tariq quickly and silently eliminated the first guards, clearing the way for Daryl and Jerome. Daryl led his team with confidence and composure, not making a single mistake. They entered the main hall of the mansion where they met fierce resistance. A firefight ensued, in which their skills and teamwork proved decisive. Jerome fought with such fury that no one could stop him, and Tarek cleverly used his explosives, destroying barriers and creating chaos among the guards. When they got to the head of the cartel, he already understood that his time had come. Daryl completed the task without hesitation, leaving behind only corpses and destruction. They quickly left the crime scene following Kevin's plan and disappeared into the night without leaving a single trace. The return to Mr. White went smoothly. He was impressed by their professionalism and brutality, rewarding them handsomely for the task they completed. But along with the money came a new understanding. They became part of an even more dangerous game, where lives and destinies are at stake. Daryl's gang continued to grow in power and influence, becoming an integral part of the shadow world of crime. Their path was full of blood and fear, but they knew that stopping would mean death. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but Daryl and his team were ready for anything that could stand in their way. The return to Chicago was triumphant. Mr. White not only paid generously, but also provided the gang with new resources, weapons, technology, and connections. Daryl understood that they were now not just performers, but also important players in the world of crime. Several months after successfully completing an assignment for Mr. White, Daryl received a new offer, this time from a powerful politician whose career was in jeopardy due to incriminating information. The politician offered a huge sum for the destruction of all evidence and the elimination of the person who possessed this information. Daryl's team got to work again. Jason opened all the databases and found out where the documents were stored. Mikey and Tarek prepared the infiltration plan, while Kevin provided transportation and escape routes. Jerome was prepared for any eventuality, ready to use his strength and aggression. The operation began in an abandoned building where a man with incriminating evidence was hiding. There were many traps and guards around, but Daryl's team, acting coordinatedly and accurately, overcame all obstacles. Jason found and destroyed all the documents, and Mikey and Tariq ensured the team's safety by neutralizing the guards. Daryl personally eliminated the target, leaving behind another bloody mark. The success of this operation further strengthened their position. The politician was pleased, and rumors of the power of Daryl's gang spread throughout the criminal world. Soon they were approached by other influential individuals who wanted to solve their problems with the help of the most brutal and effective performers. One day, they received an offer that changed everything. One of Mexico's largest drug cartels offered them a deal to eliminate competitors and protect drug supplies to the United States. It was an incredibly risky and difficult task, but the reward was enormous. Daryl knew that this move could take them to the next level or destroy everything they had built. He gathered the team to discuss. Mikey, Jason, Tariq, Kevin, and Jerome were willing to take risks for the opportunity to expand their influence and make a huge fortune. The decision was taken. They began to plan and prepare for the operation, studying all the details and possibilities. This new challenge could be the most dangerous of their careers, but Daryl and his team were determined to succeed, no matter the cost. The trip to Mexico began with careful preparation. Jason hacked into Mexican police databases and collected all the information on rival cartels, their leaders, and supply routes. Mikey and Tariq trained in shooting and hand-to-hand combat, honing their skills to perfection. Kevin studied the roads and planned escape routes, while Jerome prepared for the violent confrontations that were sure to lie ahead. When everything was ready, they went to Mexico. The path was full of dangers. Enemies could be waiting for them at every step, and the police were always on the alert. However, Daryl and his team were ready for anything. Their first assignment in Mexico was to eliminate one of the leaders of a rival cartel who controlled an important drug supply route. The operation began with reconnaissance. Jason began tracking the target, studying his habits and routes. Mikey and Tariq spent several nights watching the guards and identifying weaknesses in the defense. Finally, Day X arrived. Under cover of darkness, they entered enemy territory. Jason hacked the security systems and disabled the cameras, opening the way for the team. Mikey and Tariq quickly and silently eliminated the guards on the way to the main goal. Daryl and Jerome, armed to the teeth, entered the mansion and found their target. The firefight was short, but brutal. Before the cartel leader even knew what was happening, Daryl's bullet pierced his heart. The operation went flawlessly, and they quickly left the crime scene, following the route Kevin had planned. This successful operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also recognition from the Mexican drug cartel. They became known as elusive assassins, capable of carrying out any mission. However, with success came new dangers. Competitors began to hunt them down, realizing that their influence was growing too quickly. The next task was the destruction of a large drug laboratory belonging to another cartel. It was a heavily guarded area surrounded by jungle and minefields. Daryl knew that this would be their most difficult task yet, but he also knew that success would open up new opportunities for them. They began preparations, developing an operation plan. Jason studied the minefield patterns and found safe entry routes. Mikey and Tariq conducted reconnaissance, figuring out the location of the guards and security systems. Kevin planned his escape route, and Jerome prepared for the fiercest fight of his life. When everything was ready, they went into the jungle. Making their way through minefields and avoiding traps, they reached the laboratory. Acting coordinatedly and quickly, they neutralized the guards and destroyed the laboratory. The explosion was heard several kilometers away, and they managed to leave the area before reinforcements arrived. The success of this operation further strengthened their reputation. Now they were at the top of the criminal world, but they knew that staying there would be even more difficult. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but Daryl and his team were ready to take on any challenge to continue their path to the top. The return to Chicago after successful operations in Mexico was triumphant. They strengthened their positions not only in America, but also beyond its borders. Money flowed like a river, and their influence grew every day. However, with this came new problems and challenges. One day, Darrell was approached by an even more influential client known as Mr. Gray. He proposed a task that was both very profitable and extremely dangerous. They needed to eliminate the head of a powerful financial corporation that was involved in money laundering and financing criminal gangs around the world. This task took a whole new level of difficulty, requiring careful planning and execution. The team began preparations. Jason hacked the corporation's security systems, collecting all the information about its head and his travel routes. Mikey and Tarek studied the security measures and made a plan of attack. Kevin worked out several escape routes, and Jerome prepared for possible violent confrontations. The task was complicated by the fact that the head of the corporation, Mr. Lawrence, was constantly guarded by elite bodyguards and traveled in armored vehicles. They decided to act cunningly, to set up an accident on one of the routes in order to lure Mr. Lawrence out of the car. The day of the operation has arrived. They caused an accident that involved Mr. Lawrence's car. When the guards were distracted by a security check, Darrell and Jerome sprang into action, neutralizing the bodyguards and capturing their target. Everything was planned to the smallest detail, and they quickly left the scene, leaving only chaos and destruction in their wake. Mr. Lawrence was taken to a pre-arranged location where Darrell personally had a talk with him. The information they gained was invaluable and allowed them to take down several major criminal schemes while eliminating a powerful enemy. Mr. Gray was impressed by their professionalism and rewarded them generously. But with new success came new enemies. The police and FBI began to hunt them in earnest, and rival gangs prepared for war. Darrell realized that they were now targets not only for law enforcement, but also for anyone who wanted to take their place. They increased their security measures, moved to new bases, and began to cooperate with other criminal groups to strengthen their position. Mikey and Tarek developed complex defense plans, Jason improved surveillance and encryption systems, and Kevin prepared several emergency escape routes. Jerome was prepared for any eventuality, armed to the teeth and ready to defend his friends. The gang continued its activities, becoming more sophisticated and cautious. They knew that now their every action was under close scrutiny, and any mistake could be fatal. But Darrell and his team were ready for anything. They believed that their strength and unity would help them overcome any obstacles and maintain their influence in the criminal world. New missions, new enemies, and new challenges awaited them ahead. They knew that their path would be full of dangers, but they were ready for it, because for them, there was no other choice. Darrell and his team continued to move forward without looking back, knowing that each next step could be their last. Time passed, and Darrell's gang continued to expand its influence. Their reputation was so formidable that many criminal organizations chose to form alliances with them rather than become their enemies. However, success always comes with new challenges, and they were soon faced with a threat that could change everything. One day, Darrell received information that a major FBI operation was being prepared against them. Agents were able to gather evidence against the gang and were planning a massive raid to put an end to their activities once and for all. This was a serious threat that could not be ignored. Darrell brought the team together to discuss. Jason proposed a plan to identify the agents and undermine their operation from the inside. Mikey and Tarek began preparing their defenses, studying possible infiltration routes and weak points in the security system. Kevin prepared several alternate routes for a quick escape, and Jerome provided supplies of weapons and ammunition. Their plan was simple: intercept the information, prepare for an attack, and set up an ambush. Jason, using his skills, penetrated the FBI systems and learned all the details of the upcoming operation. They knew when and where the attack would strike, and they prepared for it. The day of the raid arrived. FBI agents, thinking they had caught the gang by surprise, began storming the building where Daryl and his team were supposedly located. But instead, an unpleasant surprise awaited them. The building was mined, and the real base of the gang was located in another place. As soon as the agents entered, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying all evidence and significantly weakening the FBI forces. Taking advantage of the chaos, Daryl and his team struck the agents remaining outside the building. The firefight was short but fierce. The FBI suffered a major defeat, and many agents were killed or injured. Daryl's gang once again showed their elusiveness and cruelty. However, Daryl understood that the victory was temporary. They knew that the FBI would not stop and would continue the hunt. Therefore, it was decided to temporarily leave Chicago and move to another city in order to confuse his pursuers and lie low. They chose Los Angeles, a city of opportunity and hidden threats. Here they could start over, use their connections and resources to create a new base and continue their activities. Jason hacked local databases, providing them with new documents and legends. Mikey and Tarek explored the new city, finding safe places and possible hiding places. Kevin prepared cars and routes for quick travel, and Jerome was prepared for any eventuality. Moving to Los Angeles opened up new horizons for them. They began working with local criminal groups, forming new alliances and strengthening their influence. But they knew that the FBI was still on their trail, and they could not relax. Daryl and his team continued to act carefully and calculatedly, always one step ahead of their enemies. Their path was full of dangers, but they were ready for anything. Every day brought new challenges and trials, but they knew that only together they could overcome all obstacles. Daryl and his gang continued their rise to the top of the criminal world, knowing that even greater challenges and incredible opportunities awaited them. Living in Los Angeles brought new challenges and opportunities. In this city, where criminal networks were as vast as the Hollywood studios, Daryl and his team quickly found their niche. They began working with local cartels, offering their services to eliminate competitors and protect cargo. Their professionalism and brutality made them sought after by crime bosses. One of these tasks was the elimination of a famous drug lord who began to expand his territories too actively. The order was very risky, since the target was surrounded by strong security and had many influential allies. But Daryl understood that success in this matter would strengthen their position in Los Angeles and bring in a lot of money. Jason began his preparations by hacking security systems and collecting all the information about the drug lord and his habits. Mikey and Tarek spent several nights observing the facility and identifying weaknesses in its security. Kevin prepared cars and escape routes, and Jerome was equipped to the teeth, ready for any eventuality. The operation began at night when the target returned to his luxurious mansion after a party. Jason disabled the security systems, allowing the team to enter the compound. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently eliminated the outer guards, clearing the way for Daryl and Jerome. They entered the house and began methodically clearing it, moving towards their goal. The firefight inside the house was short but intense. Daryl and Jerome acted as a unit, eliminating their enemies with cold calculation. The drug lord tried to escape, but Daryl caught up with him in the last room. One accurate shot and the task was completed. They quickly left the crime scene, following the route Kevin had planned. The entire operation took less than half an hour, but its consequences were enormous. The Los Angeles criminal underworld respected and feared Daryl and his team even more. The customer was pleased and generously rewarded them, and their reputation as the most dangerous and effective mercenaries only strengthened. However, with each new success, the risks also grew. The police and FBI intensified their efforts to catch them, and competitors began to unite to eliminate the new threat. Daryl understood that this could not continue for long, and they must be prepared for any surprises. One day, Having received information about a major FBI operation aimed at capturing them, Daryl decided to be proactive. Jason figured out where and when the operation would take place, and they devised a plan to intercept the agents and destroy all evidence. On the appointed day, they ambushed the warehouse where the agents were to meet. The firefight was brutal, but Daryl's team once again proved its invincibility. They destroyed all agents and all evidence, once again leaving without a trace. These events made Daryl think about the future. He understood that every day it was becoming more and more difficult to stay afloat, and sooner or later they would have to make a choice: continue to the top or look for new ways to survive. But for now, Daryl and his team continued to move forward, confident in their abilities and ready for any challenge. Each new day brought new challenges, but they knew that only together they could overcome all obstacles and maintain their place at the top of the criminal world. Several months have passed since Daryl's team disrupted a major FBI operation. They continued to act cautiously, constantly changing their bases and avoiding unnecessary attention. However, living in the shadows began to take its toll on their nerves. The constant anticipation of threat and the need to be one step ahead of enemies required incredible endurance and discipline. One day they received an offer from a mysterious man known under the pseudonym Mr. Black. He was a powerful crime lord whose power extended far beyond Los Angeles. Mr. Black invited them to participate in a complex operation to rob the largest bank in San Francisco. The reward promised to be fabulous, but the risks were also colossal. Daryl pondered for a long time whether to take on this matter, but the understanding that the success of this operation could give them the opportunity to retire and start a new life outweighed them. The team began preparations. Jason hacked into banking systems and studied all possible security schemes. He also gained access to the building's layout and collection routes. Mikey and Tarek analyzed all possible entry and exit points, developing a plan that would allow them to enter the bank undetected. Kevin prepared vehicles and routes for a quick escape, and Jerome studied the location of the guards and security cameras. The operation was scheduled for the night when the bank was supposed to be almost empty. They arrived in San Francisco early, setting up a temporary base and beginning surveillance of the facility. Jason hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms, allowing Mikey and Tarek to get inside unhindered. They moved quickly and precisely, eliminating the guards and advancing towards the main vault. Jason ran the operation remotely, tracking their movements through the bank's internal systems. When they reached the vault, Tariq used his bombing skills to break into the safe. However, everything did not go as smoothly as planned. One of the security guards managed to sound an alarm, and police patrols began to arrive at the scene. Daryl realized they were running out of time and ordered them to speed up. They quickly loaded the money into their bags and began to leave. Kevin was waiting for them at the back entrance with the transport ready. They managed to leave the bank shortly before the police arrived, but the chase began immediately. Kevin showed his skill by steering the car away from his pursuers through the narrow streets and expressways of San Francisco. Their path was full of dangers, but thanks to a clear plan and coordination of actions, they were able to escape from the city and hide in a safe place. The success of this operation was triumphant, and the reward exceeded all expectations. The return to Los Angeles went smoothly. With a huge amount of money and a new status in the criminal world, they decided it was time to take a break and lay low. They distributed the money and went their separate ways temporarily to avoid unnecessary attention and give the police time to cool down. However, each of them knew that this was only a temporary calm before the next storm. The world of crime never leaves its players alone. Daryl and his team were prepared for new challenges and dangers that could come their way. They knew that their future was uncertain, but they were sure of one thing: together, they could overcome any challenge. A few months later, the team began to come together, again feeling the desire to act and the ambition that had haunted them. The money they earned in San Francisco provided them with a luxurious life, but each of them knew that the adrenaline and excitement of operations was what made them truly alive. Daryl, analyzing the situation, realized that their next goal should be something even more ambitious and profitable. They decided to go international and take on the work that would make them legends. Information about a large shipment of diamonds that was to be transported from London to Dubai interested them. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Jason got to work, starting to gather information about the route, security, and possible weaknesses in the supply chain. Mikey and Tarek began planning the details of the operation, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. Kevin researched routes and vehicles to ensure a quick and safe escape. Jerome, as always, prepared for any eventuality by studying weapons and security measures. They arrived in London disguised as tourists, exploring the area and setting up a temporary base. Jason hacked the security systems of a company responsible for transporting diamonds, gaining access to time and route information. They learned that the jewelry would be transported in an armored convoy with heavy security. The day of the operation arrived. Daryl and his team set up an ambush along the convoy's route. Using diversions and false signals, they were able to force the convoy to change route and head into a trap. Mikey and Tariq, acting quickly and decisively, neutralized the guards, and Jerome provided cover. When they reached the armored vehicle containing the diamonds, Tarek used his explosive skills to open it. Inside, they found an incredible amount of jewelry, which they quickly packed and loaded into prepared vehicles. Kevin, who was waiting nearby, began a quick and risky escape from the city, maneuvering through the streets and avoiding police patrols. However, this time everything was not so simple. British police and intelligence agencies were alerted to the possible theft, and a large-scale manhunt began for the team. The chase through the streets of London was intense and dangerous, but thanks to Kevin's skill, they managed to escape from the encirclement and escape to safety. They knew it was dangerous to stay in London, so they decided to split up and go to different countries. Daryl went to Dubai, Mikey and Tarek to Southeast Asia, Jason to Europe, and Jerome and Kevin to South America. This temporary separation was supposed to confuse the pursuers and give them the opportunity to lie low safely. Each of them understood that their paths would cross again. They continued to keep in touch and share news, planning for the future. Life on the edge, full of dangers and risks, has become the norm for them. They knew that each new day could bring both success and failure, but they were ready for any challenge. Their story continued, and new adventures and challenges awaited them. Several months had passed since their last operation in London. Daryl and his team, separated and hiding in different parts of the world, continued to communicate and exchange information. Despite the temporary lull, their professional skills and reputation as hired killers remained in demand. One day, Daryl received a message from Jason, who was in Europe. Jason learned of a large criminal network associated with the international arms and drug trade. The head of this network, known as Victor Crone, became the target of several powerful people who were willing to pay huge sums of money to eliminate him. This was not just a murder, but a complex operation that required not only the elimination of the target, but also the destruction of its infrastructure. Daryl brought the team together to discuss. They decided to act quickly and decisively. Each of them took on the preparation of his part of the operation. Jason continued to gather information about Victor Crone and his operations. Mikey and Tarek were developing an infiltration and assassination plan. Kevin studied possible escape routes, and Jerome prepared for the most brutal fights. The operation began with the infiltration of Victor Crone's mansion, located on the outskirts of Vienna. Jason hacked the security systems, allowing the team to enter unhindered. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently neutralized the guards, paving the way for Daryl and Jerome. They moved smoothly and methodically, eliminating all obstacles in their path. When they reached Victor's office, he realized that his days were numbered. Daryl and Jerome burst inside, leaving him no chance of escape. Victor tried to fight back, but was quickly and calmly eliminated. However, their mission did not end there. Daryl knew that for the operation to be completely successful, they needed to destroy Kron's infrastructure and eliminate his closest associates. They split up to strike multiple targets at once. Jason coordinated the team's actions, directing them to weapons depots and drug laboratories. Mikey and Tarek took over the weapons warehouse. Using explosives, Tarek placed charges around the entire perimeter, preparing it for destruction. Mikey, covering him, monitored security and ensured the safety of the operation. When everything was ready, they retreated to a safe distance and blew up the warehouse, destroying a huge amount of weapons and ammunition. Meanwhile, Jerome and Kevin headed towards the drug laboratory. They got inside and quickly neutralized the guards. Jerome set up the explosives while Kevin kept an eye out for possible reinforcements. When everything was ready, they also left the site and blew up the laboratory, dealing a serious blow to Kron's drug business. The return to safety went smoothly. The team reconvened, discussing the success of the operation and next steps. They knew that the destruction of Victor Kron and his empire would attract even more attention to them, but they were ready for it. Their reputation as the most brutal and effective assassins only strengthened, and they knew that new assignments and challenges awaited them. Daryl and his team continued to operate, always one step ahead of their enemies. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. They knew that their path was full of dangers, but they were ready for any challenges, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. Michael's team celebrated their next victory in a secluded place, far from the eyes of prying eyes. Their reputation continued to grow, and new orders came with enviable regularity. However, they understood that sooner or later someone would want to get even with them for destroying the empire of Victor Kron. Soon a new goal appeared on the horizon. The gang received an order from a powerful businessman who was threatened by competitors. The target was a Mexican drug lord known for his brutality and influence. His elimination promised not only a substantial reward, but also a significant strengthening of the gang's reputation. Michael and his team began carefully planning the operation. They knew that confronting the Mexican drug lord would not be easy. He was surrounded by loyal and well-armed people, and his mansion was a real fortress. Michael decided that it would be best to use surprise tactics and a carefully thought-out plan. Daryl and Jerome took on the role of scouts. They entered Mexico disguised as tourists and began collecting information about the drug lord's movements and habits. Meanwhile, Mikey and Tarek developed a plan of attack, and Jason coordinated the team's actions and ensured the supply of all the necessary equipment. After several weeks of preparation, the team was ready to carry out the mission. They chose night for their attack, knowing that the guards would be less vigilant. Using their connections, they were able to enter the mansion and quietly approach the building. Jerome and Kevin neutralized the guards on the outer perimeter, while Daryl and Tarek made their way inside. Mikey provided cover, making sure no one raised the alarm. They moved quickly and silently, like shadows, leaving behind only corpses. When they reached the drug lord's bedroom, he was already waiting for them, surrounded by his bodyguards. A fierce firefight ensued. Bullets whistled as they rushed past, and blood flowed like a river. Michael's team acted harmoniously as a single organism. One by one, the bodyguards fell, until finally it was the turn of the drug lord himself. Michael personally put an end to his life by shooting him in the head. After making sure that the mission was completed, the team quickly left the crime scene. They understood that time was working against them, and every minute in enemy territory could be their last. But despite all the risks, they returned to their shelter safe and sound. This operation was one of the most difficult and risky of their careers, but it also brought them great satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. They knew that new challenges awaited them, but they were ready for them because their story was just beginning. After successfully eliminating the Mexican drug lord, Michael's team returned to the United States. Their reputation grew to unprecedented heights, and now they could choose the most complex and highest-paying orders. However, as fame grew, so did the risks. Competitors and enemies were not asleep, and their every move was under fire. One night, Michael received a message from an unknown source. It was a call from a wealthy businessman who needed their services to eliminate a dangerous politician. Known for his tough stance against corruption and crime, the politician became a target for many who wanted to keep their shady dealings in the shadows. The businessman offered a huge sum to eliminate this man, and Michael could not refuse such a challenge. The team gathered for the next meeting. Michael explained that their target was a politician who was under constant guard and lived in the heart of the city. This will be one of the most difficult tasks they have ever faced. They began to carefully plan the operation, breaking down every detail into many stages. The first step was to study the target's moving habits and routes. Daryl and Jerome took over reconnaissance again. They followed the politician, studying his daily routine and travel routes. It turned out that every morning he goes for a run in the park, where security, although tighter, was still less attentive. Michael decided to use this moment to attack. They chose a quiet alley in the park, where the guards momentarily lost visual contact with the politician. On the appointed morning, the team was ready. Daryl and Tarek took up positions at opposite ends of the alley, preparing to attack. Mikey and Kevin kept watch over security, ready to act if necessary. When the politician entered the alley, the team began to act. Michael and Jerome attacked with lightning speed, eliminating the closest bodyguards. The politician did not have time to understand what was happening when Michael approached him and fired a fatal shot. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and the team quickly fled the crime scene. The return to the shelter went without problems. After making sure they weren't being followed, they discussed the success of the operation. This was one of the most daring murders, and they knew that the consequences would not be long in coming. However, their reputation was once again confirmed, and they were ready for new challenges. Michael knew that they would now be targeted by many enemies, but he had faith in his team. Together, they could overcome any obstacles. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Several weeks had passed since the assassination of the politician, and Michael's team tried to remain invisible, knowing that they might be hunted. However, the life of hired killers did not leave them time to rest. The new order came from a mysterious client who offered an incredible amount for the liquidation of a large businessman known for his illegal schemes and connections with the criminal world. The businessman lived in a luxurious mansion surrounded by a high fence and a security system. Michael knew that this time they would need more complex and cunning tactics. He decided to use his connections to get inside the mansion under the guise of service personnel. The first step was to prepare fake documents and forms for the team. Mikey, with his hacking skills, created perfect fakes that allowed them to work in the mansion as cleaners and gardeners. This gave them the opportunity to study the building's internal structure and security system. A few days later, the team was ready to complete the task. On the day of the attack, they began their shift, moving according to a predetermined plan. Michael and Tarek entered the main part of the mansion, where the businessman's office was located. Daryl and Jerome took up positions in case emergency cover was needed, and Mikey monitored the security system to turn off the cameras at the right moment. When everything was ready, Michael gave the signal. They burst into the office of a businessman who, realizing what was happening, tried to call security, but it was already too late. Tarek neutralized the guards, and Michael calmly dealt with the target. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to understand what was happening. The team quickly left the mansion, returning to their normal roles as maintenance staff. They left unnoticed, leaving behind only a slight trace of chaos. After making sure that no one was following them, they returned to their hideout, discussing the success of the operation and their next steps. However, the next day there were news reports about the mysterious murder of a famous businessman. Enemies began to look for those who might be involved in this case, and Michael's team found themselves at gunpoint. They understood that, in their world, every successful operation brings closer the moment when someone will try to get even with them. Despite all the dangers, Michael knew that his team was ready for anything. They were the best at what they did and could overcome any obstacle. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. A week had passed since the last operation, and Michael's team tried to remain in the shadows, observing the news and rumors that were spreading in criminal circles. They understood that sooner or later someone would try to get on their trail, and prepared for any development of events. However, despite all the precautions, they had to face a new threat. One night, while they were discussing another order, their hideout was attacked. Unknown armed people broke through the perimeter and began to storm the building. Michael's team was prepared for such a development of events and immediately entered the battle. Daryl and Jerome took up defensive positions at the entrance, repelling the onslaught of attackers. Tarek, possessing excellent sniper skills, took a position at the window on the second floor, neutralizing the enemies one by one. Mikey tried to hack into their communications to figure out who was behind the attack and was able to temporarily disable their communications. Michael and Jason coordinated the team's actions, moving around the building and eliminating opponents. They acted harmoniously as a single unit, which allowed them to maintain their positions. It soon became clear that the attackers were professionals, but they did not expect to meet such fierce resistance. In the midst of the battle, Mikey managed to hack the enemy's communication system and found out that one of Michael's old enemies was behind the attack, a once influential crime boss who wanted revenge for the loss of his people and business. This was a man that Michael had encountered in the past and who was now determined to end him once and for all. The situation became increasingly tense, but the team continued to hold the line. Tariq, seeing that the enemy's forces were beginning to deplete, suggested that Michael counterattack. They decided to use smoke bombs to disorient the enemy, and, taking advantage of the opportunity, went on the offensive. Under the cover of smoke, Daryl and Jerome broke through to the center of the enemy group, beginning close combat. Michael and Tarek supported them with fire, destroying the remnants of the enemy forces. Soon the attackers realized that they were losing and began to retreat. Michael's team pursued them, leaving no chance of salvation. When the last of the attackers was neutralized, Michael and his team gathered in the shelter, discussing what had happened. They understood that this was only the first wave and that their old enemy would not stop there. They had to find him and eliminate the threat once and for all. Michael decided to be proactive. They began to gather information on the enemy's location in preparation for the final confrontation. New trials and dangers awaited them ahead, but they were ready for anything because their story continued. Each new victory made them stronger, and they knew that together they could overcome any obstacles. Gathering in the shelter, Michael's team began planning their next operation. They knew that their old enemy would not stop, and the only way to ensure their safety was to destroy him before he struck again. Mikey, using his hacking skills, infiltrated the enemy's network and began collecting information about his location and plans. A few days later, they managed to find out that their enemy was hiding in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, where he was gathering forces for a new attack. It was a heavily guarded base with numerous traps and security systems. Michael knew that this time they would face serious resistance. The team carefully prepared for the operation. They studied the factory layout, developed several entry routes, and assigned roles. On the day of the attack, they split into two groups. Daryl and Tarek were to enter through the ventilation shafts, and Michael, Jerome, and Mikey were to attack from the main entrance. At night, they began their raid. Michael and Jerome, using hacked access codes, opened the main gate and entered the factory. They moved carefully, neutralizing guards and avoiding traps. At this time, Daryl and Tarek moved through the ventilation shafts, preparing to attack from the rear. When both groups reached the central hall of the factory, they were ready for the final showdown. The enemy was waiting for them, surrounded by his best people. A fierce firefight ensued. Bullets whistled as they bounced off the metal walls, and the echo of gunfire echoed throughout the building. Michael and his team acted in a coordinated and decisive manner. Daryl and Tarek suddenly attacked from the rear, creating panic among the enemies. Mikey used his hacking skills to disable the factory's security system, giving his opponents no advantage. In the midst of the battle, Michael noticed his old enemy hiding behind the boxes. He realized that this moment was decisive. Michael, overcoming resistance, broke through to him. Their eyes met, and the enemy realized that his end was near. Michael, not giving a chance for salvation, fired an accurate shot, putting an end to their long-standing conflict. When the last enemy fell, the team gathered in the central hall. They surveyed the aftermath of the battle, feeling relieved and satisfied with the mission accomplished. Michael knew it was one of the most difficult operations, but they did it. Now that their old enemy was destroyed, the team could relax for a while. They returned to their hideout to discuss next steps and share plans for the future. They understood that there would always be new challenges and enemies in their world, but together they could overcome any difficulties. The story of Michael and his team continued. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and they were ready for them, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. After successfully eliminating their old enemy, Michael's team returned to their hideout, hoping for some respite. However, the world of mercenaries does not know peace, and soon a new task awaited them. This time the client was a powerful tycoon who needed to eliminate a competitor who was threatening his business. The task seemed simple: infiltrate a private party organized by a competitor and eliminate him. The team carefully planned the operation, studying all possible approaches and escape routes. They decided to go undercover, mingling with the guests. Daryl and Tarek, as the most experienced fighters, took on the main roles in the operation. Michael, Jerome, and Mikey were to provide cover and monitor the situation. Everything went according to plan until they approached their goal. There was heavy security at the party, and the situation was more tense than they expected. At the moment when Daryl approached the target to deliver the fatal blow, the guards unexpectedly reacted and raised the alarm. A firefight ensued, and the team found themselves in the middle of chaos. Daryl, covering the retreat of his comrades, fought with numerous guards. At that moment, Jerome noticed that one of the guards was aiming at Daryl from around the corner. Without hesitation, Jerome rushed to help, covering his friend with his body. The bullet intended for Daryl hit Jerome. He fell to the floor, seriously wounded, but managed to shoot his attacker, ending the threat. Michael, seeing what happened, reacted instantly. He and Tarek picked up Jerome and, using covering fire, began to retreat. Mikey provided cover by hacking into security systems to open exits. They barely made it to the exit, carrying their seriously wounded friend. When they returned to the shelter, it became clear that Jerome's wound was too serious. Despite all his efforts, he died in the arms of his comrades. It was a difficult loss for the team. Jerome was not just a comrade, he was a friend, a brother in arms. Michael and the rest of the gang gathered to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. They knew that his sacrifice had saved them all, and they vowed to avenge his death. They continued their activities, becoming even more cautious and decisive. Jerome's death left a deep mark on the team. Michael understood that now they must be even more vigilant, because the world in which they live does not forgive mistakes. Each new day brought new challenges, and they were ready for them, knowing that the memory of Jerome would always be with them, giving them the strength to overcome any obstacles. After Jerome's death, Michael's team became even more united and cautious. The memory of their fallen friend gave them strength and determination to continue the fight. They knew that every new day brings new dangers, but they were ready for anything. Soon, a new order arrived, which promised a lot of money but was incredibly dangerous. This time, their target was an influential politician with ties to the underworld and using his power to advance the interests of criminal groups. The customer, an anonymous benefactor, provided all the necessary data and promised a generous reward for eliminating the target. Michael understood that this order could change the balance of power in their world, and accepted it without hesitation. The team began preparing for the operation. They studied the politician's schedule, his routes and places of stay. Mikey, using his hacking skills, broke into security systems and gained access to surveillance cameras and security protocols. Daryl and Tarek, as always, took the lead roles, preparing for the immediate attack. The operation began at night when the politician was returning home after a meeting. His residence was surrounded by a high wall and many guards. Michael and his team moved carefully, avoiding cameras and patrols. They knew that the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Daryl and Tarek used the shadows to make their way to the rear entrance of the residence. Mikey disabled the alarm system and the team got inside. There was another group of guards waiting for them inside the building, but they were ready. Quick and accurate actions made it possible to neutralize opponents without noise. When they reached the politician's office, he already realized that his days were numbered. Michael and Daryl burst inside, leaving him no chance of escape. The politician tried to fight back, but was quickly and calmly eliminated. However, their mission did not end there. Michael knew that for the operation to be completely successful, he had to destroy evidence of their presence and ensure a safe exit. Tarek began destroying documents and electronic media, while Daryl and Mikey prepared escape routes. They planted several explosive devices to create chaos and cover their tracks. When everything was ready, the team quickly left the building. Explosions occurred a few minutes after they left, destroying all evidence and giving them time to retreat. They returned to their shelter, tired, but satisfied with the successful completion of the task. After the successful completion of the last operation, Michael's team remained vigilant, aware that their activities were attracting more and more attention. They knew that danger could be lurking around every corner, and they could not afford to relax. Soon they received a new order, which promised to be no less complex and dangerous. This time they had to eliminate a major international arms dealer who was supplying weapons to various terrorist groups around the world. This man was extremely careful and was always under close guard. The order came from an anonymous client who provided detailed information about the target's movements and habits. The team began preparations, gathering information, and developing a plan. Mikey took it upon himself to hack into the security system of an arms dealer in order to gain access to his private data and travel routes. Daryl and Tarek prepared for immediate confrontation, studying the building's layout and possible entry routes. Michael and the rest of the team coordinated everything to ensure the operation went smoothly. A few days later, they were ready to complete the task. The arms dealer was in his residence on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a high wall and numerous guards. Michael's team decided to operate at night to take advantage of the element of surprise. They made their way to the residence under cover of darkness, avoiding cameras and patrols. Mikey hacked the security system, disabling the alarm and surveillance cameras. Daryl and Tarek led the way, as always, neutralizing the guards and clearing the way for the others. When they reached the building, the team split up. Michael and Daryl headed to the arms dealer's office, where they believed he was located. Tarek and Mikey remained outside, providing cover and keeping an eye out for possible reinforcements. Michael and Daryl burst into the office, taking the merchant by surprise. He tried to reach for the weapon, but Daryl was faster and neutralized it. Michael approached the merchant to make sure he was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, Tariq noticed suspicious movement on the periphery of the security camera and realized that they had fallen into a trap. An armed detachment began to gather not far from the residence, ready to attack. Tariq and Mikey quickly reported this to Michael. The team realized that they had little time to retreat. Michael and Daryl quickly left the building to join the others. They knew they had to act quickly and decisively. Using pre-prepared retreat routes, the team made their way through the forest, hiding from their pursuers. Tariq and Daryl walked ahead, covering the rear. At that moment, a shot rang out and Tariq fell to the ground. Michael and the others immediately took up defensive positions, preparing for battle. Finding themselves under fire, the team fought with despair, realizing that their lives depended on every shot. Mikey, using his skills, found a path through the forest that could lead them to safety. Michael and Daryl, despite their wounds and fatigue, covered the retreat, providing cover for their comrades. When they finally reached safety, Tariq was seriously wounded but alive. Michael and the others gave him first aid and quickly transported him to a previously prepared shelter. There, they could take a breath and discuss what had happened. Jerome's death and Tariq's injuries reminded the team of how dangerous their world was. However, they knew they couldn't stop. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael and his team were ready for any challenge, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacle. Time passed, and Michael's team continued its activities, despite all the dangers and losses. After Tariq was wounded, they became even more careful and carefully planned each operation. Soon a new order arrived, which this time concerned a large drug cartel that was terrorizing an entire region. Michael's team received information that the head of the cartel would be attending a secret meeting with other criminal leaders. This was an excellent opportunity to strike at the entire drug trafficking network. The order came from an international agency fighting drug trafficking, which promised a significant reward for the success of the operation. Michael and his team began preparations. Mikey hacked the cartel's security systems to gain access to routes and meeting plans. Daryl and Tariq prepared for combat by studying the floor plan of the building where the meeting was to take place. Michael coordinated all team members to ensure the operation went smoothly. The night before the operation was tense. They knew that one of the most difficult tasks awaited them, and they were prepared for any surprises. When the time came, the team moved to the meeting point, an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Mikey turned off the security cameras and alarms, allowing the team to silently enter the area. They moved through the warehouse, avoiding patrols and traps. When they reached the main hall where the meeting was taking place, it became clear that the situation was more complicated than they had expected. There was more security there than expected. Michael decided to split the team. Tariq and Daryl took over the main security forces, and Michael and Mikey were supposed to eliminate the head of the cartel and his closest associates. They acted quickly and decisively, as always. A fierce firefight ensued, and the building was filled with the roar of gunfire. Tariq, despite his injury, fought with despair and courage. He understood that the lives of his comrades and the success of the entire operation were at stake. Daryl covered him, destroying the enemies one by one. Michael and Mikey made their way to the location where the head of the cartel was located and eliminated him, depriving the organization of its leader. However, in the midst of the battle, Mikey was seriously injured. Michael, seeing that his friend was in danger, rushed towards him, covering his retreat. They knew they had to leave the building as quickly as possible before cartel reinforcements arrived. Michael and Daryl helped Mikey escape the building, leaving the shattered remains of the drug cartel in their wake. The team returned to their shelter, seriously wounded but alive. Mikey needed urgent medical attention, and Michael did everything possible to save his friend. They realized that this time they were on the edge, but they managed to survive and complete the task. Michael's team was healing their wounds and digesting recent events. Their life continued to balance on a knife's edge, and they knew that the long-awaited peace would not shine for them. However, new orders were not long in coming. This time, they had to confront a powerful criminal organization involved in human trafficking. The target was an important figure who ran this disgusting business from the shadows. The order came from a human rights organization determined to take desperate measures to end the suffering of innocent people. Michael and his team are at it again. Mikey, with his incredible hacking skills, soon discovered that their target was in a heavily guarded complex on the outskirts of the city. This place was known for its powerful defense systems and well-trained guards. The team understood that they were facing one of the most difficult operations. After several days of preparation and studying all possible scenarios, they were ready. At night, they entered the complex, moving silently and smoothly. Daryl and Tarek, as always, walked ahead, neutralizing the guards. Michael and Mikey followed them, preparing to engage their main target. Having reached the building where their enemy was hiding, the team split up. Daryl and Tarek began eliminating the remaining guards, while Michael and Mikey got inside. They managed to get to the defendant's office without unnecessary noise. Inside, they found him talking to someone via video conference. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that this was their chance. He burst into the room, aiming his weapon at his target. The man tried to resist but was instantly neutralized. Michael knew that this man was responsible for many human tragedies, and without hesitation, he carried out the sentence. However, their mission is not over yet. Suddenly, sirens filled the complex and the team realized they had been discovered. Michael and Mikey hurried out, joining Daryl and Tarek, who were already fighting with the guards. The situation was heating up and they had to act decisively. Tarek suggested using explosives to create a distraction and open an escape route. Michael approved the plan, and soon a series of explosions destroyed part of the building, plunging everything into chaos. The team took advantage of the moment and began to retreat. They moved quickly, dodging bullets and overcoming obstacles. Michael covered the retreat of his comrades until he was sure that everything was safe. When they finally reached the shelter, the team was exhausted, but pleased with the successful completion of the mission. They knew that their actions saved many lives and put an end to a cruel business. Over the next days, Michael and his team discussed what had happened, realizing that every time they risked their lives for the sake of justice. They knew that their path would not be easy, but they were ready to continue the fight. New challenges awaited them, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael and his team were prepared for any challenge, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacle. After a recent operation, Michael's team found a secluded place to recuperate. They chose an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, turning it into a temporary shelter. Here, among the dusty boxes and rusty metal structures, they could finally catch their breath and discuss their next steps. Silence reigned in the abandoned warehouse, broken only by muffled conversations and the sounds of wounds being bandaged. Tarek, seriously wounded, tried to cope with the pain. The team knew that their next move had to be thoughtful and precise. Soon Mikey, deep in work on his laptop, announced a new order. This was a large order from a high-ranking official who wanted to get rid of a corrupt colleague. The target was the Director of National Intelligence, known for his ties to crime syndicates. The elimination of this figure could deal a serious blow to the criminal network. The team began preparations. They carefully studied the layout of the building where the target was located and developed an infiltration strategy. The night of the operation was moonless, and they moved in complete darkness. Mikey, as always, hacked the security system, opening access to the building. Daryl and Tarek silently neutralized the guards, clearing the way for the others. Having penetrated the building, the team carefully moved along the corridors, avoiding cameras and patrols. When they reached the principal's office, Michael and Daryl burst in, taking him by surprise. The man tried to resist but was quickly subdued. Wasting no time, the team began to inspect the office, destroying all evidence of their presence. Mikey used his skills to hack into the director's computer to gather incriminating information. Meanwhile, Daryl and Tarek held the line, preparing for possible reinforcements. When all the data was collected, the team began to retreat. They moved quickly and smoothly, leaving the building before the security could react. The explosions they set up earlier created a distraction, allowing them to escape into the darkness. Returning to their shelter, the team took a breath, realizing that the operation was successful. The destruction of the Director of National Intelligence and the collection of incriminating data dealt a powerful blow to the criminal network. Their actions caused chaos and destabilized many criminal groups. Time passed, and Michael's team continued their dangerous work without slowing down. The last few operations went flawlessly, but tension within the team was growing. Each knew that the next mission could be their last, and that the world in which they existed was full of unpredictable threats. One day, when the team was resting in their temporary shelter, Mikey, who was monitoring the network, came across important information. A new enemy appeared on the horizon, a large criminal syndicate that was planning a large-scale operation to smuggle weapons across the border. This syndicate posed a serious threat not only to Michael's team, but to the entire country. Michael gathered everyone for a discussion. They decided that it was necessary to intervene and stop this operation, despite all the risks. The team began preparations, developing a plan of action. They understood that this would be one of the most difficult and dangerous tasks, but it was not in their rules to retreat. Gathering information took several days. Mikey hacked into the syndicate's secure servers and learned that a meeting of the leaders and key participants in the operation was to take place in an abandoned factory in the border area. The place was heavily guarded and difficult to reach, but the team had a plan. The day of the operation arrived. They moved quickly and decisively, moving through the forest that surrounded the factory. Michael, as always, walked ahead, coordinating the actions of his comrades. Daryl and Tarek advanced from the flanks, ready to fight. Mikey remained in the rear, monitoring the situation and providing communications. When they reached the factory, it became clear that the enemy was waiting for them. Security guards and surveillance systems were placed throughout the perimeter. Michael and his team knew that time was on their side. They had to act quickly and quietly. They split into two groups to create the effect of surprise. The first group, consisting of Michael and Daryl, entered through the ventilation shafts. The second group, Tarek and Mikey, took up positions on the roof, from where they could monitor the situation and cover their comrades. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally stumbled upon Tariq. A shootout ensued. Michael, hearing the shots, realized that there was no more time for covert penetration. He and Daryl rushed to the meeting place of the syndicate leaders, leaving chaos and the corpses of the guards in their wake. During this time, Mikey used his skills to hack the factory's surveillance system to disorient the enemy. Upon reaching the central hall, Michael and Daryl encountered the leader of the syndicate. The battle was fierce and merciless. Bullets whistled, bouncing off the metal walls, and every step could be the last. Michael, risking his life, approached the leader, and after a short but fierce fight, managed to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Tarek and Mikey continued to fend off the guards' attacks, creating cover for their comrades. When the last bullet was fired and the enemy retreated, the team gathered in the central hall. They understood that they had won, but the price was high. Returning to the shelter, they realized that their actions had prevented a major tragedy. The elimination of the crime syndicate and the disruption of their operation was a significant blow to the underworld. Despite their fatigue and injuries, the team knew that this was their victory. With each new task, they became stronger and more experienced, realizing that their path was full of dangers. But they were ready for new challenges, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. The story of Michael and his team continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael's team, despite the victories, became increasingly aware of the severity of their losses. Recent operations had heightened their sense of danger, and everyone knew that the price of their successes was inevitably high. They decided to take on a new order, the elimination of another dangerous crime boss, whose actions threatened peace in the region. This authority ran a smuggling network spanning several countries and was known for his brutality. The operation promised to be extremely dangerous, but the team accepted the challenge, realizing that it was their duty. Their target was hidden in a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of the city. Mikey, as always, took it upon himself to hack the security systems to gain access to the building's internal structure. Daryl and Tarek prepared for battle, studying every corner of the building's layout. The operation began at night. The team entered the estate, moving silently and smoothly. Michael, Daryl, and Tarek entered through the main entrance, while Mikey and another team member, Alex, provided cover and prepared an escape route. When they reached the central hall where their target was located, a fierce firefight began. The enemy was expecting them and was ready for battle. The bullets whistled, and the team acted harmoniously, but an unexpected event disrupted their plan. One of the guards, hiding behind a column, threw a grenade right into the center of the hall. Daryl, noticing the grenade, rushed at it, trying to save his comrades. The explosion tore his body apart, and the noise of the explosion deafened everyone around him. Michael, seeing the death of his friend, flew into a rage and began to shoot back with a vengeance. But this was not the end of their problems. Just when they thought the situation was under control, another guard, hidden in the darkness, fired from cover, hitting Tariq. The bullet pierced the bulletproof vest, and Tariq, clutching his wound, fell to his knees. Michael, realizing that he was losing another friend, rushed to him, covering him from enemy fire. They knew they had to leave immediately. Mikey, having received a signal about the problem, began to create a diversion by hacking the security system and setting off an explosion in another part of the estate. This gave Michael and the others the opportunity to carry the wounded Tariq out and leave the building. When they returned to their hideout, the loss was painful. Daryl died sacrificing himself for the sake of the team, and Tarek, despite all his efforts, did not survive his wounds. Their death left a deep mark in the hearts of their comrades. Michael and the remaining team members gathered to pay their respects to their fallen friends. They understood that their mission was ongoing and that they needed to be even stronger and more careful. The memory of Daryl and Tarek will always be with them, giving them strength in the fight for justice. The story of Michael's team continued despite losses and difficulties. Each new day brought new challenges, and they were ready for them. Determination and desire burned in their hearts to continue the fight, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. Michael's team, despite the victories, became increasingly aware of the severity of their losses. Recent operations had heightened their sense of danger, and everyone knew that the price of their successes was inevitably high. They decided to take on a new order, the elimination of another dangerous crime boss, whose actions threatened peace in the region. This authority ran a smuggling network spanning several countries and was known for his brutality. The operation promised to be extremely dangerous, but the team accepted the challenge, realizing that it was their duty. Their target was hidden in a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of the city. Mikey, as always, took it upon himself to hack the security systems to gain access to the building's internal structure. Daryl and Tarek prepared for battle, studying every corner of the building's layout. The operation began at night. The team entered the estate, moving silently and smoothly. Michael, Daryl, and Tarek entered through the main entrance, while Mikey and another team member, Alex, provided cover and prepared an escape route. When they reached the central hall where their target was located, a fierce firefight began. The enemy was expecting them and was ready for battle. The bullets whistled, and the team acted harmoniously, but an unexpected event disrupted their plan. One of the guards, hiding behind a column, threw a grenade right into the center of the hall. Daryl, noticing the grenade, rushed at it, trying to save his comrades. The explosion tore his body apart, and the noise of the explosion deafened everyone around him. Michael, seeing the death of his friend, flew into a rage and began to shoot back with a vengeance. But this was not the end of their problems. Just when they thought the situation was under control, another guard, hidden in the darkness, fired from cover, hitting Tariq. The bullet pierced the bulletproof vest, and Tariq, clutching his wound, fell to his knees. Michael, realizing that he was losing another friend, rushed to him, covering him from enemy fire. They knew they had to leave immediately. Mikey, having received a signal about the problem, began to create a diversion by hacking the security system and setting off an explosion in another part of the estate. This gave Michael and the others the opportunity to carry the wounded Tariq out and leave the building. When they returned to their hideout, the loss was painful. Daryl died sacrificing himself for the sake of the team, and Tariq, despite all his efforts, did not survive his wounds. Their death left a deep mark in the hearts of their comrades. Michael and the remaining team members gathered to pay their respects to their fallen friends. They understood that their mission was ongoing and that they needed to be even stronger and more careful. The memory of Daryl and Tariq will always be with them, giving them strength in the fight for justice. After the tragic loss of Daryl and Tariq, the remaining members of Michael's team, Michael, Mikey, and Alex, were determined to avenge their friends. The pain of loss strengthened their spirit, and they were ready to do everything possible to destroy those who were behind the death of their comrades. They collected all possible information about the person responsible for the attack on their hideout. This was a high-ranking crime boss named Carlos Mendoza, known for his ruthlessness and extensive connections in the underworld. He was hiding in a fortified mansion in the mountains surrounded by loyal guards. Michael knew that attacking Mendoza in his lair would be suicide, but there was no other choice. They developed a plan that included infiltrating the mansion under the guise of technical workers. Mikey used his hacking skills to create fake documents and passes. On the day of the operation, they arrived at the mansion, pretending to be a team of technicians who were supposed to conduct a security check. The guards let them through without suspecting a trick. Having penetrated inside, the team began to move towards Mendoza's office. When they reached the office, Michael and Alex burst in, taking Mendoza and his guards by surprise. A fierce firefight began. Mikey, who remained in the corridor, hacked into the surveillance system to disorient the guards and turn off the cameras. Michael and Alex methodically eliminated the guards as they advanced towards Mendoza. Suddenly, one of the guards, hiding behind a massive bookcase, shot at Michael. The bullet pierced his bulletproof vest, and Michael, clutching his wound, fell to the floor. Alex, seeing this, rushed at the enemies with redoubled fury, but the situation became critical. Michael, struggling to get up, realized that he had little time left. He knew he had to finish what he started. Gathering his last strength, he pointed the weapon at Mendoza and fired, hitting him in the head. Mendoza fell, dead, but Michael knew this was not the end. The guards continued to advance. Alex tried to fight back, but there were too many of them. Mikey, hearing the shooting, rushed to help, but it was too late. Michael, with the last of his strength, covered his friends until he fell, bleeding. Alex and Mikey, realizing that they had lost their leader, barely made it out of the mansion, leaving destruction and death in their wake. They returned to their shelter, devastated and broken. Michael's death was a huge loss, but they knew his sacrifice was not in vain. Mendoza was dead and his empire began to crumble. The team has lost its leader, But the memory of Michael, Daryl, and Tarek will always be with them, inspiring them to continue to fight. After Michael's death, the team was devastated. Mikey and Alex, the survivors, tried to carry on, but without their leader, they felt lost. The loss of Michael, Daryl, and Tarek was too much to bear, and it began to affect their work. Mikey, who had always been the brains of the team, now felt a burden of responsibility that he was not prepared to bear alone. Alex, whose skill in battle knew no equal, was paralyzed with grief and rage. They tried to continue their activities, but without Michael they could not find a common goal and direction. It soon became clear that their paths had diverged. Mikey, feeling tired from the endless struggle, decided to leave the criminal world. He found himself a job related to information security, hoping to use his skills for good. His time in the gang left a deep mark, but he wanted to return to a normal life and leave his bloody past behind. Alex, on the contrary, could not come to terms with the loss. He continued his fight alone, taking revenge on those he considered responsible for the deaths of his friends. His path became even more dangerous and unpredictable. Without the support of his team, he was forced to rely only on himself, and this made him even more bitter and ruthless. One day, when Alex encountered another criminal group, he realized that fighting alone made no sense. He was exhausted, and his soul was filled only with hatred and pain. At that moment, he realized that continuing on this path would only lead to his own death. Alex decided to leave, leaving his past behind. He left the city hoping to start a new life away from the memories that haunted him. After moving to a small town, he found a non-violent job and tried to restore his soul. Michael's team fell apart, but their memory lived on in the hearts of those who knew them. Their sacrifices were not in vain. The destruction of Carlos Mendoza and his criminal network was a significant blow to the criminal world. However, the cost was too high, and their story remains a tragic reminder that life on the edge can destroy even the strongest. Mikey and Alex, each in their own way, found a way to move on. Time did not heal all the wounds, but they learned to live with the pain and continued on their way, leaving behind them the shadow of their dead friends. Their story is over, but the lessons they learned from their past will always be with them.